I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures. Happy Tuesday.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, chat. Abhishek, Magnus, Danny, and Terry. Nick, what's going on? Good to see you guys.
What's going on, guys? How y'all
Good
doing?
things.
Getting
Good
close to
things.
Turkey Day, huh? At
Yes.
least Terry can relate with me.
Yes. I'm so excited for Turkey Day this week. We have a holiday in the US on Thursday, so we won't be streaming, but we will be here for a short day on Friday. So definitely join us on Friday.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What do you guys think about a Black Friday sale? Will we have one?
I think we just have to stick around, chat. Wink, wink, double wink. Stick around for Black Friday. Who knows? You know.
Yeah,
something is
the
happening.
odds are pretty good. I think the odds are pretty good in our
Pretty good.
for getting a sale.
I'm
Yeah.
saving some money for Black Friday deals. Type in 1 if you're also saving money for to snatch up some evals on Friday. Yeah, Ding says we need a good sale.
My Funded Futures is cooking something in the background, and a little bird told us that stick around because Friday is going to be awesome.
Yes, NQ Trend Sniper. You guys all are Keegan. Keegan's also wanting some good sales. Oh, should we get started? There's so much news that came out this morning.
Oh, yeah. Lots of things.
Yeah, no, let's run it.
All right. Who'd like to go first, Nick or Tom?
Nick.
Yeah, I'll go first. So some exciting news for people who trade gold. Well, it looks like we're finally getting a move above this buy side, a couple of candle closures. If you want to be like ultra conservative, you could wait for a daily close above here for confirmation that price is going to continue to this high. But I'll be looking for a trade in here to Asia highs and up into this daily gap again. So gold is actually back on my watch list. And the only reason for that is it's finally breaking out of this consolidation. I don't care if it's bullish or bearish. I just wanted to either close through a high or close through a low. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't want to trade. I had no interest in trading this in here. And I knew this would be kind of not very good. So that's why I was kind of hands off with it. But I'll be looking for longs. Low hanging fruit targets for that are 41.52 right there. And then got some equal highs up here at 42.15 on gold. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a run here, like a little holiday Thanksgiving run on gold where it just smacks higher. What do they call them during Christmas? They call them Santa rallies or whatever. So I could see that happen on gold here as well. But the daily close would definitely help with that. As for indices here, the weekly chart is looking bullish ever since we ran this external low right here. Okay, so we ran this external low inside of this weekly gap. Now, if you drop down to the daily, it doesn't really look the cleanest, although yesterday's close was quite bullish. I know I was talking about really framing my week off of what price did inside of here. We have not closed above it yet, but it looks like we're going to. If I see a bullish reaction, I'm going to look to take a long up to 25,361. That's where that relative equal highs, like all that buy side's at. There are a couple of hourly gaps in here, but if I were you guys, I would just watch like the 4-hour one that we're trading inside of right now for a move higher. Whoops. So a 4-hour gap in here to look for higher prices on NQ. ES, I think, was a little bit stronger on the 4-hour chart. It looks like it almost closed above here on the 4-hour, just not quite. It looks like some Asia, it failed to close, but same thing with this as well too, right? You could use the 4-hour gap that we're trading inside of right now to frame longs up to minimum, I think 67.32, and then 67.91, and those relative equal highs. If we lose that, then I'd be like, man, like both sides are kind of getting disrespected. It's not very good price action if that's happening. If you're seeing large moves up and then like they get completely reversed through with the same sort of energy and speed, like that's just no fun. That's just like a energized displacement, energized seek and destroy, really. And I don't really like to trade those. Like to have like a little bit of the trend being respected. So yeah, that's kind of why I'm watching these relative equal highs, 67.32 on NQ on ES. Sorry, and then that previous day high is a low hanging fruit target for longs as well. And if you go down to the 15-minute right here, oops, first locks off. There we go. If you go down to the 15-minute here, right, you can see what can we see here? We can see some Asia consolidation, London move lower. So I actually am anticipating like this, like my A+ setup to happen today. Hopefully this sets up. Whereas New York maybe like a fake move lower into 930 like it's doing right now, and then attack these highs again. And on ES actually looks a little bit cleaner because those highs up there are relatively equal. So if I go out to the 15-minute now, relative equal highs at previous day. So I wouldn't mind a move lower and then a move higher right at open. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got. I'm bullish on the day for indices and then obviously for gold. So hopefully we can get a move. Let me check news real quick and I'll pass this bad boy over to Tom. Yeah, so we had 8:30 news PPI, and then we have 10 a.m. orange folder pending home sales. You can, if you're in a trade before that orange folder, you can trade through it. It's just the red folder ones you need to be worried about. But yeah.
I just saw a poll in chat. MyFundedFutures is asking, should we give away 150K pro or scale accounts today throughout the stream? 5 of them.
Okay.
That's your vote. When I saw this, I was like, oh my God, I want to cry.
We need to give away those accounts.
I love the 150K accounts, you guys. It's absolutely so generous because there's no activation fees. It's 100% free. You get $4,500 worth of drawdown. It's like, it makes me want to cry because I was like, oh my God, it's so nice.
It's always good to have a bigger room to trade. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, no, I'd like to see that London, like in order for me to engage higher prices before I pass it over, I'd like to see that London low getting taken on the hourly chart right here at 24,823 on NQ. And then if you go to ES, that is 67.01. So I'd like to see a low run right there and then a move higher, just kind of trapping people. So, yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Nick. Tom, what do you think this morning?
Yeah, so I'm actually having a short position, as you guys can see. It's a small one, but my TP is at 846, but hopefully it will hit it. The thing is, it was a really exciting event so far in the early AM session in New York. I'm not going to do a recap on London because I don't think it was such a good London session this morning. Anyway, we went down to a 15-minute demand zone, which was completely taken out. And then prices were going back up to the midnight areas to around that, 934-ish anchor point up there, and took out a 5-minute supply zone and then went higher. Now, obviously, you guys might have heard that there is a news about that Ukraine is going to sign the peace deal, which the news came out at 7:30 Eastern Standard. So I'm on the 15-minute time frame right now, and the 7:30 candle it kind of looks like a doji candle, which always kind of an indecision in the market, like what's it going to be? And of course, we had the news release after that. So it went up perfectly to that 5-minute supply zone higher and got rejected from the midpoint. So I kind of, I saw these kind of candles at news releases, what usually I expect that there's liquidity on both ends. So there was liquidity on the lower end here, which got taken out. I'm assuming that there could be more liquidity on the higher end at 975. We were kind of expecting this. We were talking about this in my stream earlier, like this news candle, the 730, especially because the 830 news was a little bit of a mixed thing, but we're going to talk about that too. Mixed numbers, I think. It went down, now it swept the lows, and who knows if it's going to sweep that. There's a low here at 843, so my TP, I don't know, so it might not gonna get taken. We'll see what's gonna happen. There's an absolutely perfect 5-minute demand zone down there at 806. Now it's a really good one on the 5-minute chart. I'm not gonna switch now, but it's on there at 806. So are we going to turn around here? I don't know. I was kind of hoping that it will sweep some more lows here. But on the other hand, I can imagine that this market might shift higher and going to take out that news candle high at 975. And finally, if we go back to the left, I mean, yesterday it failed in the PM session to tag that beautiful round number 25K has been left alone. So maybe this could be a great reason to trap sellers like myself and then potentially reverse higher and go for the 25K. So it's kind of difficult, I must say. So yeah, I'm in a short position. I like this one to go lower. If it takes out that 5-minute demand zone, I mean, if we go lower, I'm going to be looking for a possible long position or reversals to that 25K. I'd like to see the big picture, the markets to go higher all the way up there to 183, which is also, by the way, an absolutely perfect 5-minute supply zone up there. So that would be a great thing to see. A bit of a sweep lower and then going higher on NQ. This is what I'm going to be anticipating. And as for gold, nothing. I'm sorry. I mean, I actually, I don't know how many of you guys are switched to the which contract? February contract. I switched to the February contract. Seems like more volume on the February contract. I think we can go higher to previous day high. We'll see. There is a zone down there at 4135.2 on the February contract. Not really looking to do anything with gold, to be honest. So I'm just going to sit on the sidelines. I don't see anything there. If I really have to choose, I think gold is going to be pushing higher here. But I really have nothing to say about gold. No level, no strategy right now on me for this one. So I'm just going to be focusing on NQ. And yeah, this is what I think. So in short words, again, going down, sweep some more, and then turn around up to the 25K level. That is what I'm going to be watching. That's it.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Yes, I did see Abhishek. Thank you so much for reminding us. There is a promo on the 50K Pro accounts. 1-day pass for the pro accounts and get 20% off your first month. Make sure you use code YouTube for that. Thanks, guys. Every time you use our code, you get the best deal and it helps to support the channel.
It definitely helps. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah. And of course, don't forget to like the stream and share the link with everybody. We need to push MyFunded TV above 100K as soon as possible. So let's do it.
And then we'll have a really big party.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a real big party. So let's do it.
Can you imagine what Luke might do for us for a party when we hit 100K?
I cannot imagine. I'm just hoping for the best.
Well, we did 20,000 50K accounts, so maybe we do, I don't know, 50,000 100K accounts.
Oh, wow, we want that.
I should probably stop speaking for Luke. But yeah, no, I'm sure if we did that for 50, or for 40 or 20, whatever it was, I'm pretty sure it'll be just as big or bigger for 100K subs.
It has to be. It has to be. So the sooner we get to 100K, guys, chat, it's going to be a real big and awesome giveaway. That is for sure. We don't know the details, but it has to be something big. We know it. So,
yes.
Yeah.
I did see that there's news regarding Google and also Meta and Nvidia. Oh, drama every day. There's always drama in the markets, which I love. So Nvidia shares fall 3% on report that Meta will use Google AI chips.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wow.
Google AI chips.
That is like
Yeah.
a sudden event. Yeah.
Right? So news regarding that. I also saw the numbers that came in. So at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, a bunch of news did drop. We had the core PPI month over month that came in a little bit lower than expected at 0.1%. Expected was 0.2%. Core retail sales month over month was as expected, 0.3%. Excuse me. PPI month over month was as expected, 0.3%. Retail sales month over month was 0.2%, lower than expected. Expected was 0.4%. Lots of news for the market to digest. We'll see what happens. It should be, hopefully, a relatively volatile open for us.
Yeah, especially because the Asia session, I don't know how much of you guys were trading the Asia session, but when I got up this morning in my time, I looked back, I was like, oh my gosh, that was a chop fest in Asia. So London wasn't that good.
No.
So it would be great to see something moving in this AM session.
Yeah, in our Discord yesterday, I was kind of rating the days in terms of like what should be the best for this holiday week. I was saying today and then tomorrow, like top two, and then probably like Friday I could see, and then Monday, and then obviously Thursday would be like the worst day to trade. But I feel like Tuesday, Wednesdays, the only days with news, like they have to be the best. It doesn't mean like you're gonna get a setup, but like you shouldn't like show up, because those are the in terms of the odds, those are probably the best. So, but it is set up pretty nicely, I think. We had a big move yesterday. It's just a matter of without news. So if we can use some of those areas that we marked off as like support to go higher, and you combine that with time and price, it should be a pretty good day, because I do have a draw of where price should go. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I have a very strong feeling now that my intuition is telling me that we should be dropping a little bit more here. I do like that 806 level down there, and if I'm just looking at the hourly chart as well, I mean, we have some space to go lower. Having said that, I believe that it should be going above that 25K sooner or later. It needs to sweep some more orders, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good psych number too, right?
Yeah, exactly. And on this recent swing from yesterday, London session, yeah, I mean, on this recent swing on the hourly chart, the mid level would be at 24,677-ish area, which we still have some space to go even lower. We'll see. Yeah.
I really hope we don't have that open where every single 5-minute candle is just stacked right next to each other.
Oh my gosh, I don't want that.
No.
But I think in a way we do have to prepare for that as we approach the holidays closer and closer. But you know what? I checked it for the past couple of years, and I do remember I was surprised like how the volatility even right before Christmas and in between New Year and Christmas holidays, I mean, it was quite decent, I think. So even on those days when there was some early close on CME. So I think
there was, yeah. I actually had a pretty good December, January, February of last year and earlier this year. So and I was really, really taking it slow. Those couple months, just because I wasn't expecting anything. I just kept seeing my setup. So those are actually my best months right there. And then April, like that second, third quarter where the market kind of slowed down after Trump and the whole tariff situation, that was kind of rough, because the market didn't know what it wanted to do, right? It just kept having pauses on tariffs, and it was just a weird market then.
Yeah, and I'm quite curious, by the way, because
then we had a government shutdown, so it's like, man, this year is got everything.
Yeah, everybody was saying in the past few years to me, even when I started trading, like, no, never trade in December. It's the worst month to trade in. And I'm just curious, genuinely. So you guys in the chat, just tell me. I'm curious. Like, are you guys going to trade as like quote unquote normally in December if you can, or are you guys kind of toning it down? Let me know in the chat. I'm just quite curious if you guys are looking to tone down the trading or going to continue grinding with the charts. I'm going to be honest with everybody. I'm going to do everything as normal. So I'm not going to turn down or do anything. I'm just going to wait for the opportunity and I'm going to continue to trade. Obviously, there's going to be 1 or 2 days right around Christmas where you got to be real cautious. And those days, I didn't even check the calendar yet. There could be some half days or bank holidays there. But otherwise, I think it's going to be decent.
Yeah, I think so too.
Same.
Yeah.
I'm going to be trading like normal, except for the days like of the holidays and just like bookends of the holidays. Then I'm going to tread very, very lightly because we just
There you
never
go.
know. Like as far as market participants, usually the volume is lower. So it can be very wild and wicky too, as far as like consolidation sometimes.
Yeah.
And just so I'll tread lightly.
Yeah, actually, I had a tweet last night about talking about like one of the biggest things I used to mess up with was trying to think I wasn't like accomplishing anything like when I wasn't taking trades. So like you don't need more trades, you just need more capital, right? And like Terry, you're a great example of that too. Like you didn't really need more trades, like when you like got that, what was like 7,000 you requested last week on here, or was that earlier yesterday?
Last week it was I think it was close to 2,000 I requested before the profit split on Monday live, and then over the weekend I requested over 8,000 before the profit split, all on the same account. Yeah,
that's amazing.
And it's great. And like it's really hard to have that mentality of like trying to think less trades will make more, especially during like the holidays, right? Because you freaking you guys spend money during the holidays, and if trading's like your full-time gig, then it's pretty tough to kind of go a week or two without taking a trade, or whatever it is, just how the news events or the holiday events follow. So, but you kind of have to keep that in mind, because like stay in cash is a position as well. So it's very, very important. That was like the hardest thing for me, is just trying to like make 5,000 on Monday. And then like I don't maybe make anything until like Friday and make like $2,000, right? But the difference between then and now is like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I was trying to get what I made on Monday. I was trying to get that 5,000. I'd lose 2,000. You know what I mean? So like it's just a mindset thing.
Yeah, I was wondering, Nick, like, do you prefer building up more buffer for your funded accounts? So I guess you do, right? So that's what we're talking about. So do you prefer to build up more profits there to have some more wiggle room and then to compound more, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like if I'm not trading, like if I need like money in terms of like every single 2 weeks or month from trading, I'm just gonna go on my live account and pull those profits out, right? And then like the funded accounts, I just try to stack those base hits, and then maybe not take a payout every month, maybe take it once every 2 months, right? Because like if you got multiple accounts, $1,000 risk across that's the same as taking $1,000 on one account if you got like 5. You see what I mean? So you're just spreading it horizontally rather than stacking, adding more risk to one account. That's how you should do it.
I like
but
it.
I am trying to also size up on my live account as well.
Cool.
Let's go. That's so exciting.
Mm-hmm.
The sizing component, it's like the scaling. I kind of picture like scaling, like how when painters put up a big thing, they're literally scaling it, like scaffold. Is it called scaffolding?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. It's really exciting to hear. There's a lot to it, it seems like. And the psychology component is really big. Like what I heard you talking about, Nick, is the part about the parts of trading that isn't related to pressing the button, right? It's like all the things that we do in between trades, sitting on our hands, feeling okay with like, okay, today maybe I catch no fish, and that's fine. Like I didn't put on any trades, and that's just part of the game, and that is part of trading. Like making that mindset shift, protecting our capital. Like there are all these different components of trading that's equally as important as like executing the trade.
Yeah. 100%. And it always helps to think long term. So I mean, not just think about like, oh, I got this new funded account, I need to get a payout next week, because no, that's not a good thing. That's I don't think that's a good thinking process there. You got to think long term. So first, your job is to get confident on your funded account, to trade it normally. I mean, not maybe every day, but definitely get confident with it. And then, build up that buffer, because we have the same question. I have the same question all the time. Hey, Tom, how much capital would you, or how much buffer would you build up on your funded account? The more, the better, obviously. If you don't need the cash right now, and it's always good to detach yourself from the cash side of it, thinking long term, by long term, I mean building up more capital. And that's why I was asking Nick as well. Taking a payout every second month, but that could be a juicier payout. I think that's an awesome thing too. So you don't really need to attach yourself to the fact that, we need to get a payout. I mean, yes, you can. It's possible, and the payout policy, for example, at MyFundedFutures gives you all the advantage that you want to have.
It's there if you need it, right? If you want to, if you trade well enough in a week or a couple of days, but like you don't need to, right? Like, I think that's the part. Like people think, oh, it's 1 day to pass and 2 days to pay out. Like everyone else is doing, I should be able to do it. It's like, nah, bro. Like you don't have to do that. That's the hardest thing.
Exactly. So it's there for you, obviously. And if you're getting more and more experience, it's awesome, because it's as close as it gets to a real account, although it's a simulated environment, but it's really gets you as close as possible. But for the long term, if you're thinking about business and building up that capital, that buffer, just build it up. So, and as Nick said, you're gonna have that cash. It's just good to know that you have more than enough to take out from that account, and just use it to build it up wisely, scale up, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how I would do it.
All right, less than 1 minute to go here. I hit the TP, by the way, earlier on this trade, so
Let's
that's
go.
awesome. Let's go. So we swept at 844 here, and now that's a good question. What's going to happen here? So my TP was at 846. It just got swept on this previous candle, and now here's come. We're so close to that zone. Let's see how far we are. Yeah, so right now 50 points. So 50 points, current conditions. I don't think it's a big drop down. I'm just curious. I'm not going to jump into a trade, but I'm curious if we're going to drop down to that 806. I'm very curious.
Oh, here we go. Market is open.
Okay, we're not dropping. Okay, bit of a sweep there, which is normal. And now we'll see. London low. London low is down at 822. Okay.
822.
Let me check.
Ooh, it's looking like it wants to go.
821.75 on the micro. Yeah, it seems like it's going. And the beautiful, absolutely textbook, it's never get any better than that demand zone at 806. So that's why I'm curious if it's going to jump down. I'm a little bit eager to scalp it, but I don't know.
It's gonna go.
It's gonna go.
It's gonna go.
It's gonna go. But yeah,
it just broke it.
Yeah, London low broken.
Step one complete.
Step one complete.
Well, I'll let it see now. Yeah. So now I want to see it move higher. I don't even really need ES to go lower. It can actually just create a SMT here and then go higher. Like I don't need it. I just need one of them to do it.
It broke lower and it instantly went up. by like
instantly went
20,
higher.
25 points. Yeah. Wow. Talk about
But
taking out people's stops.
I took a very small short position as a scalp trade. I don't know if this is going to be any good. Let's see. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see. I thought that this is just a quick reprice. We should see this go. So 806 is that level that I'm looking at. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
let's see. Yesterday's VWAP was about 24,750-ish. We could go test the VWAP maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm having a negative risk to reward. Don't be surprised on that. My finger is going to be on the flat button here. If I'm not liking this price action, I'm just going to close it down.
Oh,
Only 4 micros, so I'm not frustrated about this. But yeah, I thought that this is going to be such a quick waterfall down to that level, but it's not doing it. It is what it is.
I am going to scale in. I'm going in with 1 micro short. My entry is at 846.
846. That's
Yeah.
good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A little tester. A little tester.
Little tester.
position. I'd like to see it go down and test VWAP sometime today. So this is going to be a longer type of trade, possibly intraday type of swing. So my
You say you're
TP is at
long right now?
no, short.
Okay,
Short.
short.
Yeah. So I have my TP at 732. This is with 1 micro. I think I will put my stop above VWAP. Yeah, I'll put it above VWAP here. Hopefully it goes.
Yeah, it's I don't like this barcoding thing on the 1 minute chart. But yeah, do we have any other news for today?
Just
I haven't
orange
checked
folder
it.
10 a.m.
Red folder news?
Orange folder 10 a.m. That's
Orange
it.
folder 10 a.m. Okay. What's it gonna be? Is that gonna be some housing numbers or something?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
New home sales.
Okay.
So orange folder. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's that's gonna cause some trouble for me. So yeah, it could be going sideways until then. Never mind. Okay,
Well,
I think
NQ's sort of telling the story here.
yeah.
If we go to YM.
Whoa, look at YM.
Yeah, never mind. YM's telling the story. ES is following suit.
What the heck?
What is going on there?
YM is up 266 points. It's so
Holy
different.
baby Christ, what is going on? Wow.
It's so different than NQ.
Yeah.
But they used to be different, right? So I don't know why traders keep saying like they're not so much attached to each other. Like I understand that they're different. I mean,
I don't think they are, honestly. ES and NQ are, but YM.
Yeah.
Girl.
It has its own way.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I want to
I'm
see a
stuck
low
here.
run here, followed by displacement up to these previous day high. This is not 25,000. It's a psych level here. So even if it wants to come lower, that's a better risk to reward for me. I still got 150 points I can potentially catch. I think, with us going up to 24,993 without hitting that 25,000 level, I think that's just sort of like a area price is going to target here. And I do think shorts. I feel like if you're going to take a short, I'd be limited on the downside that you can catch on that, because just so many support areas below us, especially after yesterday's move. But we're on NQ, we're still inside this 4-hour gap to the downside. So potentially could happen. There is SMT at the highs at previous day high. So, but either way, like even if I want shorts, I'd still want like a high run again. And we're just not getting that. At least not on NQ. But yes.
Yeah, it seems like NQ is not giving in. I'm out from my position, by the way, so it's not giving in. But the 5-minute candle again, it's kind of like a doji candle here. Indecision again. Interesting. Interesting.
Yes, I'm looking at the hourly. Very interesting. Looking at the hourly chart. It's possible we get a gap fill back to unchanged. That's always possible. I'm looking at this chart, wondering if it's like a gap and go day. Will it just go? Because we did gap with a negative down points in the NQ from the regular trading hours in NQ. Yeah, we shall see. I do like how it looks on the hourly still for my short, but we'll see if it goes to fill this gap. So we are down, NQ is down 90-ish, 100 points now. It could be a gap and go.
It could be. So
yeah, wait and see.
It's just kind of so close to that 5-minute level that I was anticipating. So it's really, it couldn't get any better than this. This 5-minute demand zone is like a magnet. I don't understand. I actually re-entered the trade, by the way, a little bit earlier. I'm kind of giving it a second chance because I feel like I just got wicked out from this one. If I'm going to get taken out again, then obviously that's a red flag, no go. And I'm just going to wait for the next opportunity. So this is my second chance. I added one more micro to this. So I'm sizing up, hoping to recover some of that loss, but I'm going to keep a tighter stop on it. I don't like it. I don't like it so far. Let me yeah, so here it is. Trying to recover and then some, but yeah, my TP is at 807.50. So this is technically the second chance for the trade. I don't know. I was so sure about that level, and maybe I got too much merit to the idea on this one, but it's fine. But it's fine. Completely fine.
100%. Yes, just another trade.
Just
out
another
of the
trade.
Thousands.
I keep eyeballing that 806 level like there's no tomorrow. I don't know why it's not taking it, but it should wick down at least just for 2 seconds, and I don't care what it does after that. Yeah.
You're looking for the 808, 806?
807.50 is my TP right now, but the zone is at 806. So I don't know why it keeps doing it. If anyone knows the answer, let me know. I do have the phone number of some market makers there, but if someone could call up Michael, please. Anyway, just joking.
Who's buying?
Michael J. Huddleston?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, he said he's shutting it down until the new year.
Oh yeah, I think he deleted the app from his phone. No problem.
Oh, he did.
No problem. Just joking around. So let's just wait and see what's going on in the chat. Everybody is holding a short position or any other idea. We're open for suggestions just to share some ideas. Okay.
Zeph Side says, I don't like that NQ and ES is not in sync.
Yeah, me neitder. That's always an issue.
I'm kind of keeping an eye on here, like the failure to correlate right now. Like I say, I wouldn't mind a move lower here a little bit, but I just don't like what ES is running higher and NQ's going lower. So just gonna wait to see if I can get some more info here.
Let's see.
It's going. It's going.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Looks like
Finally.
Everything. I'm kidding.
Finally. Oh, look at that. Nick is spamming. Ban him.
Oh, I love it. W
Okay.
for Tom.
So now we are down into that zone, and from now on, I'm blind. I don't know anything. So I'm just basically what I'm waiting here. And jokes aside, my plan, whatever it does in this zone, I would be looking for a reversal. It might sound a little bit too crazy, but I would love to see a reversal. It could go all the way down. The downside of this level is at around 760. I'd love to see it going down, make a reversal, and all the way up to 25K. So that's the plan so far.
Not until it hits my TP first.
Oh, you're okay. Sorry, you're still okay. 730, right?
732. Yeah,
732.
it's like an intraday type of swing trade, so it could go on for a long time. I have no idea. But yeah, it's a longer trade. It's not just like a scalp trade.
Everybody, sing a Hail Mary and pray. Let's go down to 730.
730.
I
Let's
wouldn't
see it.
mind that, honestly. Like, even for fact, you get better longs down there
Mm.
potentially. It's also devil's advocate for people who are like looking at shorts. There is an SMT at this previous day high. So NQ did not run it, ES did, and we're starting to get the displacement that way. So that could be what was going on. Could it just be drawn lower today. There's also another 4-hour gap in here as well. So I'll mark that one off.
Mirai, how many wins today? Well, how many wins? I actually had the terrible London session, so I'm not going to talk about that. My London session was terrible. Not that terrible, but it was terrible. So I was keep getting chopped up basically on one of my accounts, so that ended up badly. And so far in the New York AM session, I had a nice trade earlier, but so far these other accounts that I did not get chopped up on, these are all in the green, so that's good. But London was bad.
And that's real trading, right? Like there are going to be sessions and days, weeks, months that are terrible. And then you have weeks, days, months that are amazing.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, you guys, that's one of the things that was really tough, and I'm still working on it as far as fully feeling like that's totally normal, because it's totally normal. Here we go. We're gonna hit TP.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go.
Did it go down?
Yeah, it hit.
Everybody, W's.
Woo!
Everybody sing. I want to hear it. Smash the like button. Everything what you can do, all right?
Market is dumping right now.
Oof, it is going.
That's it for my plan, but who cares? We made profits, right?
Yeah, same here. That's it for my plan.
Nick, what's your plan?
Well, my plan was longs, but it seems like every time I put something out, market just does the opposite. I'll put it on socials. So that 4-hour gap, completely. So that's probably, that's probably, the reason there. I also want to see what happens once ES runs this low. Let's see if we can get some, pop here. But I like how everything's balanced now. This 4-hour gap is balanced. It doesn't really need it'll help with longs going forward if you're like someone like me and trying to target back to these equal highs, because it doesn't really need to go lower anymore, right? So I do need strong displacement back to the upside though. What do you say we do a quick little we could give away a pro account right now?
I think it's definitely your job to do it, and I think Terry just I think she was celebrating so hard that the stream just couldn't handle it. But she'll be back, don't worry, everybody. So yeah, Nick, you can do the giveaway. Until then, it's up to you. The pressure is on you.
Okay, yeah, I'll do the giveaway. Let me just think of a question here. If you have one, Tom, type it over to me if you got one.
I do have. I actually, the other day, I was like, I was actually, getting some riddles there. Yeah. I was definitely not using ChatGPT for this one, so don't worry. I'm gonna paste it to you here, Nick, and you will see if you want to use it. But I have another one if you're interested. But just an idea. So guys, we always gotta be ready.
Okay, I like this.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I should post it in the chat and then say it as well. You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
I like this. Okay, so I'm going to post this in the chat. I just have to pull up the chat here on my YouTube real quick. I will post this in there. I might get a little echo here, so All right. All right. So people in the chat, y'all get it first. And Tom, can you watch the chat for me?
I'll do my best. Yes, I'm watching the chat. Yes, I'm logged in on the chat. I'm logged in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if you know this, you're halfway to being funded. It's the one thing you can never trade, but it's inside every single trade you take, break it, and the market punishes you instantly. What is it? Very fast. Do you see it, Tom? Do you see it?
Not yet. I see it. I see one.
Who do you have?
Keegan Murphy, I think. Let me see if there is anyone before him.
Okay.
There is one. Sorry. Justin Ryan, I see. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have Justin Ryan too.
It's Justin Ryan. Yeah, sorry. Justin Ryan, congratulations. The answer is your rules, basically the rules. That's the answer. That is the answer.
Justin Ryan 117.
Justin Ryan 117, yeah. Terry, you were celebrating too much. What was happening there?
I was like, what happened? I was talking, you guys, for like minutes, and then all of a sudden I didn't hear you guys talking with me, and I'm like, wait, hello?
Exactly. Like, okay, Terry is celebrating. Let's go. All the profits.
Yeah, exactly. I was dancing, and StreamYard said no more dancing.
There you go.
Congratulations to the winner of a 150K pro account. Let's go.
Let's go. Congratulations. All right.
Look at this. Now we're trading below yesterday's VWAP.
Now, the interesting thing about this is that earlier we put on the we were talking about the swing from yesterday. So the mid-level was 24,000. Let me just zoom in on the hourly chart here. So if I put the FIB tool here, I don't know what this line here is. Hold on. So anyway, the mid-level of the swing is 24,678 or 9-ish area. So I would say this would be a possible pullback area. Now it should be reversing higher, but it just keeps on dropping. So I don't know. We're going to watch this level and keep an eye on for it. I'm checking some zones to the left. Do we have a demand zone? No, we don't. So there's nothing there. I don't know. What do you guys think? How far is it going to drop? The news should not be indicating that this is bearish. Like I checked the PMI numbers. It wasn't all that terrible. Like it was a little bit mixed. I don't know what you guys think, but it wasn't all that bad. Definitely a little bit better than last time. So I don't know where is it. But we have the P still going on. So what is going on?
It's still going down, and
it's still going down.
This is only what?
It's probably NVIDIA. Yeah.
Yeah, NVIDIA. Oh, okay. So we have 4 candles formed so far. It's already dropped so much. So the high of the day so far during New York session is 24,882. Incredible.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see a big turnaround if I want my longs to happen, because this is some pretty nasty displacement to the downside. So,
yeah.
If you look at the 4 hour, it's in that second 4 hour gap on NQ right now. And then ES, it's still trading inside. Well, no, it's not. It's actually going lower now. So just have to wait and see what happens on that.
Also, what a drop on gold. What the heck is going on with gold? Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at the drop in gold. It's like a waterfall.
It's really melting.
Yeah. How's YM? Ooh, YM has nice reversal in YM.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Everyone's selling.
Okay. There's a 5-minute zone at 41.35.4. I don't know if you guys are on the new gold contract or still on the old one. I just realized.
Yeah, I'm on the GCZ 2025.
GCZ 2020. I'm on the GCG 2026. How's that? Okay. That's cool. Okay. Anyway, it's kind of similar. So But we'll see. Okay, I have to check the CME website. Like, I know that you can check the volume on these contracts, and maybe I will check it for
Open
tomorrow.
interest and stuff like that.
So we're ahead of time. Yeah. I usually check the volume for those contracts, but now I forgot. So anyway. So, anyone is trading gold in the chat? Let us know. I'm quite curious what you guys think. And about this drop, it's a hard guess right now. If I'm checking the 1 minute, you know what? If we close above, and I'm on the 1 minute chart, if we close above 717, 720. I would say we could see a possible V-shaped recovery. Who knows? That would be interesting. That would be really interesting.
Hey, Ethan just passed the 50K Pro eval.
Awesome, Ethan. Congratulations.
Oh, the
50K Pro
150.
eval. Wow.
I think the 150.
The 150.
Pro. Let's go.
Ooh.
That's the Big Daddy account. The Big Daddy of
Especially
the
if you
Big
have a rapid
Daddies.
add-on on it.
Oh, with the 50K. Yeah, from before. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if he caught out on that move down. Let's see
Sweet.
here.
Yeah, what a bounce here. Actually, how much is it? It's like 120 points almost now, bouncing up there. If we're gonna close, as I said, oh yeah, there you go, above 720. Who knows? We might see this continuation up to 750 and even higher. Careful with scalping, everybody. As you can see, it can move 100 points in just 2 or 3 minutes. So I don't know. If this is Nvidia, well, I don't know. Maybe the sell already happened and then we're done now. Otherwise, I don't see other negative things that affecting the market. I'm just checking the news on my left here, but I don't read anything negative. Who knows?
Yeah, just pay attention. I'd pay attention to how the candle closes at 10 a.m. the full hour, because it was looking very, very bearish, and now it's looking like it's wicking higher. So pay attention to that one, and then NQ is still pretty bearish, but it's wicking from that lower 4 hour gap. So I just want to see, obviously, I mean, the 15-minute. Honestly, you can probably wait for like a 15-minute close on ES above here, 67.12. And you'd have enough risk to reward to take it back to that buy side. And then obviously on NQ, you got to move higher right now too. So maybe it close above this inverse right here, or something inside of it, combined with like a 10 a.m. open.
That could be. Yeah, I'm definitely curious about how this 10 a.m. Open will go.
Yeah, no, I think it's gonna be kind of wild. I think everything's going to be based off of this 15-minute gap that we're currently trading inside of right now, or the 5-minute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, these candles are so big.
On the 1 minute, it's just like a crazy V-shaped recovery. So I'm not even really. I don't even see my model on here, so I'm not really worried about it. Just gonna wait for the 5-minute to close in 2 seconds, and then see what 10 a.m. brings.
Yeah.
Because even if I like get in right here, right, I'm targeting it up to here. I could have a stop like somewhere down here, get like a 2-hour trade, because this candle is probably going to close. Even if it rips higher from here, I could just set it below the previous 5-minute candle and still get enough room. So just gonna wait.
Look at that. Is that going to be that classic V-shaped recovery? If it is, well, oh yeah, all the way up there to like 800 and what's that high? 882. Could it be possible? Gotta be careful with this one. Yeah, we need to wait for that 10 a.m. hour just to see where it wants to go. I don't see it. I don't really see anything on the downside there, so I just don't see the reason why it would drop. If it keeps on dropping, other than Nvidia, I don't see the reason or the cause or anything. But anyway, if this one continues, we should be maybe this is the move. Maybe we can shift above 25K again. I mean, 260 points to 25K. It's not impossible. NQ can do it easy.
Hmm.
Yeah, we saw that happening multiple times this year. You know.
Yeah, I feel like with NQ, you've got to be fast.
Oh yeah, you gotta be.
Oh yeah, you gotta be quick.
Yeah, you got to
Now,
be
once you see
quick.
your model, you have to just be all over it. Like you have to see once you see your trade set up, you have to just you can't hesitate for sure.
And of course, you might not have the precise surgical entry. That's not the goal. I always say, like, as long as you can keep a positive. I mean, it's not mandatory to keep a positive risk reward. In my end, if I can keep the risk reward on a positive territory, I can keep the risk on relatively small, and I have the range for that specific level that I'm looking for. It doesn't really matter if my entry is missed by a few points or like 10 points, especially like in this environment. If I miss my entry 10 points or 20 points is still good, as long as I'm looking for like 50, 60 or 70 points like this move here. Yeah. We're just recovering. How much is this?
A reversal.
Almost 200 points now recovering. So
Wow.
yeah.
In less than 10 minutes.
In less than 10 minutes, exactly. So we have the volatility. It now seems like that it wants to go back into this 850 range. It does seem like it. Next fair value gap is above, let me check it, above 808.50 on the micro. So yeah.
I also think, like, looking at the 4-hour candle, how it's about to close on ES, I don't even think I'd want to go short right now. You know, with like it just rebalance all of that price action below us. You know what I mean? So I'm actually gonna put a long if we get it closed above here in the 5-minute.
And by the way, this is the so-called first presentation gap, right, Nick? This is going to be the first gap at 940, like ICT mentioned it. That could attract as a magnet as well for price.
Yeah. So wait and see if we can get that.
What level, Tom, could act as a magnet?
First, it's called first presentation gap by ICT, but it's the first fair value gap after the 930 open. 930 candle does not count, so the first candle could be 931. But that gap has been painted or printed at 940. So it usually acts as a magnet. And as we were speaking, I did enter to a long trade, but I just a small scalp. You know, these scalping trades are so fast, I don't even have time to explain it because I just jump in and out for a few seconds. I need to hold it, of course. I don't want to do some micro scalping, of course, but I try to hold it for at least 10, 20 seconds if I can.
Very nice. Yeah, with MyFundedFutures, there's no longer a time rule for the scalping. It's just you just need 5 ticks or more, so it does not matter, which is nice.
There you go. Which is cool. Yeah. I'm
really
so happy,
cool.
by the way, because MyFundedFutures always listens to the traders, and this rule was in the past, but they deleted it, and it's just awesome. I still have my reflexes like this, like, oh, I don't want to do microscoping. I need to hold this trade at least 8 or 10 seconds. It's always good, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, something's happening. I'm watching the price, the print.
Okay, so we do have a reaction from this gap. I think it should continue higher, you know. That was a rejection, but
I feel like
we did get that inverse right there. I would have wanted on ES. It didn't either, so I can't put on anything at the moment. Maybe if we can get a close at 10:05, I can add. I do like how it's making like an open low and then a high close there. So I'm gonna be looking for something like this once we get candle closure, because this is just one price target I have. The other one, you know, up here at 362. So yeah, that's it for me. And as for gold, I'd like to see this low run from London before I move higher. So yeah, no, we gave away the account. The 150, what was that? 150 Pro, right?
Oh,
150 Pro.
Yeah. It's y'all's turn to give it tomorrow. Yeah, although I did piggyback off Tom's question.
No, it was cool. It was great. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah,
have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see y'all then.
See you tomorrow. Ooh, rejection off VWAP. Tom.
Yeah, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm holding. Yeah, what were you saying? I couldn't hear. Are you trading a rejection on VWAP? Is what you're saying? Rejection
We're
here?
missing the trade. Yeah, it's a
Are you
rejection off VWAP.
are you in a trade? Were you in a
No,
trade?
no, I missed this rejection.
Okay.
Ugh. Yeah,
Okay.
it's rejecting, but it's okay because it's 5 minute. These 5 minute candles are so big. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
yeah, there was a question earlier. Like Saifak was asking, do you expect liquidity to dry up completely by Wednesday afternoon? Should we be aggressive now? First of all, you should never be aggressive just because you think you should be aggressive. Is liquidity going to dry up? I think Wednesday is going to be still an awesome day to trade. I think we should be having decent liquidity, even in the PM session. So I cannot say like you should be aggressive or not. So who knows? Maybe even on Thursday there's going to be a decent London session or early New York session. There's going to be like 1 p.m. CME close or something. I'm not really sure. I haven't checked it, but yeah.
Yeah. I did hop in short. Entry is 740. I liked this rejection off the VWAP. VWAP. Did you say VWAP already today, Tom?
I don't remember, but I'm going to say VWAP. I think I said, but I'm going to say VWAP, just so everybody have that nice time, But yeah.
Yeah. So I feel
nice trade.
Thank you. Let's see what happens though. I want to see it cascade down some more.
So you're targeting.
I'm thinking I'm just looking for shorts based on how it opened. When I was looking at this volume profile, this initial drop down, it was very thin, and the market loves to like fill all of this in, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that we had like this big retracement. So I'm looking for the shorts. Like that's kind of what I'm thinking. This could potentially be a trend day because the market's already been open for 30 minutes, and pretty much the high of day was in the very first 5-minute candle, and that's it.
Yeah, it could be trending.
It could be. It could be, but I will target 100 points. So let's put this at 640.
It's just so awesome to say that I'm going to target the 100 points, like I'm just going down to get some milk from the grocery store. I mean, I just target the 100 points, guys. No problem. Just sit back. But yeah, on days like this, we do like the liquidity, and it's definitely.
There it goes. Right.
There it goes.
Go.
Oh my gosh.
It's almost there, Tom. It's not quite there yet.
Okay. We like this.
It's so like, okay, I'm going to protect the account, right? Even though I don't want to, but like I want to let this trade run.
Okay.
But I will protect it because it was a good morning and we had a great trade earlier. So I did move my stop down to 728. My entry was 740, so it'll lock in some points there.
That is a good decision. I like it.
Thank you.
I approve.
Tom Sabo approved.
I approved. You had my approval seal on this, but yeah, it looks good, and yeah, it seems like could be a continuation to the downside there. I don't know. I'm surprised like how it did not go a little bit higher into that opening range. So at least up there to the 850s, but who cares? The thing is, your trade works out, and that's what matters.
Yeah, I am tempted just to take these points and run. Okay, if it starts to reverse, I'm just going to take the points and run. Because NQ, I feel like today is like, unless you're going to swing trade the day, it's take the points and run.
Yeah, it's something like that.
I took the points and ran. I took
Good decision. Good decision. It's always good to grab the profits. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, on this type of day, unless you're trying to swing trade the whole, like capture the whole swing for the day, and you're willing to let your stop, like let the trade breathe. I have been stopped out or lost on a winning trade so many times on this type of day where the market can move so much within 5 minutes,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
100%. This is an interesting area. So obviously, I'm not going to force myself into anything, but as I zoom out, it just kind of makes me wonder, like, what could be the plan here? I'm still kind of leaning bullish. I'd like to see this one breaking higher. I feel like this was a healthy pullback. We swept some orders. Everything's cool. Why not just start to move higher? I really like to see a move higher, but no problem. If the market goes lower, then that's no problem. I try to be reactive, but I can only be reactive if I see a good level to go for, which I don't see yet. I don't have anything, not on the 5 minute, not on the 15 minute on the downside. So, but it's also makes it easier for me to make the decision. If it goes lower, I'm just going to sit on my hands. But if it goes higher, if it goes higher, if we break that previous swing on the first presentation gap, that would be like around 827. Maybe we can look for that opening range high. Like, what was that? That was 882. Yeah. So we'll see. That would be the plan.
82.
Yeah, I mean, on that was the opening candle. Yeah, that was the 9:30 opening candle. So let's just wait and see what it does. It's kind of inverting this on the 1 minute. Let me just put a fair value gap here. So we're kind of inverting this. This is the first fair value gap here. Let me give a different color to it, and let me just extend it. So if we can close above, then let me just get some lines off here because we have so many things going on here. So here, that 882, I'm going to call it buy side, and we'll see. So just the waiting game, everybody. How are you guys doing in the chat? What's happening? Any plan?
I have some news from chat that we can celebrate. Oh, let's see. I wrote it down because I did not want to forget. Grim Skull made about $2,000 in his sim funded account. Let's go.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Congratulations. $2,000. Wow.
Oh,
that's hell of, that's a heck of a good day. Yeah, right?
Sorry. Internet Explorer said Grim needs to adopt me.
Well, we're going to talk about that too later. So, but yeah, $2,000 in a day. Like, Terry knows how it is. She knows how it's done.
That's a lot of money. Congratulations.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Any other celebrations? Let us know. We want to celebrate you.
We can celebrate anything. I mean, trading related, most likely. But if you have a birthday today, I'm definitely not singing, but that's going to be a different time. But
we have to give you some cocktails.
That's going to be during the Asia session after Steven's stream. So that's going to be a late night show. No, I'm just joking. So, gotta keep the focus seriously because now, we're just waiting. I'm actually waiting for this one to close above that first fair value gap. So that's my plan. If it goes lower, I'm not going to do anything with this. So I don't really care. I want to see it close above that first fair value gap. That's it. That's it. Maybe I will jump into a scalp then. Yeah. What's your plan, Terry? What are you looking for?
Maybe if an inside bar. Oh, here we go. As I'm saying, maybe if an inside bar presents itself. Okay, this inside bar. It looks like.
I see it on the 5 minute, right?
Yeah. So it looks like it just broke the high. Let's see what happens here. It did. The high of the inside bar is 793. The high of this one.
It broke it.
It did break it. Not
technically
that much,
on the micro,
though.
yes. On the micro, it definitely. I haven't checked the mini yet.
Oh, it did? Okay, I am going to actually wait and hope that it fails on the long side because I will take the short if it breaks.
So you're anticipating this to fail on the long side and you want to take a short?
Yeah, I'm hoping. And then I'll take the short. Yeah, if this fails.
Okay.
We shall see. Let's see what happens here.
So in order to fail, it needs to go below that bullish candle, right? On the 5 minute.
It needs to break this, hold on, let me put in the buy stop. It needs to break this level here, which is 663. It has to break below that. So
Okay,
I have
yeah.
a sell stop. I'm sorry, did I say buy stop? A sell stop at 661.
Okay, so basically, yeah, you have to break that bullish candle's low down there. Let's see, the low is 663.50. So you have a sell stop at 661. Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
nice.
hope so. I would have rather liked this to break above quite a bit, at least a little bit, and then reverse. I mean, it's like almost identical on my chart. So I don't like that as much, but I do like it. So it's something I've noticed, and Pine Tree Trader has noticed this too and shared it with me. This is I learned from Pine Tree Trader. Shout out to Pine Tree. When it fails, it can be a really good trade on the opposite side. And I like this for a morning opening type of strategy where there's lots of volatility. In the afternoon chop, not so much, because you can get a lot of like false signals.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think in the PM session usually, because I as far as I did the back testing and collecting some data, of course there are some trending moves, but statistically speaking, the chop sessions are the ones that are dominating more, I think. So especially in the last hour, and I said many times, this is why I don't trade the power hour. So for my kind of setups that I'm looking for, usually I'm not looking for anything after lunch hour, so I'm pretty much done by lunch hour. I think the big players usually are also finishing up by lunch hour, but obviously if there's some news catalyst, geopolitical news, Trump is posting something, whatever, obviously PM session can be wild as well. But as far as I collected the data, everything should be done by lunch hour.
Yes. Do you ever come back and trade power hour, or is that when you're sleeping?
Well, no. Power hour is on my time. It's from 9 p.m. until 10 p.m. So that's still good because I'm technically a night owl. I go to sleep like 1 a.m. usually. But yeah, I could trade that, and I tried to come back for the power hour a couple of times. So I tried to do that. And again, hats off and kudos to everyone who is making great results in power hour. I did that for a year. I dedicated quite a couple of evaluation accounts and some funded accounts to the power hour. Specifically, I wasn't successful at all because I usually was aiming for scalp trades. And just, I was having mixed results. And then I realized that because I'm trying to look at trading, and this is also, I'm saying this for you guys in chat, like I'm looking at trading from the business perspective as well, how much money I spend on new evaluation accounts, of course. And so from those funded accounts that I was trading in the power hour were definitely not as profitable as I wanted them to be. And I just stopped. I just said, okay. And as soon as I stopped trading the power hour, the equity curve as an income and trading payouts started to show some positive results, so I stopped. No more power hour trading for me.
I love that, how you shared with us the business side of it.
Oh yeah,
and
definitely.
Tracking your numbers and your expenses and how important that is.
It's very important, guys. It's very important because you might think like, oh, it's so stupid. Why should we keep on track? I keep hearing people saying like, oh, I just want to forget how much I spent on evaluation accounts. Yeah, you can say that. You can actually say that. But if you keep a tab on your expenses, maybe it could be hurtful if you're starting out, if you're still in the first part of your journey. Yes, you're still in that negative side. You're paying your tuition, you're paying your business expense, but it's also going to help your brain muscle and your reflexes, your subconscious to build that business perspective. Like, okay, last month I've spent this and this amount of money. Okay, how much profit did I make? Oh, none. Okay, so this month I'm not going to buy 10 more accounts. I'm going to focus on my 3 other accounts and try to focus on the trades. It definitely helps in your subconscious, I think. So try it. If you keep a tab on it, it will shift your mindset to sort of like a business mindset, because it is a business. I truly believe that. And it's a fact, basically. It's a business.
Yes, it is a business. I agree, Tom. And I think by tracking all those numbers, or at least having like a solid idea, it can help you gain that feedback of
Oh, yeah.
like, okay, stop doing dumb things in between good trading. And like,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
just that feedback loop of like, what's getting in your way, right? We
Yeah.
all have challenges in our own trading game, and everyone's different. There are lots of similarities, and also everyone's different. So it's facing the music and
Oh,
looking
yeah.
at what it is that you need to work on, and there's no shame in that, right? Like,
No,
it's so
absolutely.
important. Yeah,
Yeah,
so important.
I'm seeing a question here. Like, if you could give your beginner self only one piece of psychological advice that would have shortened the learning curve the most, what would it be? Great question. One psychological advice. Yes, just one advice. Trade one micro for at least 30 or 60 days. One micro and maximum 2 or 3 trades a day, and one micro for at least 30 to 60 days. The benefits are going to be exponential, not by profits, but your confidence. So that's the advice I would tell my younger self to go with. So yeah, that's what I do. And I see a comment there. I'm down 1.5K, no payouts. I'm cooked. It's subjective. I would say that it's so I'm not going to go into big numbers, but I'm going to say like 1.5K in this business spent on evaluation accounts. It is a rookie number. I'm sorry to say this, but it's such a long journey. 1.5K in evaluation accounts and intuition. Looking at the whole prop firm space, looking at the values of these accounts, looking at how much is a core or a pro account, or you can look at the whole prop firm market. So 1.5K on evaluation account expenditure is actually not a bad number, and you learned a lot from that, and that's a tuition. Put it aside and yeah, keep a tab on it, but that's completely fine. I don't see anything wrong. Don't be hard on yourself. You're cooked. Obviously everybody has a different financial situation. I get it. I get it, because we all live in different parts of the world, and it is a lot of money, but also for this business, it could not be that lot of money. You can make that money in one single funded account, in one single payout. How awesome is that? This is why we love prop trading. I mean, MyFundedFutures on the Core Flex add-on, your first payout, you can make it back. You can make it back on your first payout.
Yeah. The question that was asked about what we could tell our younger self is, my answer is related to what you're talking about, Tom.
Yeah. Sorry, Terry.
Yeah.
I want to hear your answer.
It's so
I want to hear your
It's
answer.
so good. I
want to hear
love
your
it when you
answer.
talk. So good. What I was going to say is the advice I'd give to myself that's psychology related, but it's also very practical related, is to set a monthly budget for your learning curve. And that budget is what I would spend on evaluations as you're learning. The importance of that, I cannot emphasize how important that is, because you need to survive that learning curve. And if you just like take all your money and you spend it all, and you spend all of your tuition on kindergarten, you're not going to have money to spend on first grade, second grade, third grade. You have to make it to finish high school, and then you go to college. So
Oh yeah.
yeah. So you want to pace yourself. Like I that is what I would say to myself. Pace yourself so that it doesn't hurt at all. So it feels like a hobby, like you're spending money on a gym membership, right?
Exactly.
Like I think that's the way to go if I were to tell myself that, my younger self.
That's perfect. That is absolutely, I love that. And by the way, I'm just adding to you guys in the chat, like I truly believe, I say this, I'm not just believe, this is a fact. Day trading and trading as a life, this is also a profession. This is one of the best professions out there. I truly love this. And just think about it, like how much time does a lawyer or a doctor needs to practice on their own? So it takes them 8-10 years or even more. So for someone to become a lawyer on their self-practice, it takes them 10-12 years to master that craft. The same goes for the doctors. I know some young guys here in Hungary, and they're still in their 20s, and they already know that by the time they get to practice on their own, they're going to be in their 30s, because it takes so many years to master that. And I think there's a great a resemblance here to day trading. It takes years. They are paying for their college. They're paying also for their knowledge that they receive in college and university and everything. So there's just so many expenses, and it's got to keep in mind that to learn this, it takes years. For some of you, I understand that for some of you, it only takes a few months, because we always have some very smart people in trading. But if you look at the average numbers, it can take years, and you should not forget that. Just saying.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
So good. I did see, Internet Explorer says, yes, it takes years to master.
It definitely takes. So, so the great questions there. I love the questions.
I am still just waiting to see if my order will get triggered. Hasn't been triggered yet.
Oh, the order is still at 665, right?
Oh, 661. Yeah.
Sorry, 661. Yeah.
I do like this though. Like the more time it consolidates, I like it. The more I like it, I'm like, yeah, consolidate more. It's the psychology behind the market participants, right? When you have more and more consolidation, you have more and more people, whether they're long or short in that trade, and then when it breaks, it can be like a nice move of people trying to get out of that position.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like, let's see, at 10:23, so the market is still consolidating. We are in the so-called silver bullet hour. I think, I like that level, your entry level at 661. It can be triggered. If it gets triggered, it should be breaking that 600 level. Let's see, the low here went down to 602, so it almost tagged that 600 level. We'll see how it goes, but I like it. So far, it's consolidation.
That's we have an inside bar within an inside bar. What?
Yeah, we have a glitch in the matrix, everyone. Inside bar and inside bar. Yeah, it's so that we should be seeing a strong breakout move in one of these directions.
Yeah, so, it's definitely winding up. It's
it is.
Building energy. Yes, Internet Explorer.
We are building up the energy.
I did see Corey the phone trader was in chat. Are you still here?
Oh, I haven't seen him.
Corey
is super cool. I loved his segment last time we had him on the show. That was awesome.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I know. Corey, we love your energy. We can't wait to have you back on.
Yeah, that was super cool. I did see you weave up. So,
yeah, weave up is here too.
All the time.
Hi, weave up. It's one of my favorite names, honestly. Weave up. I love it.
It's a great name, and it always makes me say weave up. So there you have it, all the time. So the thing is, Terry wants to go short. I want to go long. So what should we do? The thing is, I really want to say, actually, you're good because your order is not triggered.
Yeah, my order is not triggered.
I want to see this 833 being closed up. So guys, if this one starts to go we should be busting through that 882 and then higher. Don't forget that the 25K is still within reach, so it could be close. So let us know, chat, if you guys have any questions. We are happy to answer. We are having such a great positive energy here in the chat, so I'm super happy about it.
Me too. Guess what, guys? Guess what?
I'm trying to guess, but there's so many things going on. So what?
We have a special guest on in 4 minutes with Ash.
Yeah.
Ash
Oh
Trades.
yeah. So definitely stick around because there's going to be a lot of value being dropped in the next session here.
Yes, exactly. Benjamin will be on with Ash Trades in about 4 minutes.
Oh yeah.
So you're looking at possibly going long, Tom, but waiting for if it breaks that consolidation.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the break of this consolidation. And you know, the thing is, I mean, I'm watching the 1 minute chart here, a lot of rejection here. Look at all the wicks on the 1 minute chart as well. Like the market is definitely kind of like protecting this level up there. That's why I said I would only engage in long positions if we could close higher than this 835. That would be the level that I'm interested in. Until then, I'm just going to sit on my hand and, you know, yeah, if your order gets triggered here at 661, right? Then yeah, I'm going to be curious about the down. Well, it should be then going down to 600 because why not? That's a very good exit point, by the way, from this chop. So 661, I like it.
I like it. It makes me feel confident when you say, why not?
Why not? Yeah. How many years of experience you both got? Oh my gosh. I don't think we have all the time to explain it here and to tell the whole story. 1 million years. Yeah. Our soul is very old. So, yeah.
It feels like 1 million.
Yeah, it feels like 1 million. I definitely gave some extra years from my life with trading, but yes, let's just, you know, to put it short, I relearned everything and I started all over trading in 2021. I had a very bad run before that, but I would say 2021. Yes, that's it. What a story, right? But next time maybe.
I'm seeing. I also see the consolidation pattern. Trading by Sam is talking about the pendant on the chart. That classic consolidation pattern. Also, people call it a flag too, right? Like a pendant, a flag.
Yeah, something like that. A little bit. But look at that. You know, this is just keeps going back into the middle. This is typically the sign of do not engage to this. So this is exactly the kind of market condition that you need to have. I call it exit strategy. I call it how to exit the chop. I think I made a video about it a couple of months ago to how to exit the chop. It's actually very simple in a nutshell. Just put on some levels, both buy side and sell side, not really buy side. Just put on your levels what you're looking for when you want to go long and where you want to go short. So in between that level, you just sit back and relax, and that's it, because that's the only way to go. If you think that you can outplay the market in a chop like this, that's not going to happen. Yeah, you might have a good trade or not, but that's just not going to happen. So you got to look for the safest area to exit these levels. So my safest area to go long, and I'm not saying to instantly enter long, would be that 827. And other than that, I'm not interested to do anything.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, chat, for such a great morning. Please welcome Ash Trades and Benjamin, SMC.
Thank you. See you guys.
Hey, good morning, chat.
Hello.
Ben, good morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
It's going good. Thanks for joining us today.
Anytime, brother. Anytime. We got a cool session coming in. I feel like it got a little bit delayed on the early AM. We got a little bit of consolidation, so we could have a very good stream this today. Get some good
See what we got.
opportunities.
So, chat, I want to welcome Ben to the stream. Ben has been doing a phenomenal job in the community. We've seen him across multiple different social media platforms, providing value every single week. So I'm very grateful to get a chance to talk to Ben, ask him some questions, ask him for some advice. I'll go ahead and let Ben introduce himself. If he wants to give chat a quick little background of his experience in trading, that would be great.
Well, if you don't know me already, I'm a day trader. Obviously, I live stream my trades. That's what I'm mainly known for. Is every single profit that I've accumulated in trading has been live streamed and executed publicly. I live stream AM session and PM session mainly. I started trading about 6 years ago. I trade ICT concepts, smart money concepts. And I mean, I don't want to take too much of the time on the self boosting, but yeah, I mean, I'm just a live trader. I stream everything, and my go-to is just by doing everything for free, and show full transparency of my trading and help change the community organically without having to benefit off of other people. So that's my memo, and that's what I do in trading.
Amazing to hear. So if you don't mind, I'm going to dig into some questions just to ask you about your trading.
Go ahead.
So it sounds like, first of all, if you want to put your link there, it sounds like you're doing live streaming. Is that on YouTube? Is that?
Yes, it's on YouTube. You can just search me up, Benjamin SMC. That's every AM session. I do that on YouTube.
Very nice. So what are you trading? We'll start with some simple questions before we dive into some, strategies and whatnot. But so is it futures? Is it prop firms? Is it Forex? What do you mainly trade?
So I trade futures. I use prop firms a lot. My first ever prop firm that I got my first payout on was actually MyFundedFutures. So this company, this firm, now they're in futures, and it's just cool to see how they grow. But I trade mainly prop firms and futures, but sometimes I trade live capital of my own, depending on the season. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing that right now because of the holidays, but yeah, I trade futures.
It comes full circle. It's so funny how it sounds like the first payout came from Forex at the time. So now MyFundedFutures, but it is the same company. So it is funny how that comes full circle. So what is the reason behind the futures? And so before it was MyFundedForex, so it was CFDs. What's the difference there between the Forex and the futures?
Well, I mean, are you talking about what's the difference in between the firm or in my trading?
In your trading. So why would you choose to trade futures compared to Forex?
Well, so for me, I started with Forex. I never found consistency in it. For me, Forex was, it was hard to stay simple because there were so many different markets, and simplicity is key because the hardest thing in trading isn't developing a model and reading price action. That's the easiest thing. The easiest thing is by studying for 2 years, learning some sort of concept, and executing on the charts. The hardest thing is to maintain your emotions and be disciplined in the markets, have a system and stick to it. And I find that having too many markets that can influence you, be like, oh, I see Euro USD, and then I see other pairs doing better, and I hop to a different one. That one doesn't work. I hop to another one. It's easy to chase your losses. So my trading was fine on Forex. My emotions wasn't. So when I went to futures, I found it worked with time more as well. I trade based off of time. And I also found that it's very easy to, I strictly trade the NASDAQ. I never taking execution on ES or YM. I might use them for SMT, but I found that sticking to one chart, a more simple chart, something with more simplicity in the markets is a lot easier for me. And you can still be very complicated in the markets, even with one chart. And you can find setups every day. It just depends on your narrative and your system.
Yeah, I could definitely relate to that as well. I specifically chose futures because of whether you want to call it manipulation or slippage or accuracy. Just in general, ordering in futures, you might actually get your executions on the limits that you've placed compared to in Forex, where you can you could hop into a position and the spread will drastically change your risk management just because the spread's there. So the accuracy for me was a huge bonus. And then also that kind of falls into the second comment you made about information overload, right? Just honing in on one thing, getting really good at one thing and doing that a million times over. That's why I didn't go, searching throughout other markets. The futures market for me as well is definitely the way to go, especially for new people that are learning. It's just easier to not have to deal with the slippage, essentially.
Yeah.
So I did want to highlight some of your success too, because it looks like after coming over to futures, you had a bunch of payouts. So what was it? Was it the strategy, or you mentioned the mindset there? Was it the mindset that started rolling in those payouts?
Mainly what started rolling into the payouts is when I stuck to a system. I've been a good trader my whole career since year one when I learned the basics. I knew how to spot things out in the markets. I knew how to identify things very quickly. I started my career in professional video game playing, so I'm good at switching 1 minute charts, but I never found success because I didn't let myself find success. And what I mean by that is all these traders, they might have the talent of reading price action, catching beautiful trades. I know people that are better traders than me, but I make more money than them, because every trader, regardless of how good you are, gets a system of losing trades. And the only traders that capitalize off of their profits are the ones that minimize their losses. And to do that, you have to be emotionless. To do that, you have to trust your system. And that comes through studying. So I was model hopping. I would have a great system. I'd get a payout. It'd lose for a week. I'd switch my system. And sometimes I'd stick with my system, but then when I lose a trade, I'll chase on a different entry. And because of my actions, my profitable system was not profitable. And I found that when I just got hit in the face so many times by losses, when I've blown so many accounts, I came to the conclusion that it's either I have to do what I'm saying I'm going to do, or I'm not going to see success no matter what route I go down in trading, no matter what entry I use, no matter what model I use. If I don't actually let it play out, I'm not going to see success. So when I go through these periods of drawdowns, when I have 2, 3, 4 losing trades, my goal is to cut risk, minimize risk, and then capitalize on my winners and add risk, add positions on my winners to just be in control of the markets the whole time. And for me, profitability came through being disciplined outside of the markets. When I was more disciplined outside of the markets, I was able to follow my system more and really sticking to a system and not worrying about my entry model. But if you want me to talk about in trading terms, the one thing that made me profitable was not trading entry setups primarily. It was narrative and profiles. You can see the most beautiful 1 minute entry on your chart and it won't work because the narrative is wrong, because you're in the power of 3 narrative, because you're in an expansion narrative, and you're anticipating a reversal in a retracement on the higher time frame. So no matter what shows up on the lower time frame, it's not going to work if you don't have the higher time frame in check. So changing to prioritizing my stop loss placement, my target, and my narrative, and then 10% of my trading is my entry, that's what made me profitable trading, like the charts wise.
That is just some pure gold. Chat, I really hope you're taking some notes there, because that is just professionalism at its finest. The way that I see it, being able to look inward, you had mentioned, taking ownership of your actions, being able to analyze yourself, not just instantly, strategy hop again, being able to say, hey, what's going on here and why is this not working? And then being able to have like that third person perspective to say, it's not all on the charts, that some of it's right here too. So being able to take ownership of that and then build the discipline to figure out how to accomplish these executions, that is just professionalism at its finest, because that, in my opinion, is where a lot of people go wrong. A lot of people think that there's some kind of holy grail. They will continue to keep strategy hopping until they, find this kind of magical system that's going to provide some astronomical win rate, when the reality of the scenario is this is day trading. You're You're going to have wins, you're going to have losses, there's going to be peaks and valleys. You're going to go up and down and left and right, but you can't sit there and blame a system every single time. You got to stick to one thing and figure out why it does work and why it doesn't work. And then you also have to realize that there is no system that's going to have a 100% win rate. So being able to control yourself and the things that are within your control, that is just a huge key factor. I truly believe that this market is a mirror of ourselves, and some of those characteristics are going to come out on the chart. So if you can take ownership of that, if you can find some discipline, find some patience, you're going to be way better off than consistently strategy hopping in hope of finding some kind of 100% win rate model. That's just not reality. So phenomenal information. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you for joining, because that's the pure value that I thought was going to happen today. So thank you for your time.
Anytime. I'm always open to collaborating with people, right? I'm not some guy that's like, no, I need this, I need that. Like, if there's an opportunity to be able to expand my view to other people that don't know me and maybe tell them something that could be the flip in their trading, I'll do it. Right.
Perfect. So that would be a perfect segue to get into some of the strategy too, because you did start to mention how you execute in the market as well. If there's any chance you want to go into some of your model, or however you call it, your strategy, what are the things that actually get you into the market? I know you mentioned having sound logic and narrative to base your decisions off of. Is there some kind of process that you could outline for the audience to see your strategy?
Yeah. So the thing about me is I have a bunch of entry models, because entry models isn't what you need to be so disciplined on. You don't need to be so firm on having one entry model, because my higher time frame model and my narrative is so strict that whatever shows up when it's time to look for your entry, as long as it's a entry, will most likely work. So if that's fair value gap entries, order blocks, breakers, rejection blocks, it's all smart money concepts that I use, by the way. I will take whatever shows up that I've studied. Now, I don't specifically study order blocks that much. I just personally don't like it that much, so I don't take that. But if I studied it, I will take it when I see it. Now, for me, I look at trading, and I'm going to drift a little bit from the entries so I can then explain my entries. I look at trading like being a quarterback in football. I was a quarterback in football, and it relates very, very well. If you just get onto the field and you have no imagination, you have no knowledge of what the other team does on the defense, you snap the ball, you step back, you're going to have no idea what to do. You're going to have to bet on seeing something obvious and throwing, which doesn't show up all the time. If you sit down and study every day of what that other team does, what body language they're facing, what formation they line up on, you're going to know before it even happens the gaps in the field and where to throw the ball. So for me, it's not about what I do to throw the ball. It's not about how many steps I need to take backwards to throw the ball. It's not about how I throw the ball. It's about what do I know and where to throw the ball and why I need to throw the ball there. I was in sales before I went into trading, and a lot of these generic salespeople, they go in and they explain the what. What do they sell? And that's wrong. You need to explain the why. And for me, trading, I need to know why first. If I'm looking for a market structure shift, fair value gap, why am I looking for that? Why am I anticipating price action to retrace one more time? If you look on my screen very shortly, if I'm looking for a power of 3 setup and I want to see this for my entry to a fair value gap, why do I want to see that? Well, maybe we didn't manipulate enough and we need a deeper manipulation to go grab more internal range liquidity. But in some profiles, I won't want to see that. So I would want to see just a rip up higher. So I need to understand why. Why do I want to see what I want to see before I look for my entry? Now, I just take simple 2022 or IOFED, which is institutional order flow entry drill, all models you can find publicly on YouTube. It's the narrative. I use power of 3. Now, my specific models and what I do, sadly, I do gatekeep to myself. It's my life's work. I always keep it private. But For what I explained publicly is the power of 3 is what I base off of: accumulation of orders, manipulations of buyers or sellers, and distribution. And for me, it's all about finding that manipulation and identifying that manipulation. Finding why are we moving lower? And are we moving lower because it's manipulation? If it is, I can anticipate that field is going to open up so I can throw that football and get a touchdown, right? But if I don't see things aligning, just like I studied in film, if I don't see the defender moving that way and the linebacker moving that way, I'm not going to throw my ball. I'm not going to bet on the market to go in a direction because it didn't align with me. I'm going to tuck it and run with it. And that's running away in the markets. So it's either I get what I want or I don't get anything at all. If I don't see and I don't know what's going to happen based off of my price action, then I'm not engaging into the markets. I'm not chasing. I only do what's strict to my profiles. And for my entries, it's the simple ICT entries. But yeah, that's basically my model. It's very complex. I have a bunch of entry models, but it's all about profile first.
Very good. And is that some of the stuff that you go over on your YouTube? Is there a playlist for that too? Or is it just the live streams that you do?
Well, I have a boot camp that I'm still working on YouTube, which is free, that I will be explaining how to develop your own model like that. And like I said, the exact model of what I use is privately held. But I explain how do you form your model to adapt it to a profile? How do you have your model to adapt it to what the higher time frame is doing? And that's what I'm teaching on YouTube. And that's what I want to teach for free, because I stream for free. I teach for free. That's what I want to do. I learned for free, so I'm going to teach for free. And I explain it on my YouTube mainly. And I'm only on video 8 or 9 of my boot camp. I'm going all the way to 60 videos on my YouTube. So if you want to learn a little bit, you're still early. You can catch the wave now. But yeah, I mean, that's mainly what I teach in trading is psychology and risk management. That's why I stream, because anybody can watch a streamer and learn their entry model. That's nothing special. That doesn't teach you anything new. But to watch what a profitable trader does behind the scenes, how he thinks, how he reacts to losses is what is the reason why I stream. I want people to develop their own model, their own system, but see what I do and what separates me from them. Why I get hundreds of thousands of dollars in payouts and why they only get like $1,000 in payouts. And it's not because I'm a better price reader. It's because I can trust my system and maintain my system more.
So I couldn't agree more, to be completely honest. I truly believe that this game is 80% mental and 20% chart. So you can give the same exact model to 2 different individuals and you'll still get completely different results because, you know, this person's being impulsive versus this person having discipline, you know, in controlling their actions. So I'm very glad that you pointed that out. I think there's a lot of value in being able to provide sound logic to your decision making and having a process to be able to implement that logic. So I'm on the same team as you in regards to needing to know the how or the why, and then also having the mental and emotional intelligence to actually carry out these ideas. Because it doesn't matter how much you know about the chart if you're completely impulsive to the point where New York opens and you're smashing the buy button just because you heard the bell, right? Yeah. Like that impulsiveness is never going to get you anywhere. I'm sure you might get a couple quick hits, but like that short-term gratification is going to create some impulsiveness that at some point in time is going to ruin accounts. So
yeah. And I just wanted to say one thing about, because it's playing out as we're speaking. Throughout the stream, I marked out areas in price action that for me, I would be a point of interest, right? This line here is midnight open. There's buy side liquidity up there. That is why I'm ideally bullish. You see 930 rips lower. I identify that as manipulation. But the reason why I didn't execute or add into any positions, and I'm just drawing it out, is because although this would be nice in positions where it's a better profile, the narrative right now is not where I want it to be. When you see this heavy of manipulation and then this amount of lack to buy side, that doesn't show me that it wants to go up there. So I mark that out, but I'm not engaging into it. And that's the thing is I will see my setup sometimes. I will see everything perfect, but I won't take it. And that's the edge of discretionary trading. That's why you can't make AI bots And that's why the average Joe can't hire a developer and make an AI bot that outperforms the S&P, because discretionary trading, manual interference is what gives us our edge. To see our system that an AI would trigger all its bots on and take the trade, we can be like, I see everything, but I'm not feeling it. This isn't what I want to take, and I'm not going to. See, for me, this is my clear model. Power of 3, midnight opens there, but I didn't take this and I didn't take that for the sole purpose of it's not my narrative anymore. I tried to take it on AM stream here. We got into like $800 of profit and it didn't work. So I stepped out of the markets. It's not my profile anymore. And I'll go back to what you were saying, but I wanted to hint this because it's playing out as we're speaking. That's how you save yourself from so many losses, is by trusting your system so much and showing up every day and journaling every day, that you have a natural feeling in the markets of what's going to happen. I went onto the charts and I journaled everything that was happening for a couple years. Every news drive I wrote down, okay, CPIs today, we opened up bearish, we moved bearish, we have midnight open above, what happens? And after 20 CPIs, I now can see the relationships in it. So now that I know if CPI is going to be bearish, I know what's going to happen depending on how CPI performs. And that's all things that journaling brings out. And that's why I, using my knowledge, adapted to this market and saying, okay, it was looking good. It's not anymore. I'm not going to engage into it anymore. And that's only stuff that comes through studying a system, not just the charts.
So that kind of leads me into my next question too. How many trades are you taking within a week? Is there even a set limit for the amount of trades you take within a day as well?
Trade-wise, there's no limit. Risk-wise, there's a limit. Now, I don't go over 3 trades in a day or in a session. That's just me. I think it's chasing at that point. Rarely, maybe once you'll see it. And if I got wicked out stupidly 3 times, but even still, I wouldn't go on to it. But it's so many people ask me that question. They're like, why are you taking more than 1 trade in a day? And I'm like, if trading is fractal, why does that matter? Why does taking 5 trades in a day make it different than taking 5 trades in a week? As long as you're on a lower time frame, as long as you're following your risk management and you're taking only model entries, there's actually no difference. So for me, it's all about my risk. Now I trade 300K size accounts, and for that, my most risk that I want to lose in a day is $2,000. Now, if I want to risk $200 per trade, I can take as many trades as I want to that point. Sometimes I'll leave early if I don't identify as good probability, but usually in a session, I take 1 trade, maybe 2. And then in a day, maybe I take 3, but that's it.
So the highlight there is still a limit in terms of a dollar amount. So risk management's always going to be a priority. There's no way of having a one-size-fits-all type of approach. So there is no right or wrong in terms of risk management. But in my opinion, if I could point to anything in terms of being right or wrong, it would be to have at least some kind of limit, whether that's an amount of trades, whether that's a dollar amount, whether it's a session, like a time limit. As long as there's some kind of boundary, that's what's going to keep you in the game versus not having any rules at all. Like if you have no boundaries, then you're always going to think that there's a position available. You might fall into revenge trading. You might have that, oh, I need to make this money back type of mindset. As long as there's some kind of boundaries is all I have to say about that. I don't think there's a one size fits all for that one. But that also leads me into the second question, because you did mention time being important to you as well. So does that mean you're a New York AM trader? Are you a London trader? Is there only one session that you focus on?
So I trade AM, PM, and sometimes Asian. Time meaning I look for specific things to happen at specific times. Now, manipulation needs volatility. Why is this goes back to my point on why. Why is price action going to manipulate? Well, and when? Why and when? Well, price action is going to manipulate when the most people are in the markets. When are the most people in the markets? 9:30 opening bell. Why is there a known concept of a 9:30 Judas swing? Because price action will manipulate all the greedy buyers and sellers instantly into the markets. That's why, and that's why even today, you can see 930 was so volatile to the downside, and then it just starts chopping back up higher. Now the chop in itself, okay, but you see that there's so much volatility that's not even filling fair value gaps. That's all manipulation. That is why I'm still bullish in this day, because when you see price action do something at a specific time, that indicates that something is going to happen. And through my studying, when 930 when it rips to a direction away from your higher time frame target, to me, that's manipulation, because most people are in the markets at that time. Most positions are getting put in from post-market hours at 930. So they're going to manipulate people, taking out their buy or sell stops. And to me, I wait for that manipulation to happen, and then I engage into the markets. Now, sometimes it doesn't always work. For example, today where it chops. But I'm still bullish because of this manipulation. So I look for 930 macro time frames, so 950 to 1010, where a little bit of volatility is ejected. Mainly what I look for is new hour opens and specific times where volatility is injected. Why do I look for new hour opens? Well, we have everyone knows how a candle opens and closes: open, low, high, close, right? Bullish candle. What I do is I look for the open, the low. I find my entry in that area, and then I ride it to the high. And my equilibrium, where I don't look for an entry, is around the open again. That's why I reference midnight open a lot, is because that's a specific time in the day. That's the open, midnight open, which I look at as the equilibrium of the daily range, where price action will reference. If it's very bearish, it's going to touch it again, then trade lower. If it's bullish, it's going to trade away from it, then re-reference it again. So everything in trading is time-based, because specific times is where specific institutions place amounts of trades, and the algorithm is going to hunt where the most buy and sell stops are. So for me, I use specific times in days to look for confirmation for my entry.
Absolute gold. Once again, just pure value. Thank you. I couldn't agree more, right? Like in other terminology, going back to the idea of New York Open and all the participants, being allowed to engage with the market. There's also ways of saying it, such as, right, if you're in a cash account and you don't have a specific dollar amount within that cash account, they're not going to allow you to participate during the pre-market. Like you'd have to get approval on your account to participate in the pre-market.
Yeah.
So I'm pointing to that in the sense of the mass public side of the participants are allowed to start participating at 9:30. So there is absolutely a known fact that the New York opening bell will see in a large amount of participants enter the market, and that's when everybody's focusing. So without a doubt, that is an important time. I also focus on New York AM. Mine is more of my daily schedule. I'm on the East Coast of the US, so New York Open is just what works best for my daily life. London Open is definitely a viable option. So is Asia Open. But I do focus specifically on the opening times because of that importance. So I do agree with time being a very important factor. But I did want to give a quick break from the questions to have a little bit of fun too. To thank you and all of your time. We're going to let you have the fun today. So the pressure is going on your shoulders this time. We have what size is the account? Let me just double check. We have a 150K pro account. Oh, they're giving the good one too. Let's go. But it's Ben's decision this morning. So if however you want to do it, if you want to do like a good question from chat, or if you want to, you got one 150K pro account to give away. We'll let you set the boundaries. We'll see somebody from chat gets the win. So if you want to set the rules and let chat know how we're going to give this away, be our guest.
So this is a hard one, because when I do my giveaways, I use an AI. I use a bot that does it for me. So I don't have that feeling of picking a favorite. But I guess I'll step outside of my comfort zone, and I'll find somebody that's in chat and just pick them, right? Just click on someone's name on the YouTube chat, right? You feel like that's the right decision?
Go for it if you want. Yeah, chat.
Okay.
So sub to the channel, like the video. Let's throw a bunch of W's in chat for Ben. We definitely want to get him on here again. He's providing so much value for us today. So throw a bunch of hearts or a bunch of W's in chat for Ben. And we'll let, whether you want to do it now or you want to give it a couple minutes, we'll let Ben give away a 150K pro account.
My question is, how are we going to find the people to give it to them if I pick them on YouTube?
We take their username and then we'll put it in the backstage so that we can document it and have it recorded. And then we'll contact them. Yep.
Okay. So you got okay.
So grab their username, the YouTube username, when you do grab.
All right. Well, let's just do it right now. I'm gonna pick somebody here. Give me like 1 minute because the chat is moving faster than I can even comprehend right now.
Yeah. Take as much time as you want. Throw some more W's in there for Ben and get it going even quicker.
This is hard, man. You putting me on the spotlight right here, eh? Okay, you put it on slow mode. Okay, now we got it. All right, I'm gonna pick Call Me Maui 808.
Call Me Maui 808.
M-A-U-I is how you spell Maui.
M-A-U-I. Call Me Maui 808. W Maui. Call Me Maui 808.
Let's see if he types in chat. Let's see. I don't see any message from him yet. But hey, congratulations, brother. Congratulations.
W for Ben.
Yeah, I don't usually no, it put me on the spotlight there. It made me blush a little.
Just to change up the flow, get a little bit of fun in there as well. So
good stream.
If you want to go back to questions, let me know. I don't know how much time you have for us today. I will be on here until 11:30, so I would love to go over a couple more questions with you if you do have time.
For sure. I'm just going to warn you in advance that my camera battery is going to die soon. I have a substitute. It's just going to cause a minute of interference. But for the people coming from my stream, you know, they're used to that. But I want to talk a little bit about the markets. I feel like that's what everyone is in here a little bit. And I want to talk about kind of what I'm anticipating right now. And then we'll do a little bit more questions. Right now, I'm looking at the higher time frame. And for me, we're bullish. We're bullish. Why? Because you see the daily chart has taken its draw on liquidity. We've taken its draw. It's done its job. Now, there's two outcomes on why we could trade lower or higher. One, we could trade to that inefficiency right there, then turn up. That's a possibility. I'm not betting on it. For me, I'm looking at all of this movement to the downside to this inefficiency as manipulation. Now, it's interesting because what comes after manipulation is distribution. And what we're getting after manipulation is accumulation. So for me, it looks like it could have one more push down lower. But I don't really want to see it go back to that low here. I think it's going to go back up to midnight open. It's going to go to these equal highs. My bias is back up to these highs as well. From that movement, I'm not going to take a short when you see that much bearish movement and then it goes back up higher. You can see our new 1 hour open candle opens, trades lower, anticipating it's going to trade higher. Now it's in a little bit of a lower probability profile, so I'm not going to engage into it. But for me, I'm looking for longs either way. Right now it's high resistance liquidity run, but I think that the delivery is going to be targeting towards the upside. So that's just my quick little analysis on the chart because I feel like a few people probably wanted to see that from us.
Yeah, so I'll definitely dive into what I have as well. It is along the same lines as you. I like to see that swing low was taken out on the daily chart. Additionally, what I was pointing to on yesterday's stream was that when we get to these swing lows, it's not something to instantly become bullish. I like to see the swing low form as well. So like we sweep the daily swing low. After sweeping the daily swing low, I like to see that Friday's candle took out Thursday's candle, right? So the swing low after taking out the higher time frame level is also being formed. So after seeing the Friday candle close back inside the range of Thursday's candle, that's when we can consider maybe this is a turning point in the market. Maybe a swing low is forming. And so understanding a swing low, this is when I was looking for the bullish move, yesterday's action, because the way that I view swing lows is that when the previous day high of candle number 2 is taken out, that's when I'm looking for expansion. So key things here are the higher time frame level. We engage the higher time frame level. Don't instantly become bullish on Thursday. When I become bullish is the close of Friday, because it looks like a swing low is forming. And then the time to actually execute that idea is here when we're displacing through the previous day high. So my idea of being bullish this week was for Monday. We got a beautiful move there. But then for today I was having a problem with being bullish because of this here. I was looking for this level to be the change in the state of delivery on the daily chart, right? So this is the down close candle that took out liquidity into a higher time frame level. So I was thinking that this is your bullish change in the state of delivery, and this would be a very telling location for me. So I did not have an extremely bullish bias this morning. Yes, I wanted to see continuation from yesterday's move, but I would have had more conviction if we had a clear candle closure above the change in the state of delivery, because then it gives me another higher time frame level to base all of my decisions off of, right? So this would have been my line in the sand for continuation higher. But so far, we're just getting an inside day, and I think the inside day is coming from SMT. So if you take a look at the daily candle on ES, you can see that ES actually took out the previous day high. So seeing that move lower here this morning kind of makes sense. Seeing that ES took out previous day high while NQ did not, a little sign of weakness there, understanding SMT. So, filling some of the gaps from yesterday's move higher makes sense. But now in terms of moving forward, now it comes back to aligning with some of the information you had said. If the gaps from yesterday can now act as an area of support, then I would think that we can continue that bullish idea higher. Whether it happens today, I'm not sure about that. The next thing that I wanted to go into is the shortened week. So we have Thanksgiving there on Thursday. The markets will be closed on Thanksgiving. We have Black Friday on Friday. So that'll also be a shortened session. I believe markets close there at 1 p.m. on that day, Eastern Standard Time. So the logic that I was going into there is the shortened week. Do we really have the momentum to be making a large move on a shortened week? That's the part that I'm still questioning here. I wouldn't exactly have a lot of conviction thinking that we're going to get another huge expansion higher. We might have gotten the move for the week is what I'm trying to say. We might consolidate here today and tomorrow. Maybe an inside day. That's what I'm going to be looking for. If we get today's inside day, then tomorrow I would be looking at either side of the range of the inside day. So that's what I have moving forward for today and tomorrow. The last portion that I wanted to hint on was back on the change in the state of delivery, again on the daily chart. If we were really bullish today, if we really thought we were going to get more continuation from yesterday's move, I would have wanted to see them leave this gap open. So heading into New York Open, we did have the potential of a bullish gap forming here. But at New York Open, we closed that gap. So that to me says if there's no gap, there's less momentum. If there is a gap and they leave that gap open, then I can sit here and think that there's bullish momentum and I can look for continuation higher. Since they did not leave that gap there, that's why I'm saying I think it might be a little lethargic. I think we might get an inside day. If we get an inside day, the way that I would approach that moving forward would be to see which side of the range of the inside day gets manipulated, then we can target the other side of the range. So that's what I have.
I agree to it.
Here. So we'll see what we get today. If we stay within the inside day bar, then tomorrow I'm going to see which side of the range gets manipulated to then target the other side of the range for an idea on the day.
I like how you're using contingencies. Like I like also how you're using like if this then that, which is how trading should work. But for me, like I said in my analysis, there's a possibility we go down to that volume imbalance. There's a possibility that we go down to that daily chart down here. But for me also, you look at the weekly, and a lot of people might ask, I cut risk a lot. And a lot of people are like, why are you cutting risk? Why are you cutting risk? Look at the week we had last week. Are we going to anticipate another week that size? Sometimes, but no. Especially not when we have a holiday and Black Friday. Not my thing. I'm not anticipating that. You look at the 4 hour and you can see that huge displacement, and this could be reaccumulation and then expansion again. There's also a reason to be like, we took buy side liquidity or sell side here. Now we're reversing. There's so many reasons to be bullish or bearish right now. And that is why I'm cutting risk. I'm still trusting my system towards the upside, but I'm disassociating myself from the markets. And when I do get into the markets, I'm cutting my risk because of that. I do think that it could be a lot slower for the rest of the day and the rest of the week because of the certain events that are happening. But like I said, for me as well, there's reasons to go bullish and bearish. You're seeing rejection on the longs here. You're seeing the inefficiency get canceled out. You see there's a gap down there. There's many reasons to anticipate that, but then there's also the same amount of reasons to the upside. And for me, that's a clear sign of one and done. You cut risk. You see if you can take your piece of the puzzle. It doesn't work, you get off. In days like this and in weak profiles like this, you need to change the way you're trading. And that hints back to my profile trading. It goes into weekly profiles. If you see that a week is going to be like this, you need to identify to change the way you trade from your original week trading to your cut risk one and dones. And those are all things that you adapt, just like the quarterback. Maybe you're playing the championship team and they're run heavy, like their defense is good at stopping runs, and you're a run team. So you're going to go into the game anticipating that you're going to change the way you're playing and you're going to start throwing more. This week has days where it's not going to be trading. This week has specific events. We still have the government shutdown that's correcting itself. These are things that we have to use to influence our trading, to change our trading, and adapt to our trading. That is why discretionary trading, that is why manual trading is better than AI trading, because we can do that. That's where our edge comes from, is being able to adapt into what is happening in the markets. So although my bias is bullish, you don't see me here trying to look for setups. Although my bias is bullish, you don't see me here being, why are we trading lower if it trades lower? Because I know why we're going to trade lower and I know why we're going to trade higher. And once I see one of those things start to play out, I'm going to catch the piece of the puzzle. That way I can capitalize on both movements. Even if my bias is wrong, I can take my other bias and I can capitalize both ways. So I agree with your bias as well. Same with mine. I think we go hand in hand pretty much.
So I like that you also pointed out the government shutdown there, specifically because it does look like you're resonating a bit with like ICT terminology. And I've been in the space for some time, and it seems as if like the ICT followers kind of have a viewpoint of everything's technical analysis, right? Everything outside of that is just noise. But you did point to the government shutdown there. So do you look at stuff outside of the chart to help you make your decisions? Is interest rates a thing for you? Is the shutdown a thing for you? Is tariff news a thing for you? Does that weigh on your decision making as well?
Well, I think that knowledge comes from people that learn a washed version of ICT, because no matter what you think the price action moves on with buying and selling pressure or technicals, whatever, go look on the charts and see what happened when there was tariff uncertainty. There's manual intervention every day. Not every day, sorry. There's manual intervention regardless of what happens. Now, I don't base my trading off of it, but I factor it, just like I factor the bonds. If bonds are the 30-year notes at 5%, I'm going to be cutting my risk because a potential correction could come very rapidly. I factor other things because I'm not just a video game player. I don't get on the charts and look for patterns and click my mouse and buttons, click in the button and get that boost of dopamine, because 90% of traders are video game players. I look at the statistics. I read the reason. We are trading the U.S. economy. We're not trading some video game. So yes, technicals are majority of my trading, and I'm not going to take a trade without the technicals. I can take a trade without the news, but I can't take a trade without the technicals. But if I see that the government shutdown is still correcting itself, if I see uncertainty in the markets, if I see that we're approaching holidays, if I see that the jobless claims or a bunch of things are coming out negative, I'm going to use that as an edge. I'm not going to factor my bias off of it, but I'm going to be like, okay, if we trade higher and this news came out bearish, there's obviously a decorrelation in the economy and the market, and that could potentially drive price lower. So I'm going to use some of the logic in the markets towards my actual trading, but I'm not going to fully depend on the news of the markets for my trading. So I think people that say that, oh, I don't listen to any economic news, they just didn't study trading properly. You have to listen to economic news because we're trading the economy. You don't need to listen to it to a teeth, though.
Amazing response. I just want to highlight the flexibility there, right? It's not like a closed off mindset of thinking there's one way or the highway. He is pointing to both sides of the argument and showing the pros and cons to each side of it. So I personally think that there is no right or wrong. It's just a matter of making money or losing money. But the flexibility and being able to adapt to the market is something that is very key. The market is forever changing. The tariff news was one whole thing. COVID was one whole thing. The different administrations was one whole thing. You do get different types of markets, and there's reasons for the economy. There's reasons for technical sides. You can point to many different reasons, and that's why I'm saying I think flexibility is probably the most important thing there. Like, for example, anybody that saw that 150% tariff day, the day that Trump announced that was almost a limit down day. And, pointing to anything else there, it's hard to even say that doesn't have an effect, on the market. So the people that are sitting there in the camp of, oh, everything's technicals, news is secondary. I would just challenge their thought process to, looking at both sides of the story instead of just being closed off to thinking that you have the answer. I'm very open to other perspectives. I don't think that the same comment I made earlier, I just don't think there's one size fits all when it comes to trading.
It comes down to trusting a system that has an edge and following it, managing your risk and executing. That's why you see profitable traders off of trend lines and flag patterns and head and shoulders. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I think there's other concepts that work better, but the reason why it works for them is because they have a system, they stick to it, they have an edge, and they capitalize off of it. So regardless of what you trade, it's not going to work if you don't work. And that's why I basically mainly what I preach is psychology, risk management, and discipline, becoming a better human, because like you said, trading is a mirror of yourself. I used to weigh 320 pounds. I didn't have a single payout when I weighed that much. I lost all that weight, and now I'm making a lot of money in the markets. And that just comes from the discipline factor of the same part of your brain using to tell yourself to put the cookie down is the same part of the brain that tells you to not chase your loss. It's all about your dopamine. And I have ADHD, so I study dopamine a lot because that's how my brain thrives. And everyone makes moves in their life based off of what triggers their dopamine. If someone thinks they're in the right in an argument, they're going to explain what boosts their dopamine of make them feel confident and right. When somebody wants to make a decision, they're going to make the decision on what infiltrates your dopamine in your brain, because that is the power of our brain. So when you can learn how to control your dopamine and not do things outside of the market that ruin it, then you can put all attention to it on the markets and be able to make decisions that don't require your emotions.
Wow, dude. First of all, congratulations on the health. I'm a huge believer in family and health. I speak about those being the top priority almost every stream, it feels like. So that's a huge W. Congratulations on that journey as well, because without health, all this knowledge and finances doesn't mean anything. So a huge W there.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I documented it all on my YouTube too. It was I remember recording myself. It's on my YouTube, me weighing 300 pounds saying, come study ICT 2022 mentorship with me. And I do a time lapse of it. And basically I just showed what it goes on in the day of the life of somebody that is now profitable and what they did before they were profitable. But I wouldn't be where I am without losing that weight, because it completely changed me as a person. And like I say, trading will change you completely. And everyone is an outcome of their environment and their experiences. And people ask, how do I know so much at 19? And I say, well, I've gone through a lot. So I know the experiences of stuff that some people don't go through until they're 30 years old. And you only know what you put yourself out there to know. You only will learn if you lose. That's why I say to everyone, losses are a gift in trading, because you have the opportunity to bounce back from it and you still learned. And the second you start to cherish your losses and you start to capitalize off of them and learn off of them is when you become profitable. Because for me, that downside of my life when I was overweight was a loss, a consistent loss, and a lesson. And to get past it, I learned an insane lesson of that. And that's why I am where I am today, is through every loss, there's a reason behind it and a teaching lesson behind it. And if you can learn to benefit off of every loss you take, that is how you become profitable. Now, Ash, I'm going to drift the conversation to you to talk for a second, because I'm going to switch my camera battery because it just died. But 30 seconds.
Yeah. Chat, we do only have another 9 minutes in here. So first thing I want to say is let's thank Ben for being here, because the amount of value he's sharing today is beyond appreciative. So I know I'm going to check out that. I want to go and take a look at that weight loss journey too, to be completely honest. I feel like that has got to be some phenomenal content. Do him a favor, go check out his channel. I would love to see some more of his content, some pure value today. So, but for the last 8 minutes, let's throw some questions in the chat. That way, if Ben has any advice that he would want to give to you guys, anything that he would like to hammer home in the last 8 minutes, throw some questions in chat. I'll let him go through any questions, see if he sees any valuable questions that we could go over for the last 8 minutes. That way we can go back and forth with chat for a couple minutes as well.
Yeah, you can have some chat. From YouTube or from YouTube, right?
Yeah, I'm over in the YouTube chat. I'm going to take a look myself.
You pick one for the first one.
So how important do you think community is when it comes to trading? I'll put my 2 cents in there and then let you respond as well. In my opinion, trading is a very lonely business. I think whether it's a community or a person or any form of accountability, I think you need to have some form of accountability, whether it's a community or, your family or a friend. As long as you have someone else, not exactly looking over your shoulder, but saying, hey, are we following our rules today? I think having an accountability partner is extremely valuable.
Yeah. Do you mind just repeating the question to me so I can answer that?
So how important do you think having a community is in day trading?
As in a community, as in like of people around you?
Yeah, whether you have a YouTube community or a Discord or Twitter, or do you have traders that you trade with every single day?
There's 2 types of communities. There's a community of an influencer, and that's to grow something outside of trading. But I'm going to talk about the community as in a trading group. You are the outcome of your environment. Now, I say that because there's 2 ways you can grow: by hanging around people better than you or being by yourself. And for me, being in a group is nice. I was in a group, but you have to make sure that you follow yourself and your own knowledge when you're in it, because it's easily to be infiltrated, your mind to get deceived by things, and make sure who you're listening to is telling the truth. Now, there's a lot of people out there that deceive other people. So it's very, very dangerous to be able to be in a group online. My old trading group was actually in person, and she used to actually do streams with MFF. Her name was I'm Back Test Jess. She's not public anymore, but she was a big person back then. And another guy named Nick. Those were my 2 in-person mentor, trader group people that we talk to every day. We'd share knowledge. We'd watch videos together. And that's just iron sharpens iron, right? That's being a person to pick someone else up and having that person to pick you up when you fall. And that's very important. But I feel like you also need to do it on your own. You can't be dependent on someone the whole time. And you grow the most when you're lonely by yourself, figuring out who you are, what you like, and how you work. So I think a balance in between both is important, but it's more important to be alone. And it sounds crazy, but it's more important to learn who you are by yourself.
Very good. So I have another one. How important do you think having a job during the journey of becoming a profitable trader? Is that important to have a main source of income while learning this trading business?
I'm going to go ahead and answer that very quickly because that is huge for me. I first started as washing dishes. I got my first payout washing dishes. That is so important to have a job, a part-time job. I recommend working as a waiter because you make good tips. It's at night. You can stream the AM session work the AM session. And it's really important because it gets the emotion away from you. You blow an account, you're like, it's okay. It's going to be fine. When you have emotions in the markets, you're dependent on it. And that's how you make rational decisions that will not play out properly. Now, to capitalize off of trading, to give it your full attention, this is where I'm talking from profitability to like retirement profitability, which is recently what I've just done. I got a job after dishwashing. I quit for 3 months because I quit too early after I got my first payout. I got ahead of myself, then lost all my accounts. That's something you shouldn't do. Stick to your job. Then I got a job in cybersecurity. I worked at a venture capitalist firm. I was in sales and I worked there for a year. Now for that was a full-time job and I started losing myself. So it's all about what you work in. I started losing myself because I couldn't trade. I didn't have time to work out. I couldn't do any of that. So for me, working a job is super important. But also, when I quit my full-time job, I made more money than I've ever had in my life. But that's full-time. So I recommend working something that helps you support your bills and stay comfortable, but it doesn't interfere with what you're trying to do. That's if you have the decision.
Yeah, I mean, very simple answer for me, very straightforward and quick. It takes money to make money, right? Like you can't start day trading if you have no money to use in day trading. So on my end of that question, get a job, keep a job, and until you become profitable to the point where trading makes 10 times more than that main source of income, keep working because, no exaggeration, it takes money to make money. So you have to have money to even participate in this business.
Yep. And I mean, we're approaching 9:30 now, so I don't really want to expand onto another topic because I love talking. But I just want to say I appreciate you guys having me up on here. I appreciate the platform to speak on. And I appreciate everyone that has watched throughout the whole stream. And congratulations to Maui for winning the giveaway. Yeah,
I want to take a moment to say thank you as well. We'll go ahead and hand the mic over to the next host after this. But Ben, I really appreciate your time. That was just pure value. I think everybody needs to go check out his channels because the conversation we had today just, shows the professionalism, shows the business that he's running. And I've seen some of the payouts myself. So if you're doing a great job, let's continue to keep working and learning every single week. Chat, if you could go ahead and throw a bunch of W's in chat, throw a bunch of hearts for Ben. Let's thank him for his time. And then I'll go ahead and hand the mic over to Barbie and Myth next. So stick around. The show is going to continue to keep on going. We'll go ahead and hand the mic over to Barbie and Myth.
Have a nice day, everyone. All the W's, guys. God bless. Take care.
And the charts go insane, legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and Nasdaq
Let's push it to the moon.
Let's go.
Good morning. How you doing over there?
Doing all right. Although I added major paper hands again today. That's theme of the week so far. What about you?
Oh, we didn't have paper hands today. We had let's blow it up hands.
Oh no.
So yeah, I lost a couple of accounts this morning, 2 to be exact, but we did pass 4 other ones. So can't be, that's how it goes.
Pretty good.
That's how it goes. We are currently long. We're a little late to the party, but that's all right.
It happens.
Looking for this push up. I think we can squeeze above 900s. Look for that daily gap fill up there. Retest that previous day close in the 960 area. So a little bit late to the trade, but we'll give it a go.
Well, my whole idea on ES was getting up to the 67, 20, 25 area. So that was achieved a while ago. And I was taking dogs out and dealing with kids. Come back and I'm trying to reset and do the next trade here. So I'm hoping we set up something new and fresh. We'll see.
How did I blow the accounts? Benji says, well, it's your classic bad trading. So basically, I took the first trade and I took my stop off. I had a stop at a certain level. And I was like, if it hits this level, we might go down. So I don't want to really hold the trade. And then when it came near the level, I took the stop off and I was like, I think I can work myself out of it. I literally said that. And then I added size too quickly on the pullback. Had I followed my rules, I broke the rules. I mean, it's just as simple as that. If I follow the rules and I add where I'm supposed to add and the correct sizing that I'm supposed to add, I would have worked out of the trade. But I did not, and it cost me the accounts. So, right, I went back after I blew the accounts and kind of reflected on it and saw where I made the mistake. So that's all. And I do trade the evals a little more aggressively than I do the fundeds, obviously, but
Naturally.
you still don't want to lose the accounts. So still don't want to lose the accounts. But
Well, I don't know about you. I tend to get more impatient with the evals the more I do them. Those first ones I was really patient on. Now I'm like, come on, we're not done with this yet. It's been 3 minutes.
yeah, I don't really, because I had traded that one for around a week, those 2
Okay.
accounts. And I was copy trading, and the copy trader was all over the place today. So yeah, Alex, I never hide anything. I always tell you if I blow them, if I get to a payout or whatever. Everyone sees all my trades. You see my accounts, the balances, and I don't hide anything. So that's the thing about me. I'm just like you guys. I'm just like every other person. I'm going to blow accounts. So nothing wrong with that. So,
I've been on my personal no eval challenge, which I think is going to end with these Black Friday sales.
yeah, it's a
So
good time to pick some up. I'm going to do the same. I got room for a couple of more accounts, just a couple, nothing crazy.
yeah.
So I am long. I'm looking for that 960 push, and I am going to short the 962 just for 10 points. So
But we
Yeah, there
just
were-
have the 1 day pass for those of us who are impatient.
yeah, for sure. So guys, when you get the likes up, or what are we doing today? Anything? I don't know. I didn't hear anything. Do you know anything, Barbie? Do you know?
What would I possibly know anything about?
I don't know. I didn't see anything.
I know Black Friday is a good time to be watching, really the whole week. There's a build up. I like it.
We are going to have a stream on Black Friday. We're not sure of the timing yet. I don't think they've announced that, but look for us on Black Friday, at least to some degree. I guess you'll be here. You going to be here, Barbie?
I'm trying to get the final word on all that. So the market is totally closed on Thursday for Thanksgiving, and then the market has a half day on Friday, which
1 Eastern.
you can get a few little hits in, and then go about your day. So there is something being planned for that day. I think we'll have some good little guest appearances that I'm looking forward to. Yeah, we'll see how long they're streaming and if we get to be included in that.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Who knows? Either way, we are kind of slowing down here. I kind of want to see us get above that 900 level. That would give me a bit of extra confidence in this trade. I am going to scale out there at 892 on one. That 15-minute break is up there at 882. That might be a better exit. I'm not sure. So we shall see. I'm going to hold this. Basically, if we lose the VWAP, I'll consider getting out. But until then, we're going to hold it. We pull back and test the 21 at the 30 level, and then we re-breach the high. We'll consider adding. So that's kind of where we're at. I am up $200 on this account here. I did purchase a new one, and we found a few spots on it for a couple of $100. So.
How are you finding stuff up at these highs, though? That's what I always struggle with. So especially on NASDAQ. I was actually trading NASDAQ earlier, too, because it made a bigger move down. So ES started picking up sooner, and that's why I kind of got into NASDAQ on that one. But then we've come up to the highs now twice, and we're just hanging around there.
Well, I'll kind of show you what I was looking at. So we have a small gap here. You can see we traded back into. We swept this wick, so we grabbed a little liquidity. I'll delete that. But we grabbed some liquidity here. And after grabbing the liquidity, we kind of chopped around. But then we inversed this gap on the way back up. And so my thought process there is typically you think we just go to this high. But I really think that gives me the idea that we're probably going to push up into the 960. So, and also we have a nice little trend line going here, right? If we just kind of step back.
Yeah, the trend line's been pretty obvious. I like that.
So that's my thought process there. I am a little late to the game. Like I said, I probably should have been long a little earlier, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind it.
I've been struggling with that a little bit too, because I think having this strong hold over the 6720, I mean, we really, on ES, we pretty clearly broke over 6720 and then retested and held it. My target up there is 6750. But there's a reverse risk to reward in that range right now. So
let's see if we can get this squeeze here. I do think if we get above the 15-minute range here, this will be a nice opportunity for a squeeze up. Again, we got that interest up higher, so that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I mean, I can see it. I just don't like the entry here. That's what I was struggling with. But yeah,
like I said, I do feel like I'm late to the entry, late to the party, but that's okay.
Anubis was asking if I tried trading a different strategy before the orb. Yeah. My main trading has nothing to do with the opening range. I do think the opening range breakout trade is a really good mechanical trade. So I always think of how I can improve my trade. I always have little drills. Like right now I'm on my no eval challenge that will be breaking at some point this week. But I always have some little thing, because you can always find some little weakness in your strategies. So the way that I was looking at the orb to kind of fill a hole in my trading is all of my strategies are based on things that are going to happen at support and resistance. And so I'm always waiting for all these different levels. They can get frustrating, especially in the morning session. You're really wanting to push the button. So you always have to work on that patience too. So the opening range breakout trade helps you wait in the morning. You have to be patient and wait for those levels to set up. And then it's really mechanical. So even if you're not on your A game and picking up all of the best little trades that you have in your playbook, your normal little setups, the opening range breakout is mechanical. So it doesn't depend on your mental ability so much. It's just either it's going to happen or it's not. And it's not that I trust the trade. I don't ever trust anything. It's the market. Anything can happen. But what I do is I can back test it and get the statistics, and then I can trust the numbers and the math. I like numbers and math. How are you doing on this trade here? Well, I'm jabbering.
About to take my first profit. I moved it down to the 15-minute break at 81.75, my first target.
A whole bunch of buyers come on ES here too. I like that.
Yeah, we're about to hit it if we can just pop it there. So But yeah, I'm glad you kind of said that about the back testing, because like some people like back testing, some people don't. I like to back test every strategy because I want to know the percentages, right? I want to know like, okay, how often does this trade win? How often does this trade lose? What type of target should I be going for? Where should my stop be? Those sort of things. And that's what backtesting gives you. It's not so much trusting the trade or believing in the trade, but you can play on the percentages and knowing where to place the stop, where to take your profit, those sort of things. Those are the reasons why I backtest. And that kind of works for me. So I know some people hate backtesting. They're like, oh, it's not the same because it's not live market data. Well,
It's not the same, but there are a lot of things you can get out of it. It's not, so there's practicing executions, and that's what's not the same about it. But when you're seeing how a trade works, that is kind of where you get all that.
Yeah.
And also, if you go manually backtest, and I've manually backtested the orb strategies, when you go back and manually backtest that, you come up with all of these little nuances that you didn't think about. So you have your rules, 1, 2, 3, and 4 have to happen in order to get the entry. But then when the actual live market happens, things come up that you didn't really think about planning for.
Exactly.
And that's what the back testing can help you work out. It's like, oh, okay, well then I need to add this other if then.
And I always say, like, so when I implement a new strategy or when I'm trying one live on a forward test, it's going to fail that first day. It always does for whatever reason. It just fails.
Murphy's Law of trading.
Yeah. So I hit my first target there at 82, 30 points. Let's go.
I think we can. Here we go. I think we can keep going now.
If we can squeeze above 900 here, I'm going to put the stop into break even.
Ooh.
So, and I'm going to look for that run into the 958s. So look for that previous day close, gap fill, daily gap fill up there.
I think we're going to run into some orders up here at 45, of course. Yes.
Just got to get above this 15-minute opening range and we can squeeze.
Yeah, I think they're going for 67.50. You just got to run into some babies that don't want the paper hands. We got to get the paper hands filled first.
Yeah, that's me. That's me sometimes. We join that club sometimes.
That's me this whole week. But honestly, holiday weeks make me want to trade smaller. It gets a little weird sometimes.
Well, that's why I didn't trade my funded accounts. I took my funded trades overnight. I'm up $126 on all my funded accounts. So I had a really good overnight session.
Nice.
And then, so I smoked a couple of evals, but at the end of the day, we kept the we would say the most important accounts in check there. So
when you're watching, I guess you're watching like a 1 minute. Are you watching a 1 minute chart overnight, or do you?
I trade the 2 minute.
The 2 minute. So you're still watching those. You don't get too bored watching those. It's not too slow.
Well, it's very slow, but what's the idea of the overnight session? Why do you guys think I'm trading my funded accounts in the overnight session? I'll tell you, very difficult. It's very difficult for me to get in a lot of trouble with 1 to 2 micros in a typical overnight session where the range is 150, 200 points. And most overnight sessions, you got some chop to some degree. So you can trade the chop. You can trade it with 1 micro, especially if you're looking for 10, 15 points each trade. It gives you opportunities to kind of, work your way in, work your way out. You don't have to worry about the speed of kind of the New York session. So I like the overnight session for that reason. So that's why I trade it. So it's something I just recently kind of switched over to.
See, I don't trade that session very much, so I'm curious. I know we've got Steven in the evenings who trades it a little bit later. Do you like that open time, or is it that whole evening?
Like 6 to 8:30. Anything past 8:30, you're really going to be watching paint dry. Last night, we had a very, very tight range for the first hour. It was around like 35 points. It was pretty bad, but then we started getting a little expansion. And I was able to find some spots, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things I'm very comfortable trading it. So that's what I've been doing. So and I'm only looking for $50. Like when you think about a single micro trade for $50, that's either 2 15-point trades or, 2 10-pointers and a 5. It's not very many points that you're looking for there. So we are getting a pullback here. If I do get another setup, I will take it. I will add. So it's retesting my entry there. I can effectively lose 30 points on this trade and it would still be break even since we took that 30-point scale off there at the 82 area. So if we kind of test the 21 here like we're doing, and then I really would like to see a consolidation candle after this. Kind of hang around the 60 area, and then maybe we can get long another add above the 60. If it just pushes back through the high here, I will not add. I need a little consolidation. So, and again, if we lose VWAP, then we'll just get out. So it's kind of the idea. And, you know, people were, you know, the other day, they're like, oh, when do you decide when you're going for just 10-point scalps versus a bigger trade? Well, here we go. You can see we're going for a bigger trade today because I believe in that area up above. So that's why I'm doing that. So
Believe in it.
I believe that we're going to test it. Now, I may not test it right now when I want it to, you know, but that's just trading, right?
Yeah, got to get in at the right time. That's always that key thing.
So if we can consolidate here and print kind of an inside candle here, that would be best. And then we can take an add on the break of the high. Again, if we don't and we just push up, either way is fine. Then obviously there'd be no add here. So we'll just kind of see what happens. The volley bear, gotta add your belief too. Let's go. So. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I really want to see this hold above the 50s here. It'll be nice. I mean, it doesn't have to, but if it does, it would be nice.
It would be nice.
I know you're like, let's pull back so I can get an entry.
We keep having the same problem at this spot where the market has made a really nice run, and then we're like, okay, now what?
Just kind of get stuck. Doesn't want to do anything. So it's kind of doing what I was talking about, consolidating here. Like I said, that's kind of what we're looking for. And then what we'll do is we'll put an add for the break of the high of this candle if we get it. So if this candle closes here, I'll put an add for the break of that. 3 seconds. And what I'll do is I'll take the add off at the high. And the stop on the add will be below the wick here. So that's what, it's like 25 points. So let's see what we get. Again, we'll take it up to the high there. If we get tagged in on the ad here. And if it doesn't work, you guys know who I'm blaming, not myself. It's never myself.
It's the market. The market was personally targeting your orders.
It saw me. It was watching me. Let's hit those like buttons, guys. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Let's get it in there. Let's make it happen. We got 335 likes. Let's get it up to 400. Let's get the subscriptions going. We do appreciate it. We got 1 minute here until 11:50, so we may see a little action there. 45 seconds left on this candle. I mean, if this candle prints kind of where it's at, we could use it for the ad too, but I think I will. I'm not sure I will. We shall see. And again, if we lose the VWAP, we'll just be out. We'll be out.
Yeah, does this have a Tom Sabo guarantee, or are we getting ripped off here?
Yeah, let me call Tom right quick. Let me see what the guarantee is going to be. Reach out to Tom. Tom will
I need
say
a stable guarantee personally.
the market will go to right. It will go to the right. That's all he'll say. I'm going to keep the ad where it is. I'm not going to add at the top of this candle. I could theoretically add there, but I'm not going to. All right, we're tagged in. Let's see if this thing can squeeze. Now, we did leave a bearish gap here, but I'm thinking that we're bullish and we should squeeze through there. That's a really nice candle.
Yeah, I like this one.
See if it can take us out at the high up there at the 89s.
We need, one more point on ES, and then I think it can fly.
She can fly. All right, I need you to start singing I Believe I Can Fly.
We don't sing on this segment.
Do I look at tick charts? No, I don't. No tick charts for me. I've used tick charts before, though. I used to have a strategy on the tick charts, but I don't use it that often anymore. Not that often. I don't think you know the song I Believe I Can Fly. That's the problem. Do you know that song?
No.
Oh.
I know no songs
You
if they're
should.
asking me to sing.
You know that song. Gabriel knows that song, see? Oh, goodness. That was a great song back in the day. Who sung that song? Anybody know? Who sung that song? Is that person still around? I'm not sure. Turn on Matt's fan so it'll blow it up. R. Kelly? Was it R. Kelly? He's still around, right?
I think so.
I bet some of you guys could guess his exact location right now. So, not too many celebrities you can do that with, right? Oh, goodness. There we go. Target number
Get it?
2.
Oh, there. Yeah.
1, 2. I don't know what we call that. What do we call that? And then also we do have a data wick up there from 8:30 this morning at 9:58. That's my target. The data wick. Let's go. That's right. That's how we do's it.
You all out?
No, I'm not out. I'm still running.
Not out? Oh, wow. Did you? So you trailed?
I'm holding for 9:58. No, I added. That was my ad.
Oh, okay.
That's my.
I got behind there. I was looking at ES a little bit.
Got out on my ad. If we breach 900 here, I'll move the stop into break even. So
Almost there.
we got that Tom Sabo guarantee up there at 9:58.
Okay.
He didn't say that, but we're just going to say that. So, hey, I like
as long as it's a Tom Sabo guarantee, it doesn't matter where it comes from, right?
That's right. It could come from the chat. It could come from, a design that he shaved in his back hair. It could come from anywhere. That's how he gives out the best guarantees from his back hair.
Did you get it? Yes, got it.
I'm still squeezing here. I'm looking for 958. We're at 901.
Man, I scalped that again and paper handed the heck out of it.
We're going for 100-pointer here.
That's going to be my next goal is not jumping out early again.
The back hair signal is the most reliable. It is. It is.
Now, I swear these holiday weeks get me jumpy. How are you holding trades on holiday week?
It's just a micro. So
I say you got to size down, huh? Size down on holiday week.
Yeah. So no, the best Tom Sabo guarantees are tattoos. When he gets it tattooed on him, then you know it's real. So
yeah, I did grab the bottom of that. I just paper handed the heck out of the bottom of it.
Well, it's all good. If you took a win, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. I got 3 quick wins in, and I was like, wait, I don't think I should do anything else.
Tom Sabo said he was starting a business that he couldn't talk about. Ooh, interesting.
That's for super premium subscribers.
Super premium. You got to be in there.
I get to beta test that.
You got to be in there. I'm taking my son on a senior trip. He wants to go to Europe, so we'll probably visit Tom's area while we're there. So
pics or it didn't happen.
We will. We'll take some photos. You think it's not a lawn care service? I mean, that's probably in the clubhouse leading right now, the lawn care service. All right, do I move the stop to break even? I said if we broke 900, I would.
We're not holding 900.
Well, if we can hold 890s, then, I mean, we could even pull back into the 875, but I don't think we will. But we could. So
Oh, about to get that 67.50.
we're gonna visit, like, I don't know if it'll be London. I'm not sure where. We haven't locked down the actual locations yet, but somewhere. If you can't get Ash's piano, you must get Barbie's guitar. Barbie said for the right price, she will ship that guitar to you. I'm just making that up, but I mean, it could be true.
There's always a price, right?
Yeah, there's a price for everything.
They wanted me to give it away the other day. That's not going to happen.
So I've
I like
heard
that
stories. I've heard stories of Tom Sabo mailing out his bathwater. Okay. I've heard stories.
That's what I do.
Oh, goodness. I don't know what he asked for that bathwater. No matter what it is, it's underpriced. You know what I mean? He's selling it too cheap. That's for sure.
Uh-oh. Are we buying already? We're at the highs.
Max is barking.
He wants to buy at 67.50?
I don't know. He's telling us something. He said, we are going to the moon. Do I short the previous day close? Would that be insane? Like, take profit at 958 and then short the 962. That is my level that I like to short. Max at full port.
Previous day close. We are so far off of ES today.
Yeah.
ES left that in the dust.
We're up 50 points here. All right, I'm going to move the stop in, guys. I don't want to freak you guys out with not having the stop in.
You're freaking me out.
You know, let's put the stop in. We could probably lock in some points here too, but I'm not gonna. We're going to wait. We'll probably lock in some points as we kind of get above the 30s. How many likes for giveaways? I don't know if we have giveaways today. I haven't been told. I haven't been informed.
We've got one. We've got
Do we?
one.
Okay, one giveaway we got. So let's get to 400 likes.
It's
We're
a
only
good
at-
one though.
We're only at 340.
Yeah, let's get going because this is a good one. It's a 150K Pro.
Nice. Let's go. That's a really good one.
Yeah, it's a highly valuable account.
I will
So
probably. Go ahead.
I want someone who can get payouts from it.
I will probably be going to the Chick-fil-A today, juice bag. Probably. I'm pretty hungry. Don't talk about it yet, though, because you're going to make me hungry while I'm trading. All right, we got the top of the hour in 1 minute 43 seconds. Let's see. Can that take us to the moon here? Can we moonshot?
I hope so for your runner since mine are gone, long gone.
Barbie's got to break out the diamond hands from now on. The diamond hands.
I usually have a runner. I've been kind of playing with this new entry instead of using my traditional bracket where I'm doing things more manually, and I keep closing too early.
Yeah, the egg diet is done. Float spa, Mandy. It only yielded like 3 pounds in a week. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. I didn't work out or anything, to be fair. I think I only went to the gym like once, maybe twice. What's the purpose of that indicator? What indicator? Yeah, tell me which one. I've got opening range indicators on here, 3 of them. I have the white line is the 50 EMA, the purple line's the 200, the red line's the 21, the blue line's the 9, and the yellow line is the VWAP. These little lines here are pivot points, and these darker colored lines that are just straight across, these are just range lines. I could tell you what they are. So the yellow range lines, this is the 15-minute candle between 9 a.m. and 9:15. The white line is the 15-minute opening range between 9:30 and 9:45. And then that's also the same one for the hourly. And then this one's for the hourly. Or I'm sorry. The hourly down here is blue, the 15-minute screen. Yeah, it's confusing for you guys, but I've been using it for so long that I just I know what everything is there.
There it goes. They had a big order sitting there, 67.50. They just got through it.
Right at the top of the hour, too. Let's pop it.
Someone else just bought there too. Wow. They're going to try to trap them, but I don't know. We'll see. See if they can.
And I
trap
don't
'em or not.
like that wick right there. ES
Yeah,
almost
they're trying to
tested.
trap them.
Yeah, almost tested that 55. Let's get another push through here. We're going to have a pretty sweet deal for Black Friday. Indeed, indeed. Be here, be there, or be square, or something like that. R. Kelly's in federal prison, JC Trades? You don't say. I think JC Trades is behind. Hit the live button, JC Trades. We're also going to have a deal for Cyber Monday, Darkwind. We are.
So, these deals always have different things on them right now. So if you like the 1 day to pass, I would get that now. Because I have a feeling it's going to be different for the next deals. That's the way they usually do it. So if you're into 1 day pass, I don't know if they're going to keep it past all these. Just
Sharka, we don't know if we're going to have the same schedule for Friday yet or not. We will be streaming. We know that. So.
I don't think it's going to be the same schedule because then we would be streaming past the market.
Yeah.
So it is going to be different.
There'll be something going on, though. You'll just have to jump in and check us. So you'll have to jump in on that day and see what the deal is. You still get turkey in jail? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, who really likes turkey?
I like turkey.
Let's start a war over here. Who really likes turkey? I mean, ham is far superior, right?
Okay, so we're doing both. Why not? On Thursday, we're doing both. But I got a smoked turkey.
Yeah, I always do ham. I love ham. A good old honey baked ham. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, we're doing smoked turkey, honey baked ham, and then I'm working on carbs. Don't worry, there's gonna be carbs.
I'm not a fan of turkey. I tend to avoid it. But ham, a good ham sandwich, a next day ham sandwich, or some deviled eggs. Oh yeah, looking forward to those things. Let's go. You thought Barbie's vegan? I mean, she lives in Texas. So it must be kind of hard.
That would be really hard.
Most Texans aren't vegan. I mean, maybe I'm generalizing there. I don't know.
What about me looks vegan? Now I'm curious. What about this? Screams vegan.
Inside buys, Grim. It's the same thing that Pine Tree does. I just take the first 5-minute inside bar on the 5-minute chart. So if you looked at today's inside bar, it paid really nice. It occurred at 9:35 on the 5-minute chart, and it paid, I mean, like 200 points. But it did lose yesterday and Friday. So, they win, they lose. You just got to take them as they go. So, yeah. Austin is great for vegan stuff, though. I have no idea. I went to Austin, and I don't know.
That's why I don't live in Austin. I don't associate with those dudes.
Yeah. I went to Austin, and it was a nice place. I enjoyed it. Like some cities you go to, you don't feel safe. You know what I'm saying? If you get the drift there. But Austin wasn't one of those places. I felt completely safe. So,
it's just a bit culturally different than Texas. Austin is a culture and Texas is a culture. They're not the same.
There's a couple of cities that I've been to in my life where I didn't feel the safest. I probably would just keep those to myself.
Yeah, but that's a good point because I do talk about the barbecue crawls and I complain that they just shut down the nearest one that's like that we can't go far today and they closed that one down. Here's the most sexist thing. They closed down my barbecue joint because the pit master is going to be full-time supporting his daughter's rodeo career.
Let's go.
Can't make that up.
She likes she's he's doing what's right for the kids.
Yeah, he's gonna be full-time rodeo dad instead of like 5th generation barbecue pit master.
What's your personal routine for reviewing losses? How do you keep it into turning into self-beating or denial? They're asking you that, bull Barbie.
It's just a trade, man. It doesn't mean I'm stupid because I lose a trade. The thing, and that helps a lot. It all goes back to patience and planning the trade and trading the plan, all that kind of stuff. But when you do that, it's just a trade. And so it's either you win or you lose. If you're just pushing the button like, oh, I think this is going to go up, I'm going to push the button, and then it goes the other way, that would be a really crappy loss that I would have a hard time to deal with. But when you stick to the plan the plan is there for a reason, and it's based off of numbers and strategies and things already. So it starts at the beginning. I've always said if you want to make money on real estate, you got to make money buying it, not selling it. You want to get it for the very best price so you have room when you sell it. And it's the same thing, when you're trading. You want to get all your patience and your planning done at the beginning, and then all of the rest of that will come together a lot easier.
All right, we're coming into the target area, guys, 20 points away. Looking for that 100-point banger.
Have you been in this for 100 points?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Probably gonna get a little resistance up here in that 950 area. You have to take a little bit of a pullback. Buy high, sell low. I do. I teach that every day, Roll. If you just watch. Buy high, sell low. I do it all the time. I do.
That is what the orb trade is, though. So that's why I give that trade a lot of crap a lot of the times. But
it kind of is sometimes. It just depends. So is Black Friday deal being announced today? No. Look for it on the morning
Black Friday
show on Black Friday. I would assume that's where it'll be announced first. So how do you handle long periods of boredom when the market isn't giving you good setups? You listen to music. Guy. Yeah, you watch another stream. You watch MyFundedFutures TV, whatever the case may be. Give you a little bit of entertainment, but don't let it distract you. If somebody that you're distracted easily, don't do it. So don't do it. We didn't quite hit that 50 level, but ES did tap 55 there.
I think NASDAQ could come back down to this 20 level, 920.
Yeah, that's where
see
it's
if we get that. That's about the 750 level on ES.
Let's see if we can't rip it. Yeah, I normally would short that 962.50 level for 10 points. Would it be strange if I set a short order there for 10 points?
I don't know. I think I think where it rejected, we're still gonna have some pressure up there.
I might consider a short up there. I'm thinking about just setting a little order there.
Where's 50? So 50 is also the value area high right now, right? I believe so.
I am going to lock in a little bit of profit here. I want to lock in 30. What is that? No, it's 25 points.
That's fair. We'll allow it.
We'll lock in 25 points.
Realized gains are my favorite.
That way, if it retests that 15-minute opening range, I really don't want to see it below 890 again if it does have any type of pullback.
Cartoon Futures, I'm going off of what I have been told, which is that there will be a special stream on Friday morning. Hopefully I'm not wrong.
Right.
Sometimes different departments don't always have the special news. So it's not going to be a regular stream. So that might be what the...
Guys, let's get to 400 likes so we can do the giveaway here. We're at 359.
It's so close. We got to do it.
Yeah, just keep pushing the button here.
More button push. Group project.
And then everybody type squeeze in the chat because we need a squeeze.
Wait, I need something to squeeze.
Let's get this squeeze going.
I'll get the big one. It was the easiest one to find.
Squeeze it. Get us to the target.
Squeeze.
Tell Tom Sabo to buy 1 micro long and we'll just go straight to the target. He'll move the market. Anaconda squeeze. Let's go. There we go.
Yeah, we got to push past that high, I think, to get your target up there. I think there's a lot of orders sitting at that high right now, at least on NAS.
She's squeeze. It's working, guys. It's working.
We have to keep squeezing.
We got to keep it up. Rip it.
There they are, the 4250s. 42 area up there. Oop, I saw some people buying up there too. They're buying ES up there.
They like it.
Yeah, we might get your push here. Let's go.
You're gonna call Trump and tell him to pump it up? Let's go. Get on the phone, Grim. Call the market makers.
Send in the good picks.
Whip out your flip phone and call the market makers. And say, we need the 960s.
Okay, where do we think this is going for real, though?
I think 973 is the gap fill. That's the new day opening gap.
Okay, yeah.
And if if we can close above the 4 hour, if we can inverse that 4 hour, what at 2 o'clock, that's up there at 25,060. Then I think we just go up for the rest of the day. But if we reject that again, we could come back down. We'll see.
I have something marked here at 86. Is that a weekly low? That must be our weekly high.
Squeeze is such a strange word if you really think about it. No, I think that word you're thinking about is moist. A lot of people don't like that word. I'm not sure why.
Someone's going to be triggered now.
Need 25 more likes. Do we? I see. Let me see where we're at.
He does have multiple candle colors. They're asking about your candle colors.
Yeah, the white prints are just inside bars. I don't use those for anything. I leave them on there because I like to see them on the 5-minute chart when I switch over to the 5-minute chart. So that's why I leave it on there. Moist haters are attention seekers. Could be. Oh, this next push here, I want to see that. I want to see a nice expansion candle here. Give it to us. Give it to us.
I mean, I wouldn't be shorting this yet. That's what I was trying to figure out, like where the short spot is. And I think it is up there where I was looking at 85. You were looking at 73. I think it's up there in
962 was being an area that I would look for I mean, we have a pivot there. We have a data wick there, and we have the previous day close there. So 3 reasons to think
62 is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we get a reaction off that level. I don't think I'm going to take it since I'm in 100-point long here, but
Yeah.
you know, that would be an area where I would normally be taking looking for a short there. The winning percentage on that short is about 65% for a 10-point stop, 10-point take profit.
I think we're looking good to get, well, that's not too far away, but the 6760 to get tested up there.
Yeah, I agree. I got a pivot point up there at the 60s as well on the ES. So I think that before we get to 60, we should hit our target here. So about 67%. That's right, Juice Bag. That's right. So Zachariah Branch did the 6-7 celebration at the Georgia game this weekend. It was kind of funny.
The teachers at my kids' school did a whole production for the 67th day of school. They all dressed up like 6-7 weirdos, which I think is great for trolling the kids.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. That works out. That checks out. All right, we're at 375, guys. We need 400 likes. Keep pressing the button. Get it on there. Get the likes for us. I am tempted to lock in more here because we're so close to the target, but at the same time.
Yeah, you don't want to be a dick for a tick. We are getting close.
Yeah.
I think we're within 5 ES points.
I think we get an expansion here. Let's push it right through the 50. Let's push it right through there. Get the squeeze going. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Of course, it's going to hold up right there.
Yeah, there's a big seller just showed up at 950.
That's rude.
It was very rude. You must have been watching and wanting to screw with your trade here.
Yeah, he's like, I see Methodical Man selling at 58. Let me go ahead and just put my level at 50, you know, just to give him a little shaking around. So, but if we can absorb that seller, we could wick right through there. Let's see. Didn't quite get to the 50 yet. Squeeze. Get through there. SPY's going to stall here. There's 50, so we're pushing it. Did NASDAQ hit it too? NQ did hit it too, 52.75.
Yeah.
So getting a little pullback there. A little bit of a pullback.
I think if they hold the 940s, you can still get it.
This next push through should go now.
Yeah, I mean, we're within 3 points of the ES target now.
Rip it.
That should be about there. Let's go. What was that, like 12 points on NAS?
I'm trying to get the 100 pointer.
Squeeze.
For the stream. Oh, it's not doing it. Rude. It's going to mess with me. It said no,
hold.
Not yet. Oh
Now
goodness.
squeeze.
Now this next one.
Where's the
This next
dog?
push
Get
should
that
get it.
dog to bark.
Maxie, we need you to bark. What are you doing? He said, I don't bark on demand. I bark when I want to bark. Maybe I can like tap on the desk or something like this. Like he'll think it's like
I
somebody
used
hitting the
to
wall.
swirl the mouse. It had to be counterclockwise where I wanted it to go. Little circle. That was the magic.
But you can see how we're kind of grinding towards this level. This plays into my idea that a decent short will be at 962, at least for some points, because we're not blasting straight into this level. We're kind of grinding into it.
Oh gosh, they're struggling.
So I still think that's a good level to pick up some points.
Yeah, I think if you weren't in this long, you'd be trying to short this up here.
Yeah, it came 3 points from my take profit there. And now it's pulling back. That's quite rude. Quite rude. We wanted the 100 points. We were going for glory.
That's been the NASDAQ theme, though.
I'm telling you, every single time. I should have front run that level, I guess, but then it wouldn't have been 100 points. So it wouldn't have been the 100 points.
Holy Diddy candle. Oh, y'all are crazy.
All right, I'm going to lock in a little more here. I'm not going to be completely unreasonable. Let's go, man, 50 points is still going to be a little closer than I'd like. But we'll lock in 50 points here. We're not going to be unreasonable. I do think that there's a chance it could pull back a little further, but if we retest the 50 here, we should 100% get through there. Max did just make a little woof. I don't know if you heard it. He said, woof.
Oh, there it go. There it went. He at least got us a few ticks.
Yeah, we're ripping now.
A little louder, a little louder.
We need a bark, Max. We need to look out the window. What do you see, a squirrel?
There's got to be something out there.
He's like, I'll bark at a squirrel. I'll bark at a deer. I don't really care. That's a really great candle there off that 9 EMA on the 2-minute. Really great candle. Let's see if it can squeeze. Above 50, I think we hit the target here.
16 likes more and only like 16 ticks too, huh? Let's see if we can get it at the same time.
Somewhere in there. 16, 17 likes. 17. Squirrel scared, man. He's trying to enjoy his lunch. Oh, come on. We're going to build out a bull flag up here probably. And then break out of it. Hopefully it doesn't stop me out, though. We're trying to hold for glory here. This is the difficulty.
It is getting very dangerous up here, but it's because we're so close.
Yeah, this is the difficulty in trying to hold to a target. You know, it comes within 3 points and then just pulls back.
And then it wants to break all the hearts.
So it's punishing anybody who chased is what it's doing. We talk about that all the time. So we have the intro song roll when we come on. That's when it comes on. Let's go. Put it on Apple Music. We got to get Barbie to sing it. All right, here we go. This has got to be the candle.
We need to do a duet.
Oh.
Here we go.
Rip it.
High.
Rip it.
Squeeze.
Ding, 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 ding. 100 points.
Are you out? Let's go.
Now let's watch the short here. I'm curious if we're going to get that reaction off 962. There's the touch. So you would need 952. 952.50. And the stop would be 972. I'm curious. Obviously, I'm not taking it. But
there is that one kind of last spot up there. And then ES still has that old gap up there all the way up at 66, 67.
Yeah, you got the gap fill up there at 73. But even with that gap fill up there with this play, usually has a reaction. So let's see here.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the data wick and I'm going to move it.
I would want stopped.
Yeah, me too. That is scary when it's like that. All right, it would have stopped me out, so it's a good no take. It would have stopped me out.
Well, let's celebrate the 100. Should we get some 100s in chat and pick someone who types 100 to get the account today?
Drop the 100s in there.
Let's get some 100s for the 100 points. Who's picking, me or you?
You go ahead and pick. We're up $501 on that account, trading 2 micros. Let's
go.
So we blew a couple of them, but we got one up $500. We'll take it.
Oh, wow. Now they're going really, really, really fast. Okay. I'm doing eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This was...
Mo?
No, it was Colt Trester?
Yeah, Colt Treester.
Treester, okay.
Colt Treester, 1634. Congratulations. You're the winner of 150K pro account.
Pro. Yeah.
Nice job. Congrats. Don't blow it, says It's the Crypt.
So watch out. So they should have a claim process come into chat for you.
Man, look how it expands as soon as it finally hits my target.
Yep, that's how it goes.
Why didn't I hold? Why didn't you guys tell me? 730 was your entry? Let's go. Nice job.
Well,
yeah,
I told you I was looking for 86 up there. 986.
Yeah. I mean, I like the overnight high as well. I don't know. I thought we would get a little bit of it. I'm glad I didn't take that because it would have been a loser. But that is a trade that I normally would take.
I think that's also our weekly high. Well, no. Let's see. Where are we? Yes, the weekly high. I don't know. This is on my new computer. I don't have all my levels marked out right.
So what I'm looking at
done by next week.
What I'm looking at here, guys, if you look at the 4 hour, if we can close above 25,060 by 2 p.m., which is when the new 4 hour candle closes or opens. So if this candle can close above here, then I think we're going into the 360s.
We're gonna break a structure up there, right?
Yeah, I would be bullish all the way up into the mid threes. So now if we push up here and we don't close above 25,060 by 2 o'clock, then that might be the idea that we might be moving lower, especially with this huge wick on the bottom of this candle here. I mean, it just looks very bullish. So
we do have some pretty clear structure on both the 1 hour and the 4 hour.
Yeah.
That's definitely worth watching. We have it on ES too. That's why I wanted to go see how clear it was. It's looking pretty clear.
So we'll see if it wants to keep going.
Oh, look at that push. Holy cow. Okay. The other level that I have up here is the ES 66, 67.
I have 67, 64, which we just tapped. So.
Well, 67, 66 to 67, 67.
But after a 100-point trade, you just walk away. No need to do anything else. No need.
Now you just watch it. Now you just watch and enjoy.
We just see what happens.
We're just here for the show now.
That's right. Why didn't I target 995? Because the previous day close, we had a data wick in the previous day close. Just when you have levels of interest here that are all kind of right here gathered together, I'd rather just take the first one. Right.
That's that also 2,500 there. And we've been watching NASDAQ be a D for a tick a lot and just hit 25,000.
Yeah. I'd rather just take the first level. It doesn't mean that it can't go higher. It just means that, and again, we talk about this. I don't need the whole move. I just need a piece of the move. Right. That's all.
That is the hard part when you're like trying to chase the highs and buy highs like this. If you don't have a really patient entry and you can get really psyched out of waiting.
Well, think about
these days hard.
I mean, think about how I managed that trade. I'll pull up my executions right quick so you can actually see. Where's it? Trades. So I entered this trade right here with 2 micros. Okay. And I scaled one off there. Well, then it pulled back, gave me a second entry. And so I added another one, took the second one off at the high. So I was in this trade really for 3 micros total, right? And then we let the runner run. So, it's just one of those things. Like it gave me a second entry. I was able to add to it. I didn't love my first entry because, like I said, the stop on it was kind of wide and I really didn't know where to put the stop. So I just used the VWAP as kind of a mental stop. But then we got a second setup. Once we got that second setup, now I have a realistic area to where I can put my stop. And, that kind of gave me the confidence to add into that trade. So to the moon, 25,009. Let's go.
Yeah, I was just looking. We got new high on ES here too. New high for the week, new high for the day.
This thing is just running. Just running.
This thing's well fueled right now.
Oh, did we ever hit 400 likes?
I decided we hit your trade, so it counted.
Guys, we still need the 400 likes if you could help us out.
I got excited.
It's okay.
I
was just
it's 7 more. 7 more.
I was just curious if we hit it or not because I didn't see it.
I forgot to look. I always have to refresh. It doesn't update for me.
Mine too. Frequently smash the like twice. Let's go. Yeah, you guys can hit it in your alt account, or you can call your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your lover, your, I don't know, mistress. What do they call that?
It's a good excuse to look at your, that other phone that you want to. Like, I just have to go log on real quick to this.
Yeah. The dollar fair value gap got penetrated. It's going higher. All right. I used to watch the dollar. I really did. I used to like the dollar as well, but I stopped watching it. I like that.
We haven't had that strong correlation since all this craziness. So
yeah, and I think the ES makes a lot more sense for me, for my style of trading. The ES makes a lot more sense to watch with the NASDAQ. But if it works for you, hey, nothing wrong with that.
Well, if you want to watch something with reverse correlation, the VIX has had really strong reverse correlation, even though the dollar's decoupled a little bit.
NQ Scramble said, my cat also liked the stream. She said, meow. Was it like a deep tone meow, like meow?
Yeah, is this a put signal though? Like if the bark is for longs, is the meow for shorts? That would make sense to me.
Something. One or the other. I'm not quite sure which. It's going to be one or the other. So yeah, this thing's still pushing here. I mean, like I said, I'm still curious if we inverse on the 4 hour. Now, one small note, if you inverse on the 4 hour, we might not necessarily inverse the hourly, but I do tend to lean towards, the 4 hour is a little stronger. The hourly is a little higher up there. So one thing to kind of pay attention to, but that will lead me into being bullish, into tomorrow if we can inverse the 4 hour.
We have morning data, unemployment claims. Haven't had that in a while.
Although the data today was kind of like a dud, right?
It was, but I think it helped this pump. I think getting it out of the way helps give the market a little breathing room.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think we're getting more volatility again because we're starting to get data again. It's just we'll have to see which direction it goes. Don't always know. Gabriel
said, so close to giving up on trading, at least for a few months, to focus on school. Listen, Gabriel, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, like at the end of the day, trading, the charts are always going to be here. So if you want to take a little refresher time and come back, I mean,
you don't have to be here every day. There's this idea that if you want to be a trader, you have to be here all day, every day. But I don't know. I think the whole point of being a trader is you don't have to be here all day, every day. You don't have to be here every day.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I
trade a lot bigger some days than I do others. So go ahead.
I was just going to say, you only fail when you give up. Frequency said, never give up. That's one of the things, like that's when you fail, when you give up. So as long as you hold on and you keep pushing, then you'll never fail. So, I mean, there's also a thing of, there's also money, right? You got to kind of have to have money to trade. So don't put yourself in a financial bind. There's nothing wrong with trading paper. So
I definitely think you need multiple sources of income. If it's when you're new to trading, you can't just have that be. I see a lot of people. It's like, okay, well, I just got laid off, so this is it. And ooh, that's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
Guys, Matt's going to be coming up here in about 30 seconds or so. As soon as he lets us know he's here. So we do appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for hitting the like button. And we will.
Doesn't look ready yet.
Oh, no, he's not ready. Yeah, he's not ready yet. You see him?
He just got here. He's not ready.
Oh.
He said, give me 2.
2 seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. All right, no, I'm just kidding.
I was going to give him 2 minutes, but
2 minutes. I mean, he could use the bathroom 4 times. 4 times he could use the bathroom.
He shouldn't need to. Hopefully Matt caught this long too. See how if he caught the bottom of it. That was I got the bottom of it, but I didn't get the top of it.
You
You
blew
got
more
the
than
top of it. If we'd worked together, we would have gotten the whole move.
frequency. I've blown so many accounts, I've lost count. I mean, like, I still do it. Obviously, today was an example. I mean, to a degree, it's always going to happen, right? You're never going to not blow an account. Sometimes it's just going to happen. It's just going to be less frequently. That's all.
Yeah. That's what happens. It comes really slowly. The more you focus on just the trades and you're able to tune out all of the noise, the easier everything else comes. But it's when you're trying to put that pressure of, I have to make $1,000 this week or whatever, that things start going really crazy and wrong because you're putting pressure on something that you don't have any control over. So it's better to just react to what you can.
All right, I got a question for you. What is my shirt? Do you have any idea?
Well, it's two runners.
Yeah, what is it? Anybody know what the shirt is? Tell Barbie. I know you guys know. I know you guys know.
I forgot we're always supposed to do OOTD on this.
It's Rocky. Right? Rocky and Creed running on the beach.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Everybody knows. All right, guys, that's going to be it for us. Matt's ready to go. Appreciate you guys watching. Hit that like button, subscribe. And we'll see you tomorrow.
We'll be back.
See you then.
Rockets in chat. Rockets in chat. Is up, chat. Welcome to Lunch Money with Matt. I'm your host, Matt. I don't have a name tag, but I could get one. Welcome to the stream, guys. Bull market's back. Can't be happier. I hate crappy volatile markets. Boy, do I got a lot to talk to you guys about today. Hold on one second. I'm like babysitting my options trades here. I got a lot going on. All right. Okay. Where do I begin? Okay, first of all, let's talk about the random trading challenge. I officially ended the random trading challenge, and today I revealed my motives. You guys ready for this? I'm going to have such a great hour with y'all. Telling you what's going on. I revealed my secret motives behind the random trading challenge. Now, if you guys have taken my boot camp, I'm going to show you something really neat about the boot camp. We have this one entire thing that is the entire principle of what I train, and it's called the blind monkey principle. Blind monkey is as follows. I did a back test a long time ago, and I ran these exact numbers, and the numbers are as follows. If a blind monkey was to randomly long the market every single day, and at the end of 20 losing days in a row, meaning you lost every day of the month, as long as the monkey had half of the account left in the account, you would make money over time. I repeat, if you have half of your account still in your pocket after 20 losing days in a row, and you just randomly long the market every day, and you stopped whenever you lost 1/20th of your account, and you held until the end of the day, that you would make money over time. What do you guys think about that so far before I kind of give you guys some boot camp stuff to go with it? Hold on. My options trades are going to town right now. Hold on. I grabbed a bunch of 0 days right on that dip. I mean, it's been nuts. What do I got going on here? Okay. So far, are we on the same page? And there's a delay in chat. Okay, let me explain to you the power in this thing. We proved it. Now, in this challenge, the random trading challenge, the market was not really favorable for my style of trading. You guys know me as somebody that really doesn't like to be a bear and doesn't like to short markets. And I usually like to sit out when markets are bearish, right? But let me tell you something really neat about markets. Okay, let me just kind of like get this here. The challenge started about here, somewhere in here, and ended here. I ended it yesterday. It was going to end on Friday, but I ended it yesterday because I just want to get back to real trading, right? And I have all the evidence I need to support what I'm going to teach in this month's boot camp. By the way, everybody can come to my December 1st 20-day long boot camp for free. Everyone in MyFundedFutures can come to my training for free. The first 1,000 seats are free, and I'm going to give you guys, everyone here from this stream, a free seat as well. So only $20, $1 a class, but it's free. Christmas has come early for you guys, and I'm going to teach you this very principle. If you can hold on to half your account for 20 days over time, you will make money. It sounds ridiculous, randomly longing. Well, what it actually is a testament to is how often the market just goes up. And you statistically can do it. You can pick any random time and go count the candles, and you'll come up with the same conclusion. Here, the market is trading down for an entire year. And as crazy as it seems, this is NASDAQ, I guess. We can do the S&P. As crazy as it seems from like here to bottom, you might think, well, that's a bear market, right? I need to short it. Every trade needs to be short. But if you come through and you actually count the candles, you'd be surprised to see that there's just as many greens as reds. You can go through and count them, but take my word for it. It's mind-blowing when you do it. You'll realize that in most of bear markets, it just kind of waves around like this. And yes, there are periods when shorting is favorable, right? You get waves down, but you get just as many waves back up as you do waves down. As a matter of fact, in sell-off markets, if you go count the candles, you will realize it's about 50% down and 50% up. Green days versus red days. Go count any 1 year long bear market, you will see it's about 50-50. It's incredible. Now, in a bull market, which you'll notice, and like a bull run, let's just grab one here, is that 50 to 60% of the days are green in a longer term bull run of a month or longer, right? So in a bear market, you're 50-50 longing and shorting. In a bull market, you have about 60% of days around, give or take, are bullish. Now, in Rocket Scooter, when you have confluence with the stocks, greater bull market, DD ratio is greater than half. Monthly maps are favorable and you're above MHP. As a matter of fact, our back test has 69% of days are green. So in a bear market, worst case scenario, 50% of your days are green. In a bull market, at best, 70% are green. So far, the premise is that 70%, 50 to 70% of your days are green. So now, randomly longing the market doesn't sound so bad in this hypothetical scenario. Remember, this is a hypothetical thought experiment. Don't be randomly longing the market expecting to make money. This is a hypothetical math experiment from a mathematician. Hold on. Let me check on some of my positions here. Hold on. Man, that is one hell of a blast up today. Man, that market's looking steady. All right. So, what ends up happening over time is that claim that I make with the quote unquote blind monkey is a testament to risk management. As long as you don't lose more than half of your account, losing 20 days in a row in a month, over time you'll make money. There's sometimes 2 or 3 losing months in a row, but you're not going to lose half. You're not going to lose all 20 of those days, because if you're quote unquote randomly longing the market, then the market goes up half of the days anyway. So you'll probably only lose 10 of those days on average, right? And in a bull market, you might only lose 6 of those days longing the market. So over time, the market goes up. It's a very complex way of saying the market goes up, but I got some stats to go with it. Okay, so markets go up, and joining that side of the trade is very profitable over long periods of time, as long as you survive. So this is the key point that I make in my boot camp, is that it's so easy to make money day trading. I mean easy, like it's ridiculously easy to make money as a day trader. It's the easiest thing you'll ever do in your life. People are like, no, but day trading is hard. And the regulators say you have to say that it's hard. It's not hard. As a matter of fact, it's the simplest thing you ever do. I pushed a button and I got $4,000. I used to have to work for a week to do that. So what's hard about trading? Well, It's not making money that's trading. It's hard. It's keeping the money. That's impossible. Impossible for most people. And it's extremely hard. Now, it's not hard. It's not hard to push a button and then wait and then have money. That was the easiest work I ever did. I just spent like 4 hours gardening, man. I got a rash on my arm from the trees of planting the trees. That's the hardest work I've ever done. Ripping, pulling trees, planting them, lifting hundreds of pounds of wood. Oh God, that was hard work. This, click a button, money fell in my pocket. The problem is keeping it. This is what people can't do. It's the punchline of the joke is that it's so easy to make money, but it's impossible to keep it. So it's just as easy to press the button and lose money. That's somebody said it. That's the punchline. So this is just an icebreaker. It's absolutely impossible for most people to profit in the long run as a trader is the correct way to say that. People say trading is hard. Well, trading over time is hard to be profitable. Trading, it's easy to win, but it's just as easy, if not easier, to lose. There's a second part to that sentence. Okay. So the point I'm trying to drive home is that not losing money is the most important part to a trading education. Trying not to lose money is how you're going to secure profitability. Most people just try to make more money as a trader, but they don't think about trying to lose less. It's kind of like, well, I have a restaurant. Let me just sell more stuff to make more money. But what if you only have a fixed number of tables? You can't exactly sell more stuff because you don't have more tables. So how else do you make money? Well, then you have the other side is to lose less, reduce your bottom line, find better, materials, better cost savings, and then you make more money that way. So losing less makes you money and making more makes you money. And a balance of the two makes you profitable. And you have a handle in both places to go. But most traders are out there digging around in, Jack's magic bag of beans, looking for the thing that's just going to make them so much money. And nobody sits there and tries to hone in and refine their skills on not losing money. That's the most important part of trading, is to not lose the money you have. And as long as you can just sort of spin your wheels and survive in this experiment of what I call the blind monkey, throws a dart at the dartboard, picks a random time. The boot camp literally says this. A blind monkey chooses a random time and throws a dart at a dartboard to choose it. At that random time, the monkey must long the market and hold till the end of the day, or stop at a predefined loss limit of 1/20th of your total balance over the course of a month. And every day you lose, you trade smaller and smaller and smaller, such that you get right at that 20, your half of your account. If the monkey can survive 20 days with half of their account, statistically over the last 30 years, there's never been a time period this strategy didn't make money in a back test. The thing I did with the random trading challenge was I had ChatGPT choose a random time. I jumped in and took a random trade. I chose long probably 80% of the time while the market was crashing. And you'd expect my trades to be abysmal, right? You'd expect me to be completely hemorrhaging money, losing everything in the challenge account, and essentially dying to the market. I started the challenge account back here at the top of this, and I mostly longed as the market was tanking. You'd imagine that I probably lost and blew up my account. You can imagine that my win rate was horrible. But let me tell you what I proved with my own personal trading. Randomly longing the market and just keeping my account intact, waiting for the market to turn back to being bullish, then I can win 70% of days. Doesn't mean I'm taking a long-only strategy, but I did this entire challenge to secretly prove what I'm about to teach in this month's boot camp that you guys are going to come to, which I used to have a back test that taught the blind monkey strategy, and now I did it I did it real, with real money. I put $100,000 into an account, and all I did was pretty much randomly long the market at a random time, just like I teach in the boot camp. And what were my stats, you would like to say? Well, in a crazy, terrible, horrible bull market, in a bear market, I pretty much lost no money. I just spun my wheels and stayed flat. My P&L curve, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. I just stayed flat. My expectancy, zero, almost zero, $9 negative, nothing. Win rate, 51% of the time, mostly longing in a bear market. This is the first mind-blowing mic drop that people say, wow, this is really what he does teach in the bootcamp. The statistics of the market in general. Now, I'm really good at managing trades, so I had to work for this. But what I did show was that even when I'm against the market, I just survived. So that when the market turns around and goes with me, then I can thrive, right? So if in a bear market, I'm wrong on the trade half the time, all I have to do is not lose money. And then ultimately the profits will come. That's the saying that people like to say. As long as you don't lose money, the profits will come. Total profit and loss, the same. Largest winning trade, 4,000. Losing trade, 4,000. The same. Same size winner or loser. Same size average winner and average loser, 1,000, 1,000. Same size standard deviation, 940 and 970. Out of 376 trades, I broke even in the most spectacular way possible. You can't break any more even than this. The stats are identical on both sides. This is a masterclass in risk management and a masterclass of being wrong the right way. Even being against the trend, I had hecklers. I had people come in, yeah, you're losing, you're doing this. And I said, people were like, let Matt cook, let Matt cook. Now I have my own physical stats to prove exactly what the blind monkey proof is supposed to teach. As long as you survive when the market's going against you, then the money piles in when it's not. So you take the other side of the coin is you reduce your losses when it's against you, and then you have your gains when it's going with you. And that's where profitability comes from, is that particular challenge. Literally, my wins and losses the same. And the most amazing display of control I've ever had, and I took some pretty big hits. I had a day where I traveled 20K in the hole and traveled 30K in the green for a net of 10 for the day. I had some ridiculous plays, and ChatGPT chose some fucking dogs for me to trade. It gave me some horrible trades. It didn't pick good stuff for me at all. It would throw like a long at the top, and it looks like it's breaking out, then the market would just die against me. I had so many days like that. It was incredibly unlucky. I had a 6-day losing streak through this whole thing, 6-trade losing streak in a row. Lose. I wasn't defeated, and I walked it back. I ended the day or ended the challenge pretty much as flat as you can get. Only pretty much longing the market when the market was selling off. The timing was beautiful, and I was going to trade it until the end of the week just to do a little bit more. But now that I've kind of decided the market's back to being somewhat bullish, I'm ready just to get back to my normal trading. I proved my point, and I just need enough data to bring it into the boot camp, which we're re-recording starting next Monday. So next Monday, everybody here can come to this boot camp and learn everything I teach for free. So I will make sure on Friday, if you are here in this stream, I will give you all the code on how to sign up for the boot camp for free. It's a 20-day trading boot camp that will start every day at market close, every day. And you can come every day, and I'll teach you a valuable trading lesson, how to find pivots, how to identify trends, how to manage risk, manage positions. And as long as you know that some idiot that you watch on TV longed the market against all the hecklers and trolls as the market fell down, didn't lose money as that happened, that's the skill set that none of you get to practice. Y'all are all worried about making money when you're right. You never work on the skills of how to not lose money when you're wrong. This was probably the coolest thing I've ever done. It's a huge mic drop moment because people that figured it out were like, Matt, you're kind of doing like the blind monkey thing, the little experiment that you talk about in your boot camp. And some people figured it out, but I was going to surprise everybody on the first day of boot camp and said, so I know I taught y'all before this blind monkey thing. Now I was the blind monkey for the last month. And that was like the mic drop. People were like, oh my God, that's exactly what you're doing this whole time. I tried to design the rules of this challenge to meet exactly what the rules of that back test were. You know what I mean? Try to keep my losses such that I can have half of my account by the end of the month, things like that. And so the point I'm saying is when you're wrong, when the market's moving, number one is you don't have to get the right long-term direction right in your day trades. Just because markets are selling off, there's just as much green as there is red. The red is very brutal when I get the green wrong, but there's enough green to make it back. And most markets I trade like that. I only do probably about 10 to 20% of my trades are short. About 80 to 90% are long in all markets. And as long as I'm losing the trend, people are like, well, how come you can not just short the market? I'm like, don't act like you can predict the stock market either. When I'm wrong, I'm just wrong in such a beautiful, graceful manner that I started off with 100K. I'm at 100K right now. I'm at 101K right now. The market went through all kind of hurdles and I'm back to where I started. Didn't blow it up. Didn't do anything. So this is the whole point. Yeah, and I'm going to do options classes and everything. So the point is the risk management portion of this is to show how to survive when you're wrong. Most of you can have a hard time just making profit to begin with. Most people have a hard time keeping it because you don't know how to lose when you're wrong. You don't go to circus and be like, hey, I want to be in the circus. And you're like, yeah, grab the trapeze, let's go. And you're like, oh, let me swing on this trapeze and do a backflip. You're going to literally break your neck the first time you do it. They're going to have you doing somersaults on the floor to where you learn how to fall without breaking your neck. And then, you go up with the safety net, then you go up further with the safety net. You go up further without the net, then you're doing the dangerous stuff. You need to learn how to fall without hurting yourself, or else you're not going to be able to put on a great show that people are going to want to watch, in the circus analogy. So this was kind of like me putting my money to where my mouth is on what I teach in the boot camp. And out there in the guru world, there are people that don't put their money where their mouth is. They just teach you stuff and say, trust me, bro. The blind monkey is an important concept of the boot camp. It's to teach you that the trend is your friend. And in the stats, 50 to 70% of days are green. The trend is pretty much green most of the time until it's not. And when it's not, you just have to make sure that you're surviving volatile, crash, choppy markets. And then how many times have you been in a market where, it just crashes and crashes and crashes and you're back holding and you lose everything. And literally 10 minutes after you lose everything, it rallies back up and you're like, oh God, if I only had more money, if I just would have held on for like 10 more minutes, right? It's because you didn't survive on the way down, and the market went all the way down and I survived. And look at this. I'm back to green on the month, randomly longing this crap in this horrible market, right? So hopefully you guys, maybe y'all were kind of like pissed off watching the challenge because I'm not out there executing really awesome trades, but the way I was managing the trades was pretty awesome. I thought it was. And now yesterday I called an end to the challenge yesterday night because I determined the market was back to being bullish. In all honesty, I had enough data to prove my point. I could have random challenge till Friday like I wanted to, but honestly, I think the market's bullish. I didn't want to miss out on trading a bull market. So I kind of wanted to free up the account to get back to making some actual money in it. So now I'd like to get back to my real trading sooner rather than later. So anyways, I ended the challenge a little bit early, and hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Did y'all get winners in chat? Y'all enjoying the giveaway today? What happened in the market? AM, you got cooked today? Yeah, I took another 20K round trip, bottom feeding off of this liquidity pocket. I grabbed a small long at the open. I added, then I stopped. Then the market came up to there. I jumped back in small, jumped back in medium, let it ride, jump back in, took some profit, jump back in, took some profit, jump back in, took some profit. And now I turned the account green, $4,000. Feeding off of bottoms, baby. So that's that. Random challenge and boot camp. Remember, be here on Friday. I will give you are we streaming on Friday, Abby? We're going to be here Friday, right? Or no Friday? If not Friday, I'll do it tomorrow. But be here, and I will give you all a code on to come to the boot camp for free. It's every day. It's literally a boot camp. You come every day. You don't miss a beat. And we're pretty strict in the boot camp. If you're ever 5 minutes late, we kick you out. The entire program. You will be on time and you will be in your seat ready to learn, because we want to teach you discipline, and it starts at being on time. So we're very strict. If you're like, yeah, maybe I'll take the boot camp. If you miss a day, you're going to be late. If you don't tell an admin you're going to be late, they just kick you out. So if you're going to discipline, will start the day you walk in the door before you even learn a single thing. We're going to pound discipline in your heads like it's the military. Trust me. There's a reason the boot camp has rave reviews on our website. Don't sign up now. Go to that tweet that Abby's posting, and it's free. It's free. There's no payment from any of you guys. So my gift to y'all is I want to train y'all for free. MyFundedFutures and us would love to make sure you guys have a quality experience here. How many of these trading shows out there, these prop firms, they're not giving you anything. They're just, you're watching the show and watch them trade. We're going to gift 1,000 of you guys free boot camp. So free education. 100%. That's why we're the best. Yep. Okay. So that's announcement number one, is the stats turn out to be as beautifully even as possible. I did what the blind monkey did. I survived 20 trading days without losing half my account. And then now it's just uphill from here, hopefully. If I'm longing the market and it dies again for another month, hopefully I walk away with the same amount. If the market dies during COVID, and how many times do you ever look back and say, man, if I just would have bought at the base of COVID, I would have made all this money, right? But it's because you can't time the bottom. So the thing is that you just trade it. Maybe this is the bottom. Oops, I'm wrong. Maybe this one. Oops, I'm wrong. Maybe this one. Oops, I'm wrong. And eventually you'll be wrong 10 times before you're right. And as long as when you're right, you still have your money in your pocket, that's the goal of a trader, is to not lose it all when you're wrong. And the whole skill set of me managing, somebody said in chat, somebody said something about, let me see what they said. You did great managing even through ChatGPT, gave you crap times to trade. It was pretty, it was pretty vicious, y'all. ChatGPT did not roll any lucky dice for me. It didn't roll a lot of A+ setups. I got a couple of good ones, but it was pretty, I would get in the trade and it would go against me like so often. And I got all the stats to back this up. The P&L is shown there. You see the full cumulative history of the account. Everything adds up. It was all live streamed with the exception of one trade because I was sick with the flu. Other than that, every other trade was live on camera. Of the 376 trades. That was it. Okay. That's a great announcement. Challenge is over. Now I'm back to live trading. Now today, do I feel like the market is reversing? I'd like to think so, that we're back to being bullish. We had some really nasty news on NVIDIA, but NVIDIA sort of like turned around midday and the market just kind of got back to normal. We broke through MHP this morning, which had me so sad that we were going to lose the bull market again in another month of crap. But then I sort of dove in when S&P hit 6681, lower monthly hedge pressure, and I just piled in. You guys see on my screen, one of my quote unquote world record accounts made 28,000 today. That was the one I piled in on right when we dipped down the bottom. And I held pretty much all the way, most of the way up. The real account from the challenge is up 4K, and I took a lot of travel trying to get in on this. And I grabbed some options down here as well. And I have this huge options position that I'm looking for. Now, again, let me tell you that next announcement is it's very possible the market's reversing back to being bullish. We closed into a new VIX month. The VIX is below our backwardation midpoint, which is 23.3. We hit that rejection and turned around. About right there was when I was loading up on a bunch of call options just to bet that the market turned bullish for the month. And these are all the expirations right here. It's a pretty nice spread. Some of them I bought back here. Some of them I bought down here. The ones I bought back here are 620s that expire on this Monday. Down here, I've got all of these options that expire here. So I've already closed out the 604s in profit at the money. I just closed the 606s out earlier. I've got some 610s that expire today. I didn't put a lot of money into this one, just roughly 10K. It's all or nothing though. So if we go on the money, I'll probably make 30K on that. If we don't, I'll lose the whole 10. And then I've got 612s for Friday and then 620s for there. So I'm bullish for the way up. And we'll see what we get out of it. So that's announcement number 2, is that I'm very long the market and I'm taking the bet that the market's going to stabilize. Now tomorrow we got GDP, we got a pretty heavy news week. So the news is going to dictate a lot of what we're seeing, but I'm betting that the market's going to come out of that looking okay because that news is going to look okay. I don't think GDP and all these things are going to look too bad, but that's just my opinion. Don't copy what I'm doing. I could be wrong. Could be 100% wrong. But that's basically where my head is on that. What else do I got? Other announcements. Let me go here. Oh, I know. Here it is. The backyard project, the fence project. You guys remember? The old fence project I was working on for a month. It's finally mostly done. I want to show you guys because I know y'all are all like, I wonder what's going on with the fence project. And remember, I was missing days because I had like fence emergencies and stuff. Well, sharing with you guys what the final backyard looks like. Hold on one second. Or did I show y'all yesterday? I think I showed y'all yesterday, actually. Well, no, actually I showed it on my own stream. Hold on one second. Okay. So this is what it was before we started. It was this black fence. You know, a brand new construction, nothing. We started putting in this fence there. That was the fence emergency. That's that. And then this is the final result of the backyard. So I have some cool things to show you about this. So this is what I was working on for like the last month, redoing the backyard. So we got like fire pits and other furnitures coming in. You know, I got the tree. I was planting these trees. I got this like gnarly rash on my arm from planting these juniper trees, dude. It was like ripping my freaking skin off. And I actually had to put a hoodie on so I wouldn't get chopped up. But that's basically it. So got the backyard done. Got the waterfall done. Water fountain. I got a skull with some flowers in it. You know, me and my thing with skulls. That's a skull of the bear market because I killed it. And then, you know, trees. And then IDOC and her parents are like planting flowers there. This is where Pickle, little patch of grass so we can hang on. That's it. So that project is done. So that's good. That's that announcement. What else did I do? What else do I got going on right now? Oh, I put down the earnest money on the car. I'm gonna get my car delivered to me on Saturday. So I got a new car. Probably on Saturday. So I pulled the trigger on the car. The project that took forever, dude, was like blowing my mind. So I got a new car. Super excited about it. This will be fun. Fun to drive around town. I ended up going with the gray one. I was going to go build a bronze one, get a Vanquish and build it for like, 6 months is going to take to get it. But then they had this like beautiful kind of gunmetal gray colored DB12 that I'm going to buy the Vanquish maybe a couple years out rather than now. I'll just settle with the DB12 now. It's beautiful. Thank you. Yeah. So I got a new car. I got the project done in the backyard. The challenge is over. I didn't blow up the account. So I'm pretty solid. Yeah, I dropped the earnest money down yesterday, and they're sending me the paperwork today. The car is getting the software updated and everything, and they'll probably deliver it to me by this weekend. They said probably by Saturday. Can you see it again? Yeah. Hold on, here it is. So I gave them the earnest money to take it off the lot, and then got all the approvals done, the financing done, and that's the one. Yeah. Pretty, right? Yeah, it's black interior, black with the red calipers on the wheels. I love it. I think it looks really sick. So what's my car collection looking like? I'm not a big I'm not like your typical trader that's like, wants like 5 or 6 Lambos and 20 Rolexes. I don't own a Rolex. I spend all of my money on like tech gear and video games. I'm such a dweeb and such a nerd. It's crazy. Like you come look at my office and you'll be like, holy crap, this guy has money. That's the only time you'll ever see it. Or you see my car or maybe my shoes. I don't know. I don't go douse myself in a lot of things. I'd like to have, a couple of cars. I'm not the kind of person that wants to collect like 10 or 20 cars. I'd rather collect businesses and things that like produce money rather than just things that are going to sit in a garage. I've always wanted an Aston. That was like the car I always wanted to get. And I was going to get one in 2020 during COVID. And there was a chip shortage, so it was really hard to come by new cars. And the one I wanted to buy at the time was a DB11. They didn't make the Vanquishes at that time, and they finally brought Vanquish back. But now they have they used to have like a V12 DBS, I think. But at the time they had none of it. So I couldn't even get the car I wanted back then. And now they brought it back was my only incentive to finally pull the trigger. I was like, let me go get one. But then I went there and I don't want to wait 6 months to get a car. So I just have, I have the Maserati, now I have the Aston, and then I'll have, IDOC has a car. So when is IDOC in her Urus? I think she wants a G-Wagon instead. She's not super like into cars. She's just like, into purses and jewelry, I guess. She doesn't really care too much about a car. but she actually really liked the DBX, which I think is the Aston Martin's SUV. But then we decided that the RAV4 is pretty good enough. Like, Matt, remember your name? I don't know if I remember your name because the names are different on YouTube now. But that's that. So how many cars do I have? That will be my third. That'll be our third car. Well, technically 4, but the other one we gave it away. G-Wagon right off the cost. Oh yeah, because G-Wagon is over the weight. It's because it's over the weight threshold. Yeah, that's why people get them as for the write-off because it weighs so much. That's right. That's what our friend told us. You need that boot camp? Yeah. So, MLO. Okay. So the boot camp, I'm going to give you guys a code. You have to be in this stream though on Friday to get the code for the boot camp. So don't miss Friday's stream for the code to get into the boot camp for free. Do I accept Cash App as payment? No, it's just on the website. It's card only. If you're talking about me or you talking about MyFundedFutures, it's free. You don't have to pay anything. So it doesn't matter what you zero. But yeah, so backyard project's done. Bull market's maybe back. Blind monkey challenge is done. Got the new car ready to go. I was sick. Now I'm better. Things are kind of good. No stream on Friday. Yeah, there should be a stream on Friday. If there's not one here, then come to my stream. Yeah, come to my stream. Don't miss on Friday. I'll be here. Yep. So you guys can come to the entire day trading training boot camp for 100% free. So I will teach you everything I know for free. It's the boot camp everybody comes to. This time around, we were just deciding to gift 1,000 seats out. That was just something fun we wanted to do. Am I giving an account out? Maybe. We'll see what the producers say in chat if I'm giving away something. Maybe. I don't know. We'll let them decide. Okay, so today, what's the market doing, right? Are we back to being normal? Why were we selling off to begin with? Like, what was going on back in the day? Why were we market selling off, and are we going to continue to sell off? Is today just a blip that's going to turn around and keep selling? Maybe, right? Are we going to stall out here and trade back down to here and then W bottom? Maybe, right? What's really going on right now? And this is kind of the question that we have to ask ourselves. Why is the S&P, and NASDAQ are selling off? Was there something mechanically going on? Was there some kind of like news that brought the market down? Well, like, yes, right? There's a lot of things that happen. We had the government shutdown, which again, in a course of, trading, markets don't just go up infinitely forever, right? They go up and they correct, they go up, correct. Bull markets just have waves on the way up. This is probably just a wave on the way up. This is my belief that this looks just like this. We're going to sort of like kind of slowly V back up. And then over the next, by January, maybe we'll break highs, right? Why were we pulling back? Well, just a normal correction. The market sort of got a little tumultuous with Trump and China's sort of like, throwing shade at each other again. You're going to get that. And people that may not remember trading what 2018 looked like back in the days here, you're going to get a lot of that up and down. And the up and down is just part of what happens when you throw some catalyst on the market that the market's going to have trouble absorbing. Now, we had the tariff stuff, and then we overshot the tariff stuff and back up in here, and then just a little bit of chaos. At the time, when the market is breaking highs and people are sort of like selling out, there's always people willing to buy. However, we didn't have that as strongly because with the government shutdown, we had a whole lack of bullish news coming through the pipeline to continue to propagate this market higher. Normally, the market sells off for a day and hovers, and then the next day you get GDP data or CPI data or PPI data or something that just pushes the market back up. We didn't have a lot of data. Then we had CPI, and that's pretty much it. We were missing a lot of fundamental data to kind of keep the market going. So whenever that data flow stopped, the market just kind of stalled out for the whole course of the shut. I think we shut down back here in September, right? The market just stalled because you're just kind of operating in the dark. And while we did have a period of volatility that seemed to lock itself into expiration, I think that that's mechanically why we were reversing, because expiration just sort of solidified the move. Even though the shutdown ended back here, the market was still on path just to kind of wiggle its way lower, because all of this trading for this month is all isolating, it's kind of like path towards where we're expiring. And people were just kind of locked in and not making big moves. As you see, the market was selling with increasing volume. This is just typically characteristic of any kind of long squeeze, where people are just getting knocked out of their position, even though things are good. Now, NVIDIA came out good. We had jobs numbers come out good, right? And the market responded very favorably to that, and then immediately dumped and got back on path to where it was going for expiration. And then why are we rallying? Because NVIDIA earnings were good and jobs data was good. That's exactly why we're rallying. It's just starting 2 days later, because expiration for both the index and VIX just kind of kept us on the same path. And I like to let the fundamentals dictate my belief in the overall market, right? We had NVIDIA earnings and that jobs number pushing higher. And then the market was like, let's get back and expire where we were before any of that news. And now we're back to rallying pretty much on that same data. Are we in a tech bubble that's popping? Well, it seems to be that it doesn't feel like it today, right? And also because of that, volatility was in a really weird spot until we rolled over into the new VIX contract last Tuesday, right? And when we rolled into a new contract, we were in backwardation on the VIX. And as soon as the VIX kind of tapped that midpoint and pulled back, that just solidified that wave back up. So hopefully this is a telltale sign of a returning bull wave, which I'm excited to see. Now remember, NVIDIA popped and then dropped. So NVIDIA earnings were mostly a non-event, but NVIDIA is not crashing anymore, which is okay. But it's also not rallying very quickly, which is why the index is sort of like not moving too much. It's still a little hesitant, because even after the earnings, we are trading lower. Now, people are going to say, NVIDIA is such a big portion of the index, is that where does it end up? And it's like NVIDIA's movement, it looks like the Nasdaq's movement, right? So you're going to need a lot of this to go higher, because NVIDIA's and AI is just one big circle jerk around NVIDIA. If NVIDIA is dying out, then the market's going to lose some significant momentum. So we need to see this thing turn around. And even though the earnings were great and we popped back down, I'd like to say that monthly expiration mechanics were what were pressing us lower. And today and yesterday are a very good sign that the market is sort of exiting through that noise that we experienced. Because this morning, the last piece of evidence we have is that while the S&P was selling off and so was NASDAQ, the reason I stayed long is that our beautiful magic resilience number never went less than 0. This is a gap fill predictor that shows the health of the entire index. And this white line that I'm circling right now for the entirety of the day was greater than 0. So as the market was selling off down here, we teach you guys in the boot camp that it was just responding to like a couple of stocks and overreacting, whereas the majority of the stocks stayed up here and gapped and went. They didn't gap and fade. This is a gap fill predictor, and the majority of market cap is on this side of the redistribution zone. The S&P just quickly made its way back up to it, which is why as it was falling, I was piling in the longs, because resilience isn't wrong. It tells you what the stocks are doing. And while NASDAQ went negative and S&P didn't, that was all the proof I needed that the market was resilient enough to hang tight and turn around and go rally, right? And so as we were falling, I was longing as I could to bet on the reversal. Now, this particular day is that test day that tries to test, is the market bearish or is this a bull reversal? And usually that day is very costly to try to catch that momentum and be the first one into that trade, which is why I did take a hit. And I always say on the stream, when you're taking that sort of like confirmation day is what it's called, market selling, and then it pops up and then sort of like just sits there. When it pulls back and like retraces half, that's your confirmation, right? If it's bullish, you're going to get another leg up. If it's bearish, usually you continue to like hover at the low or sell off. And on this confirmation day, that's testing that last little squeeze of volatility before it tightened up. And then I was long on the right up. And usually catching that day is pretty violent and it can cause some heat, which I took some ride on this account, but I turned it back around to being positive, trying to catch that leg. So can it go back down? Well, yeah, I mean, it can, right? you're not seeing a lot of momentum in Nvidia, but you're also not seeing a lot of stocks selling off. When I look at days like this and I see that all three of my resilience indicators are bullish, when they're above zero, it's bullish, then I draw a box right here, or I draw a line right here, and I draw a line right here, and I say, we're going to close above that line, above the half gap. This is a high probability that we close there. So it would take an event to turn this around. By the end of the day, it will take a sell-off event or a news event or a Trump tweet. You need a catalyst to break all 500 companies to the bear side midday, right? It's not just going to do it on its own. Now, you could see some pre-GDP selling, maybe, which could cause it. But for it to turn around, it's going to be very obvious. It's going to have to work its way lower and work its way lower and work its way lower. And you're going to see deterioration in some of these indicators to show that the market's losing the steam. As far as it like falling straight down from here, like just like falling, not really likely if the stocks are hanging in there. So to get all 500 companies moving at once in the S&P, you're going to need some kind of event, or it's going to have to work its way lower and slowly roll them all down. So in this environment, if it does sell, you'll see it coming from a mile away. It's not like here, the floor is going to fall out and it's going to die. The indicators at the bottom indicate extreme levels of health, which is good, which is what I'm excited to see. Which is why when the market was dipping, I was loading up on some calls just for the swing. And then I'm longing on the way up. So I'm very, very long speculative right now. Do I trade oil? No, I don't. Not anymore. Do I think this is the last bear run going into this next year? I personally believe that, but again, my opinion shouldn't mean anything to you guys. I'm not an investment advisor. I'm not a financial professional, so don't base your investment decision on what I'm a stranger on the internet as far as you're concerned. So, I believe it's probably the bottom, but that's contingent on good news coming out. When we got all of our data coming out this week, we better get some good reads on these reports, right? If GDP doesn't come in like a sparkling diamond, it could be a different story, right? We have had a sort of recessionary GDP over the last 4 reads. 3 of them are horrible. And again, we don't have anything from October, but we do have June, July, and August reads were negative quarter-over-quarter growth. And any, economist out there is going to say that if you have 2 consecutive quarter-over-quarter growth rates of negative GDP, that's 1/2 of a recession. The other half is increased unemployment or increased layoffs. So negative GDP with increased layoffs are the telltale signs you are in a recession. We had a recession in 2022, a very small one, but we had one. And we kind of had a possible baby recession due to the craziness of the tariffs. Now, it seems like the September data point we had before the government shutdown implied that, psych, we're cool. We're cool now. The question is, we were all sitting here waiting for October to come through to confirm that number, right? And the freaking government shut down. So then the market had no good bull data to come out. This is the most important data point that you have this month. This is more important than the Fed. This is more important than anything. This is more important than NVIDIA earnings. This GDP number right now is the confirmation that the tariffs didn't really do much to the economy. We don't have confirmation. We have one data point 2 months ago that says, yeah, look, things are fine. It's not only fine, it's 3.8%. It hasn't been 3.8% in a year and a half, almost 2 years. We haven't seen it that high in a long time. It's just a blip though, because it's quarter over quarter. So yes, this is a huge growth rate comparing this to the last quarter, which was shit. That's why this is abnormally high. But when it averages out, what's it actually going to land out after a couple more data points? So we need to see if this GDP is actually still above zero and there's actually GDP growth, and we should be fine. As long as we don't have terrible data, we should hopefully be okay. So when you say, do I think this is the end? Well, we're going to have all this juicy data coming out tomorrow morning pre-market, which is nice, right? Now, again, Wall Street may let the GDP data pop, and if it's still a bear market, they could sell the news. I think everybody that was trying to sell got it out of the way last month. That's my opinion. And good GDP data will come out. Maybe we should be fine. That's what I feel. I think it tests the end of bull zone and bounces. Yeah, that's the last trade I'm looking for today is a bull zone test and bounce. Or a second liquidity pocket take, yeah. So big news, right? We got Fed coming out also. The probability of Fed cutting rates in December is pretty much non-existent. Nobody's betting on that anymore. So that was also a reason we were pulling back. I forgot to mention that earlier. We were kind of sparked with the whole AI bubble rhetoric, which I don't think we're in a bubble yet. And then Jay Powell saying, yeah, we're probably not going to cut rates in December. And the government shut down. Those are mechanical reasons for the market to pull back. There's nothing wrong with that. Seeing that there's just 3 big scares on the market and you put them in like a seesaw, right? You had a bunch of bad scares and no good ones. You didn't have any good news to come through to balance it all out. So yeah, of course we pulled back. Do I think this is a longer term pullback? Hell no. This is obvious why we pulled back. It's not a mystical thing why we sold off. They clearly, all you have is bad news in front of you for a month at the end of the year. You got some tax loss harvesting. You got monthly expiration causing it to accelerate high volatility. Yeah, I mean, tons of bad news hit the market all at once. Trump and China fighting. Yes, all this stuff. No more rate cut in December. But none of that is bearish for the economy, right? You need GDP data. You need CPI inflation data. You need unemployment data. This is the economy they're talking about. That's the data you do need. And now we got it coming through. We just got to see that it's good. And that'd be the good data to offset the bad. And then you take make your decision from there. I feel GDP delayed for a month. Oh, are we not getting data tomorrow? Oh, well, they're not getting tomorrow's data. Oh, well, then that's cool. I didn't even know that. So if GDP got moved to December 23rd, I guess then we don't really have a catalyst tomorrow morning. I didn't know that they moved it. Thank you guys for telling me. I was going to wake up early to cover it. Y'all saved me from looking silly. So if we got GDP, I guess they pushed it out just to spread out the news because there's a lot coming out. We still have PCE tomorrow, right? Oh, yeah, that I could see why, because everything's piling up in the morning. They're probably trying to prevent the market from collapsing on all the news. Now that everything's back on, looks like they shoved everything here. And I guess they're pushing it away because GDP would have normally been Thursday. And Thursday being Thanksgiving, there's no GDP. And that's why it got shifted to Wednesday. And I bet you they moved it a month out so they can get a good read on the data and also not congest all the data points that Wednesday morning because it's a very important data point. But maybe there's some tomfoolery afoot where there's some data they're trying to hide for a month. Who knows? Who knows whatever goes on in Wall Street these days, right? Anyways, I'll be streaming Wednesday. I'll be streaming Friday. I probably won't be streaming Thursday. Holiday, Thanksgiving and all. But anyways, be careful. And if we don't have GDP read tomorrow, then I don't really think there's any reason for the market to sell off. I think we'll probably close strong and long and bullish today. That's me. And hopefully tomorrow is another day that inches up. You get to join the Rock Suiter Lifetime later this month, Ethan? Oh, I know why you're saying that. Sorry you had a bad trading month. Yeah, exactly. No, I get the joke. Everybody, if you had a bad trading month this last month, it's so hard. Like on this random trading challenge, I didn't make any money. Like I spun my wheels and had to dig out of losses. It was tough. And I'm sure people trading props probably had a horrendous time staying alive. And which is understandable, It was a tough month, and that's part of what people are going to experience. We didn't get CPI this month. Yeah, right. The government shutdown is kind of just like made everything suck for a little bit. My boot camp starts on Monday, by the way, and on Friday I'm going to give you the code. You come to my stream on Friday, I'll give you the code for Make It Free. It starts Monday after market close. Does it come with the software? No, the software is a separate thing, but you don't need the software to do the boot camp. You can get the software additionally, and it's half off for the month. If you want to get it auxiliary to have with you in the boot camp, it's half price if you want to get it, but you don't need to have it, right? If you follow my stream, you get all the info. This helps you understand what I talk about on the stream. And I do teach what hedge pressures and liquidity pockets are and how to find volume pivots. But in reality, you can find your own pivots in whatever way you want to trade. The bootcamp teaches you how to manage your trade while in a pivot. You don't have to use anything rocket scooter. The bootcamp is extremely universal, even though a huge portion of it does teach what I trade. Where's my stream? On YouTube. over here. We have one of the largest live trading streams out there. Actually, you're welcome to join. Here's the link of my live stream. I'll be live in about 5 minutes over there. So, is there a limit to the free class? So the first month is free. Bootcamp is $20 a month if you want to stay joined in the club. And we redo the bootcamp every 2 months and have bonus classes in between. Trader funding master classes is some of the class, and then we're gonna do options this time around. The first month, which is all the core of the classes you get through, then you can cancel and it's free. If you want to stick around for more, you can stick around for more. And it's only $1 a day, $1 a trading day, $1 a day. Use volume pockets too. Yeah, I trade off of volume, Jaro. I use different methods to find it. The way we find volume pivots are we look for certain exploits like around gap fills and liquidity pockets, which are areas of liquidity that can be proven by the options landscape. And I use options to find volume pivots. A little bit different than traditional technical analysis and volume profiles and VWAPs. I use options to derive pivots and futures. So these levels, like this bear zone to bull zone trade, I have a liquidity map diagram which shows all the potential setups that I trade betting on where options flow can be. And I take this trade, for instance, this one from here to here is we call every single time trade. I take this one because it's got a 90% probability of working. So that's one of my favorite setups that I do. So no footprints or volume profiles, no. This is a completely like unique way to look at markets, and I don't use technical analysis or volume analysis or sorry, order flow, footprint charts, none of that stuff. No level 2, nothing. Yeah. Internet Explorer said a deer got his ears pierced, and another deer asked him how much it cost, and he said $1 an ear. LOL. But yeah, you guys, I promise you'll definitely benefit from what we teach. As far as if you've never had a class on how to size positions correctly, how to scale into a win or a loss properly, how to set stops, all this stuff. This is a great masterclass in all of those principles of day trading, how to manage position. I mean, that's mostly what it is the risk management side of things. Then we give you like stats of the market and the odds of the market and stuff to go with it, to really kind of like, to me, I don't like to learn anything off of somebody's trust me, bro. I'm like, what are the stats? Can you give me some stats to go with it? I've got the blind monkey challenge stats as an example. I've got backtest stats. I've got all kind of stuff that I share with the group on like, this is why this works. This is the probability that historically how much it works and things like that. And it's good to have data-driven analysis. For me as an engineer, that's kind of my desire is to have data back in everything I do. Just make sure you're ready to quickly remove your headphones or endure hearing loss. Hey, that has to do with the music on the stream. I forget sometimes to turn the volume down and I'll blow out your eardrums sometimes. I'm going to try my hardest, but I'll put a sticky note on my computer, make sure I don't ruin you guys' headphones or your eardrums this time around, I promise. All right, y'all. I had to bring out steam here. I get tired. Ugh, but still got afternoon to stream. Are we cutting anybody? It's Tanya Tuesday, but was she here earlier or is she coming after? Was Tanya on earlier? Or are we switching to Tanya now? Y'all let me know. Feeling sleepy? I know, it's been a long week. Okay, cool. Yeah. So you guys got Ash and Tanya after this. Hell yeah. What a killer duo. As always, one hell of an afternoon for you guys to hang out. So don't forget to check out all the cool Black Friday stuff coming out right over here and MyFundedFutures. Great stuff coming down the pipeline. I'm sure they'll talk more about that. And hang tight because Ash and Tanya are here to bless your eardrums with more trading alpha. So I'm going to get out of here in about a minute or two, whenever they're ready to come on, and I'll see you guys later. I'll be on my stream too if you guys head back on over there. If not, hang out here and hang out with those guys. Y'all let me know how y'all want to. Or sorry, I forgot a sentence. Y'all come to my stream on Friday and y'all let me know if you're interested in the boot camp. I'll give you the coupon for it. I still have fog brain from being sick. All right, y'all. Well, I'm out of here. It's great hanging out with you guys as always, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Y'all have a good one. I don't think they've transitioned yet. Oh, hold on. I'm going to awkwardly freeze. Beep, beep, beep.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey,
How's
what's up?
everybody?
Very good. How's it going, y'all?
There we go. How we doing?
Pretty good. I thought it was a solo transition, so I did the thing. I was like, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
And
I
I
thought
sat-
it was too.
I sat there in the awkward silence for a minute.
You feeling better? How you feeling today?
Brother, I feel a little bit better, but my girlfriend is now sick. So I gave it to her and now she's dying over here. So
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I'm sick too. I feel like everyone's sick.
you got like a cold?
Yeah, like my throat was hurting yesterday, and today it's better, thankfully. But I got better sleep and definitely am recovering now for sure.
Well, I hope you feel better. It was pretty nasty.
Yeah,
I think
same here.
everybody
Hopefully
is
you feel better as well.
coming down with something. I've been trying to get rid of it before Thanksgiving, you know?
Yeah. Well, how y'all feeling about today's market, man?
I was quite happy to see the higher prices. I did want to see a continuation from yesterday's move. Unfortunately, I got stopped out before that happened. So got the direction right, but was too early to the party.
Mm-hmm.
Feel that. Well, I was too late to the party on my shorts. It was too late. And I was like, oh man, I've been trying to be a little bearish, and then I tried twice, got stopped. Then I was like, all right, well, it's probably bullish. I'm gonna chill, and then we'll come back in the afternoon. And especially if Nasdaq takes out those overnight highs, I'm just gonna have to overall be more bullish in the coming days and weeks.
Hopefully.
Mhm.
I love when markets aren't like they were last month. I know some people like that. I hate that. It gives me like a freaking heartburn, the volatility and stuff.
Oh yeah, today
I'm
was
over it.
crazy. It was like 70.1 minute candles.
Oh yeah.
I know. I'm like, I was annoyed. I mean, honestly, yeah, it didn't give me my entry for my short in the morning. And then, yeah, I mean, I think that I just need to be, honestly, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I tried a couple of shorts and they were good losses controlled. And
Yeah.
then, I got out probably on this one. I literally got out like here. And I entered here and I was like, yeah, this isn't going to work out. And then that was a great feeling because then it just went up higher. Yeah, I was looking for some more continuation, but we had that 4-hour get hit and yeah, had a lot of ranging, and then did end up popping up. Kind of interesting here. And then I came back consolidated again. Now we are just floating higher. So interested to see what this afternoon is going to give us. Definitely not going to be looking for shorts this afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't know how
feels better. Like market feels like it did like 2 months ago where it's just like a slow moving market. Like as the last 2 hours, it just feels slow again. It's like, you know what I mean? Take your time playing your trades. I love this environment. It's like so much nicer to me. I hate the volatile craziness.
Oh, you prefer like afternoon to the morning typically?
I like a lot of times I'm kind of both. It's more along the lines of like I prefer a period of time where volatility VIX is in decay, where the market's like tightening up, dips get smaller, more predictable. Your stops aren't as big. Like last 2 weeks I'm having to take like 200-point stops in the Nasdaq. I'm glad to be back at like a tight 40, and scalps are more beneficial. Like today, I took the long out the door and I got hammered. But I crawled my way back, continuing to long all the way to the bottom. I managed to barely turn green for the day, but I traveled round trip. It was a crazy.
I feel like it was hard on both sides, longs and shorts. Like today, it just had whenever you have like a massive move at the open, and you just have sort of like a volatile, rangy day or rangy morning. It's just tough because you can get stopped out, and it could still be sort of your thesis could be right still.
But before I get out of here, what's that green bar and that pink bar? Teach me something about like your style there. What is that green thing at the bottom?
This is, I think, a 4-hour FEG and a
Mhm.
discount. Where
Mhm.
honestly, like I said, I was bearish this morning. I was like, oh, we should go through.
Yeah.
If we're bearish, we're gonna bleed through it, continue bleeding through and going down. If we're bullish, we'll get bought up and look at those
Okay.
crazy wicks. So I just like look at the swing low here from yesterday. And then I just look at the fib, and this is 50%, and this is just from this candle's high to the next candle's low. There is a gap there, what we'll call an FEG, and there is a higher one here, of course, right?
Yeah.
But this is not in a
Oh,
discount.
so you're comparing the wicks
50%.
before that green candle and after that green candle, kind of. Wait.
Yeah, so she's looking at all three of the candles, and that first candle
Uh-huh.
compared to the third candle, seeing that they don't overlap, that's what's being
Okay.
highlighted as the imbalance.
Okay. I see what you're doing. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. And
Very
then,
nice.
and then the purple, that's just like our gaps from where we opened, new week opening gaps. So that's like Sunday open versus Friday close. See, like it just marked that out. A lot of people do that. And then this
Very
is from
cool, very
last
cool.
week.
Oh, so that's your gap. Okay, that's your gap fill. Okay.
This is this is last week's gap.
Yeah.
It feels as though we are heading
On the way to
towards that
fill it. You
direction.
think we're on the way to fill it? That's my last question, you guys. What do y'all think?
Feels like we are heading back up to here. We hit a monthly low, and then we did have yesterday close above this 4-hour high. Today, following that 4 hours still, got bought up here too, and then now we broke that high again. Seems like that's where we're heading to. So gonna not be a bear for the next few days until we get back into this area, basically. And I'll see from there. ES has reached it though. But yeah, it's just very difficult.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate the lesson. I like learning. I always like learning from other people's styles and how other people see the market, because I do a completely different thing than most people. So when other people's stuff lines up with mine, it always makes me feel a little better.
Yeah, it is always cool seeing that. I see a lot of people even doing volume profile and things, and oftentimes those volume nodes will line up with exactly those those areas that I'll mark there.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, y'all, I'm going to get out of here. It was great hanging with you as always. Y'all enjoy your afternoons. And any plans for Thanksgiving? Anything crazy?
Man, I can't wait for that Thanksgiving meal. I don't know if you guys have sweet potato pie on your dinner table, but that is a go-to, and that's probably my top priority this year.
I like stuffing. Stuffing's my favorite.
Yeah. Stuffing. I like stuffing, and I just love like gravy and mashed potatoes, like good, like homemade gravy. Just slather it on everything. That's like my favorite.
Oh
yeah. And if I don't get to speak to you beforehand, hopefully you feel better, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you all. Appreciate it. And I will see you all another day.
All righty. Have a good day.
Right,
have a great one. Hello. Hey, Ash. How are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm kind of interested to know what time you longed and the stop out. I'm wondering.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. If they want to flip over here, let's start from the very beginning, because give some of the logic that goes into it too, just to make sure everybody understands that it's not just a price action pattern. It's more of like the information that, gives the idea. So this morning I was bullish. I was looking for higher prices. Here's the reason why I was bullish. We saw a major level on the daily chart get taken out over here. That was the tariff news candle. So an important level on the daily chart. After that important level on the daily chart got taken out, I was interested in a swing low being formed here. So I saw Friday's candle sweep Thursday's candles low. And then once it closed back inside the range, Friday, that's when I became bullish there. That's when it started to look like a reversal. It looked like we were creating a swing low at a higher time frame level. So
Okay.
the idea to being bullish was based around that. The second portion to that conversation is, on top of that, we also got a change in the state of delivery here. So the candle that took out a swing low into a higher time frame level, we also saw a candle closure above it. Whoa. There we go. Okay. We also saw a candle closure above it. So I was also looking at this as a change in the state of delivery. So thinking that we got the swing low formed on the daily chart at an important level, we also got the bullish change in the state of delivery. I was looking for this bullish change in the state of delivery to be the line in the sand. So like that would be my idea of being bullish for the day, right? If price completely disregards it, then I know I'm wrong. If price comes down to it, find support in this area, then it would make it look like, maybe the thesis will play out. The last comments that I'll put into that is that we have these equal highs here too. Seeing that Thursday's candle was a failure swing to take out this candle high here. It looks like we have equal highs here, so I was using that as a target.
Mm-hmm.
So I build all the logic off of the higher time frame. That is the justifications to the reason why I even take positions. Outside of that, the only other thing that I could point to is time. So I'm always looking to participate at New York Open. So if we hop into New York Open, the very first thing that we saw out of the gate was NQ taking out London low, while ES did not take out London low. So I'm just gonna back this up real quick so everybody can see what I'm saying here. Right. So here's New York Open, 9:30 a.m. right out of the gate. NQ takes out London low. ES does not take out London low. Right. So I also use SMT as a way of saying, okay, it's time to engage with the market. If there is SMT, I'm interested in taking a position. If there is not SMT, then all that higher time frame logic, there's no confirmation or confluence saying it's time to engage now. So we got the SMT that aligned with the higher time frame logic, and now you're also getting a breaker right in here too, because you have the swing low, you have the swing high, you have a new low, then a new high. So it looks like it's creating a breaker, but I would like to also see a fair value gap aligned with it. So I had to wait another 5 minutes into the open there. And then we got the gap aligned with the breaker. So now at this point in time, it's the model is there with the logic, with the SMT. And then lastly, I like to see that we didn't take out the pre-market high yet.
Okay.
So, because if we ran above this high, then it's like, okay, we might be grabbing liquidity compared to something to reach for. So I did like to see that we're just creating equal highs in here. So all of that information put together, I then, the way that I execute, I always look to execute from the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low. And they took me out right away. I mean, I was in and out of this within seconds, right? Because the next candle that comes out gives me an entry and goes through my stop loss.
Yeah.
I mean, no exaggeration. It might have been like a 1 minute long position.
Yeah, like the market has been like that, honestly. But those are honestly, for me, the best kinds of stop outs because it's just like ripping a bandage off.
Right.
So if I'm like, I mean, like last week when we shorted, that was agonizing for me, right? We were just, I was up a little, then back to break even, then up a little, then down a little, then back to break even, then up a little, and then finally we got to first TP. But I would rather see whether the market agrees with my thesis or not, like quite quickly. But I think that is a big difference between, trading at the open versus trading during the afternoon.
And so trading at the open, the last portion that I wanted to throw into that is you have to be a very strong risk manager, right? Because the individual that didn't set a stop loss here where it's supposed to go, you're now going to be much further underwater because look at where we go. Like if you're sitting there in the hopium, if you're the one that says, oh, maybe it'll come back, maybe it'll bounce, if it goes back to break even, I'll get out of this position, I swear. Like those people with the hopium, you just blew an account there, right? Like this thing just goes straight to the gulag. Like this thing just
straight to the gulag.
I mean, dumps another 10 to 20 points. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware, everybody's that's watching, you need to be setting stop losses. It doesn't matter if it's mental or physical, right? If you place the orders there, then you're doing your job. But even if you want to use a mental stop loss, that's okay if you adhere to it. You have to have discipline in it. You can't just let yourself blow an account on hope.
Yeah. True. And also though, like, then you are inviting yourself to having a larger stop loss if you're doing a mental one, because well, like as you see there, like as it blows past these stops and you're hitting market sell after it hit that stop already, you're going to get filled way lower. Just as if it's the line is already there and the order's still in, you'll get a better fill on that stop loss. I'm not really a fan of mental stops unless it's maybe an options trade on a 4-hour or something like that. I'm not such a big fan of that because, like you said, you have to adhere to it. And oftentimes it's like you start bargaining with yourself and you can't bring yourself to take the stop because people hate being wrong, essentially.
Yeah, in my opinion, I always use hard stops because I don't even want to have that battle. I don't even want to deal with like the mental capacity of going back and forth within my own brain. It's like, if I'm going to click a button, I'm setting the stop loss instantaneously as I'm clicking the button. It's not even because I truthfully have no ego when it comes to it, because here's the fact of the matter. And I'll also point to this as well. For individuals that do use a bias is just an idea that gets you in and out of a position. So the reason why I'm saying this is we did get our higher prices today, but that doesn't matter if your timing is wrong, right? So there's no ego to have in terms of needing to be right. The only thing that needs to be present is your risk management. You have to have risk management no matter whether you're right or wrong in the scenario, because you can be right and still have a loss. So we did get that push higher today, and the bullish change in the state of delivery that I was using as my line in the sand for today's session, we got a beautiful area of support there. We did end up bouncing from that area, and now we're targeting those equal highs. So that's where I'll just round it out and saying risk management is always going to be the number one priority. You got to absolutely kill the ego, because you can be right and still lose money. And today was a perfect example of that.
Totally. I think what helps with that is like if you need to really separate needing to be right on the outcome of the trade versus needing to follow the process. I think a lot of people are perfectionists and need to, be right all the time or need to execute right. Well, if you did everything you want according to plan and according to your method, then you could be pleased and happy with yourself.
So I'm even going to piggyback
process if you came prepared and everything.
I'm going to even piggyback off that idea too in terms of perfection, because this is one of those reasons. I remember asking you, maybe it was the first live stream. We were talking about Kyle and how he has some of a larger stop loss than some other people. This goes along with the perfection comment. The idea was the bullish change in the state of delivery, and price does run below it initially, but it's an area. It's never going to be one number. So when you're trying to be perfect, whether it's in your analysis, in your logic, or your executions, you should give yourself some room to breathe. Because again, the idea for me was that we were going to get supported by the change in the state of delivery. This is an area. It's not just one number, right? I wasn't just sitting there saying, okay, we need to bounce from 697.50.
Yeah.
It's an area. So putting that into execution terms, if you're going to use a stop loss on NQ of, a couple points or 5 points, like NQ is way too volatile for that. You need to give yourself some room. Being a perfectionist there, I think it's better to be adaptable to the market or flexible with the market.
Good point. Yeah, because you have to be careful with how volatile. We're having like 70.1 minute candles. So if a stop loss is 100 points in the NASDAQ, I wouldn't be surprised if someone's stop loss was that big, just to adjust contract sizing. Or if it's not like to your taste, just wait until the ATR is lower, until the markets have contracted a bit, if you don't like volatility. But most people do like volatility. It's like really exciting for the most part.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I definitely love volatility, but I'll be fine with giving things larger stops because of it, and I'll size
exactly.
it.
Yeah, exactly. Especially at the open. I feel like at the open, if there's something maybe I need to become more flexible with that, because I saw like the 15-minute short on NASDAQ from here, and then I could have potentially entered on just the 15-minute, and it would have been like an 80-point stop or so. That would have brought me down at the open, would have worked out. But I wanted the 1 minute. After we broke this low, I was waiting for a retracement back into this, and we just never got it. And that's just part of trading. You don't get it. And then I hit this, and then I was still looking for some shorts here, and then I got literally like stopped out here, and then that annoyed me during this consolidation. And then what happened? I tried another one here, and then we were consolidating, and I said we had literally 2 minutes after it rejected here initially from this candle. I was like, okay, well, I want this now that it closed down. I want to start really displacing below this low. I'm going to give it 2 minutes because that's basically how long. If I'm on the 1 minute, it's forming a swing high. So I need to do it by this candle essentially. And this candle came really close and started closing here. I just got out. So, and I was sad. It's sad. I just turned a bear. I just turned a bear like a few days ago.
I do have to say,
1 or 2 days.
There was a beautiful drop there, because I remember last Tuesday you were saying bearish, and then we had that might have been our worst week since March or something like that.
Oh yeah, Thursday. I mean, Thursday was great. That was great. But after it hit this previous monthly low level, that's where you got to start considering retracements and whatever else, like potential going back to the buy side. It's not out of the question. So you leave such a large range. I want to know what the monthly looks like now, actually.
Going back to those ranges.
The monthly is still red because we started all the way up here. Okay. We got previous monthly low. And that was it. I was thinking, we could, if we were going to stay heavy, I was ready to continue bearishness down into these areas, but that's not how the market just doesn't move in straight lines. So I wouldn't be surprised if we end up going back to this buy side first and we hang around in this NWOG or this area. I'm not like bullish to all-time highs yet, but I'm thinking, okay, for the short time being, we could end up coming back up to here, just like we did on this. I mean, that Friday was crazy, right? It hung out in here, and then I ended up going to all-time highs again. So, I mean, that's what I'm looking at. The NWOG from last week, this daily FEG. How are we going to react to these highs here? Are we going to have a strong reaction and completely bullish engulfing candles, or are we going to wick them again and then go lower? Many possibilities.
So those highs are real important for me as well. The way I see it is that that kind of looks like that's half of the range there from the initial drop. Let me just actually pull something. Yeah, okay. So if we do want to continue lower, in my opinion, taking out these equal highs here into the unfilled portion of the bearish FEG that's there.
Yeah, the daily. Mm-hmm.
That resting right above half of the range, if we get a strong reaction there, and let me just draw this out real quick for the people that are watching. This is what I'm referring to. Look, I'm going to create my own candle. What I'm saying is if we go above these highs right here, and you see a huge seller wick like this, and then we get an upside down candle that closes back below here, that looks like a huge reversal candle at 50% of the range at a bearish gap. To me, then I would then be looking lower to see if we get continuation for the bears. So that's a big analysis point for me. The other scenario there is completely invalidating that. So if we get a bullish engulfing candle, right, that looks like this, and we close above the gap, we close above the wicks here, potentially even forming a new bullish gap, right, like turning that into an inversion, then maybe we can go look for all-time highs. But essentially, it comes down to what type of reaction occurs right here. I want to see if that acts as resistance. Do we get rejected there? Or can we claim that area, flip resistance into support? It's more of an if-then statement. I'm not going to sit here and predict it and say I'm one-sided right now. I want to read what actually happens there.
Yeah. That's the way to do it. Can't get blinded. Like I think yesterday, what was it? I was looking at like probably London highs or something. And I was like, oh, these are important to me, or the previous day high. And we did blow past it and we kept being strong. And I still was like, I kind of want to short, you know? And, you know, the longs really worked out yesterday. What was it? Yeah. We ended up really going past these highs. So.
Were you able to grab some longs yesterday?
No, like I said, I did really well managing those shorts. I literally took less than 1 hour of drawdown, but I'm like, no, I took a couple. I tried to just stay one-sided, and then all right, we ended here. I put like some sort of alert for the downside still, and then I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna touch this. I need a breather for the day. I mean, might as well just walk away. If you're wrong,
very good.
If you're wrong, like yeah, like I just know I can get stubborn. I'm like, let me try again, you know.
Yeah.
Especially if there's one more time you try and then you get basically a break even, and you're like, all right, yeah, this is really not panning out the way that I had thought. So I'm probably wrong, and I gotta walk away because I'm clearly biased too much towards one end at the moment. But yeah, I mean, this morning was crazy, dude. I don't know, that was insane. I was like, we dropped like 300 points in the Nasdaq, like you said. Yeah, ES after that swing low dropped like 36 more points. That's why it's important not to hold and hope. And if someone did hold and hope, I mean, it would take such a long time to get back to break even, and it could have not panned out that way.
Yeah, that was a quick flush lower, and if you're oversized at that moment in time, you're going to quickly blow up your account.
Yeah. Such a big wick there now.
I did also want to ask, does the holidays play into a factor for you as well? Seeing, because it's going to be a shortened week. We have Thanksgiving obviously coming up, and then the Black Friday, the market closes there at 1 p.m. So what does that do for you? Do you just take those days off, or are you going to still take a look on those days?
No, I'm going to take Thanksgiving, Black Friday off. If it's like a half day, I'm not going to. It's a half day, right? Yeah, I'm not going to trade. Spend some time with family, come refreshed next week.
Yeah.
I'm sure most people aren't really trading anyway. So even if it might be I'll just see what the aftermath is. I mean, there's still plenty of time, like you said. How do we react at a daily candle? Then you can get in the next day. You know, it's not going to be, the market's not going anywhere. And I'd rather not risk during that day. Matt, I can't imagine. Yeah, like being stressed at the dinner table or something, or being annoyed.
Imagine just sitting there like on your phone, and you're like, your family's there playing a card game. You're like, hold on, I got to check my position. Like,
yeah, like hold on, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I've done my fair share of that in the past. I think I don't need to do that anymore, and I realize you learn some lessons the harder way.
Yeah.
So I think someone has to learn. You got to learn some lessons the harder way, and you know, training during holidays not for me. There's just
so chat, feel free to fact check me, but I believe it's a 1 p.m. closure. They should be half days.
It's either 1 p.m. or like 1:15, something like that.
Yeah. So no, I will definitely not be trading either. Give my 2 cents. We also won't even be live streaming on Thursday. On Friday, it'll be an early closure. I think we are going to do a shortened stream. I will double check that for you all. But just so everybody knows going forward, Thursday, enjoy the time with your family. You know, whether you do celebrate Thanksgiving or not, the U.S. is celebrating Thanksgiving. So at least know that we are, so that, you know, when it comes to the market participants, if it's slow that day, at least you can be aware of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But otherwise, like during this week before Thanksgiving, I'm still taking like same sizing.
Yeah, so I did take a full stop there. I was risking $500 there, so I had a 1 mini on ES. I am completely okay, and I should have mentioned this when I was going through the position too. Chat, a losing trade does not mean that you did something wrong. Okay, like for example, I would take that trade if it presented itself 10 times out of 10 times, because I created a process, I created a game plan. The information aligned with my game plan. There was a confluence of SMT telling me that I'm executing on the stronger pair, and the model that I trade was present. So all the boxes were checked off there. Yes, it was a losing position, but in my book, it was a win because I followed my rules and I followed my game plan. So I would take that position 10 times out of 10 times. I know, and I'm saying this to chat because I know at that moment in time, and I was here before, so I'm relating to my prior self, but that's usually the moment in time where people start strategy hopping, right? You have a losing trade and you're like, you know, maybe it's the strategy. Why isn't it working? Like, what are all these other people doing that gets them winning trades all the time? And then you start going and searching for the Holy Grail when you come to realize it's better to have a strategy. It's better to stick with a strategy and know the ins and outs of it, because the fact of the matter is there will never be a strategy that has a 100% win rate.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to figure out how to deal with losses.
You're going to go through some drawdown periods. Like simply the markets sometimes isn't ideal and isn't maybe consolidating, and then you know breaker blocks aren't really going to work as well because we're consolidating, and you know both sides of the market have been taken out, and maybe you tried something and then that's it. Like sometimes you go into some trading droughts, and matters about your confidence in your system that keeps you going, whether you're going to stick to that same system because you have the confidence in it or not. If you keep flip-flopping strategies because you don't have the confidence that your current one's working or will provide you an entry. So that's what it boils down to, I think, your own confidence.
And it goes for both sides of the coin too. On the other hand of things, I also don't think getting overconfident is the best either.
Totally, yeah, no.
You can be in a drought and you don't want to get too fearful. You could be in a winning streak and you don't want to become overconfident, right? Because then you get too overconfident, you oversize and over leverage, and then you have one loss and it ruins all of the hard work that you just did.
Totally.
So it definitely goes both ways.
I've been there before. Feel like, oh man, you're a genius, and then you just like risk exactly what you made the last trade, you're risking like you made 3R the last trade, now you're risking that much, and now disappeared because it's not you're too overconfident. Not every setup's the same, and you're taking like the same. You're treating each setup like the next one's going to be exactly the same, or you're taking it on a lower quality setup. That's not the way to do it, for sure. Been there, and like I said, you just have to honestly. You got to make those mistakes yourself a lot of times before you learn, because ain't no better teacher than experience. I'd say, like you could talk and like tell people not to do something, but I mean they got to do it sometimes. It depends on the person, but a lot of times you're gonna experience that inevitably in trading. Like there's gonna be a time where you're in over your head, and you think that you can tell every market move. That's going to happen.
Another great reason why we got to cherish our Thanksgiving this week. That's because it's save the mental capital when you're out, is where I was going with that. And this would be that time of having a scheduled break to save the mental capital.
Oh, yeah. And like having your family ground you, probably helpful.
So we do have a 150K pro account to give away too during the segment.
Uh-oh.
Do we put the responsibility on your shoulders again, or do you want to have this one, or should I?
Well, yeah. Why not? What are we gonna do, chat?
Yeah, if you want to cook something up, we have a 150K pro account to give away.
Ruh-roh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, we'll give that out. Let me know in the chat what you guys think. How should we do it? How do you guys typically do it again?
We actually have been changing it up just to, keep it fun, keep it exciting. Like, for example, the last time I did one, I was telling people to comment into chat, and then I, at a random point, also commented in the chat, and whoever's comment was right above mine was the winner.
Oh, okay.
But then also before that one, I did trivia questions.
Okay.
Somehow a lot of people know my birthday already, so they got that answer very quickly.
The first person that guessed it?
Yeah, the very first comment that got my birthday correct.
You know what's funny is like last week you said that, and as soon as you said that, like we didn't even say that was what we were gonna do for me choosing. Someone commented my birthday immediately. I was like, oh my god. We didn't even ask for that yet.
Quite astonishing how quickly they can get it. If we do it that way, the only thing I would say is we'll do it in the live chat compared to the top chat, because I think the live chat is the entire audience versus the top chat.
Yeah, top chats will sometimes like literally filter out spam and stuff.
Right.
So somebody asked me, Tanya, you seem so calm. Do you scream into a pillow off camera when NASDAQ wicks you out, or are you actually zen? I believe in scream therapy. It's pretty good. I would say. No, sometimes I will like just talk. I think talking to yourself is good. I don't know if I scream. Maybe I'll yell. I'm like, I think that's a really good way to.
You know what? That kind of sounds a little therapeutic. I might
have
to try that.
Yeah, like you're like, oh my gosh, NASDAQ, why'd you do this to me today? Or something like that. Who cares? Go into the bathroom and just like, I'll just like washing my hands, and I'm like sometimes rerunning what happened. You need to process it in one way or another, but the best way to do it is really have like a journal and you write out what happened. And then you could, first off, you're processing what actually happened and you're making your own peace with it. Or maybe you're even learning and recognizing something, a pattern that you didn't realize before. Like, oh, again, it happened that I wasn't in the best mood before I started the stream, or before, someone started the trading session, and they ended up tilting, or maybe they didn't get a good night's sleep. Maybe they're sick. There's like so many different factors to be aware of, I think. Scream therapy is a thing. But no, I like to do that, go work out. Sometimes, I make sure to get away from the desk. That's like number one thing. You have to, if you had a bad trading session, step one is really like walk away from the desk and go for a walk, or anything else. Just be away from tilting, like close off that. I literally have some softwares that'll close me out of trading, my programs. So, you know, you just got to do what you got to do. You got to recognize the patterns. And even if it doesn't feel good in the moment, or you're putting in some safety lines, like you're not maybe solving the issue you have, but you could treat the symptoms before you get to the root of the issue. Because getting to the root of the issue is actually way more self-reflection and way more work. You know, if someone's like, oh man, I'm always getting angry, you have like an anger problem somehow, and you're thinking about, maybe you're putting too much pressure on yourself as a person. Maybe that could be rooted to something, anything, to your childhood, or people expecting a lot from you. You don't know. So then you get angry at yourself, and then you end up tilting. Like, there's always that. I'm talking about the deeper rooted issue. But in the meantime, you could just be writing out what triggers you and like how you're getting angrier and angrier, so that you could stop that and reset before you get to the point of no return. Okay.
I couldn't agree more, to be completely honest. The knowing thyself is just so important. And honestly, that's half the reason why I do these live streams, because it's one thing to just read it and, you know, put screenshots down, but it's also another thing to be able to hear what you're thinking and see your actions in real time. Like, you might be feeling something different during New York Open when the price is flying up and down. So your actions might be more impulsive at that point in time than just simply reading over a screenshot and text communications about the position. So I do like to get the real-time information on live streams, because
Totally.
being able to see those actions and how I react to these markets is very important in knowing myself.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, it's the worst if you end up with a loss and you go on Twitter, and then everyone's like, hindsight Harriet here with a screenshot, no fills showing an actual trade, and then you're like, oh, it seems like everyone had a win today except for me, and then you feel bad about yourself. Well, it's just a highlight reel, or that's not showing how difficult it actually was to maintain that position, or get into it, or maintain your analysis.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. I think that after the trading session, it's good to just get it out, do a little brain dump, write it out, or just you can do a voice memo to yourself. Like, you don't have to reread it, you don't have to re-listen to it. It's just good for getting that energy out, so you're not cooked all day.
Right.
Okay, chat. Let me think about what are we gonna do. Chat, like somebody saying hindsight Harry. All right. Oh, you saw my podcast with Adado from Brazil? Thanks. You smash someone's Digital Nuke says he smashes cat cheeks with his frosted flakes. I don't know how that works. My parents have a cat. Oh, someone said Izzy Lizzie says that her dog calms them a lot while trading. She'll lay next to me when I start getting too stressed. I just love her. That's cute. Yeah, even okay. Before we do the giveaway, like a little golden nugget, you guys. If you're like, your eyes are part of your nervous system, so naturally, if you're looking at screens close up and you're surrounded by screens, I have 3 screens, you're going to be in a more focused state and a heightened state of stress, which is good for focus. But if you're too much on that side and you're too stressed, you could look into the distance and you can literally feel your brain relax. You look into the distance, even if it's like 20 feet across a room, out the window, or anything. That could just be a quick reset, deep breaths, stuff like that. All right.
Quick golden nugget.
All right. Someone said fire up the band hammer. I actually have one. Where's it? Where's the band hammer?
Is it the Mario one?
Go. Got a band hammer up in here. But I don't think we'll be using it. Let me
It's
think.
hilarious. An actual band hammer.
Of course. I'm gonna say the first person in the chat that can guess, and I have said this before. My favorite color. I've said that before. All right, let's see.
All right, so the first person to answer with the correct favorite color.
Let's see. All right. I think I saw already someone. Frenchie Trades guessed yellow. Frenchie Trades.
Oh, Frenchie. Frenchie for the W.
There you go.
Let me write that down real quick. Frenchie.
Let's go. Congrats. Come on, you guys. It's in my profile picture in the background.
You know what? It was there all along.
It was all there all along.
I would put the clues together. I should have known that.
It's right there all along. Right there. Yellow. What's your favorite color, Ash?
Red. And if, I don't know if black is a color, but if black was a color, it'd be black second.
I think it's a shade.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? I don't think it is a color.
There's a good board game called Hues and Cues. I just played it during my Friendsgiving, and it's great to get everyone mad at each other for not knowing colors. It's just a bunch of colors on a board, and you draw a card that has 4 different shades. You get to choose whichever one you want to describe. Then everyone else is trying to guess which color it is, and they have like a little peg. You can only describe your color using one word. So you could say like aquamarine. Then everyone chooses. They put their, and then the second guess is using 2 words. So then you could say like Caribbean Sea. And people get really mad. One of my friends said washed denim, and it was a shade of green. It was so mad.
I have a couple good ones. Like here, I'll give you an example. What about solstice sea breeze?
Solstice sea breeze.
What color would you think that is? It's the color of my garage, to give you a hint.
Orange.
It's a green. It's a shade of green.
It's a green. Okay. Oh, that's actually the name of a paint color.
Yeah, it's a name of a paint color. I actually have a ton of them because we've done a bunch of different rooms in the house. So we go to Sherwin-Williams quite often.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, those paint stores are the best. It's just fun to see all those shades. Some people collect those cards. I don't know why, but
I may or may not have grabbed like 20 of those last time I was there.
Really? Okay. I mean, I can change my colors to my background colors to different colors. The lights. So if we're having a particularly, how much are we up on the day? Actually, I think NASDAQ, all in all, we're up 0.17.
Yeah, and NASDAQ's not up much.
Where we opened.
That was actually something that gave me trouble there in the morning. There was a big discrepancy between ES was like it was nicely into the green while NQ was down by 100 points. That indecision alone actually, I think that contributed to the poor executions this morning. It looked like NASDAQ kind of told the story in terms of moving lower there at the open.
It's hard. It's like, so yeah, when there's completely not correlated like that, for sure. And the NVIDIA was down like 6 or 7% at some point today. That's why I was like staying bearish. I was like, whoa, that's the leader of the stock market right there. And it's down that much. Right now it's down 4.3%. Yeah,
what a move that had after the earnings there last week. They pumped it on the earnings, and that was one of the things that fueled that. It was like 1,000-point candle there on NQ.
I know.
Was that Thursday or something like that?
Yeah, that was the Thursday close.
Such a beautiful earnings, a nice gap up overnight, and then they just sent it lower.
It down.
Oh my! I mean, what a move! That just continuously was running lower.
Oh, I know. That was crazy. The Thursday. Okay.
That was
We're in an
crazy.
inside week. Yesterday's, yeah, makes sense. Yesterday's range was so large. Inside weeks are my least favorite. Let's see, it's 1450.
There is something, if you guys want to change over to my chart real quick. I know we only got 10 minutes left, but I'll let chat know what I'll be looking at during the PM session. We did take out the highs here on ES, whereas we did not take out the highs here on NQ. So this is the same. I'm not going to take this trade. Let me just be very clear before we even get into this. I took my risk for the day, so I'm good. So I don't over risk. I'm just showing you how I get into positions, and this is another example of it. ES took out the high when NQ did not. So the SMT is very important in terms of having a crack in correlation. And then the next thing that is very important is the entry function. You can see there's a breaker in here, and it also has a gap right in here. So this would be a short position. I've already taken my risk, so I am not executing this one. But I wanted to let you guys know just because this is what I'll be watching for the rest of today.
Okay.
This makes it look like maybe, you know, the bullish move higher on the day might have come to a close. It looks like we're getting a change in trend here, however you want to say it, a breaker block plus a fair value gap, a change in the state of delivery. I don't really care what you call it. It's the logic that I'm trying to point to here. ES took out the high, whereas NQ did not. And now it had a change in the state of delivery with a gap. So now I would be looking at this as the location to act as resistance to head lower. So this was the same exact position that we had last time Tanya was on stream. It was just SMT at the highs. After the SMT occurred, there was a change in the state of delivery that had a gap to utilize. Same thing here. So if I were to look for anything else today, I would be looking to see if this area provides resistance to then fill some of the gaps from the morning move up.
Yeah, I think that's a solid idea. I'm personally also not going to take that because I said I'm not looking for shorts for the rest of the day right now. And we closed above those highs, and I'm like I took my risks just like you. Also, there is a slight last week. It is slightly different because ES took out the SMT was at London highs. Now we're just kind of doing it versus a high from the previous hourly high, which is still fine. But I do think that was probably a stronger high. And with us both just on the higher time frame, thinking we could go to buy side next, it's just a harder type of trade for me to take. So it's like, oh, we can retrace, but how much are we going to retrace? I can't. Like I said, I'm not going bearish now. After we got bought up here and we closed above here, the high of the day could be in though. You're right.
Even with that being said, though, the risk management for me is the number one priority. I'm completely okay with having a loss, but I'll never be the person to say like I need to make that back. Like I'll be finishing the day red because I'd rather adhere to risk limits than thinking there's always a trade available.
What's your personal risk limit? One trade a day?
Yeah, it's a one trade a day. The dollar amount always changes because I base the amount that I'm willing to risk on my drawdown. So I'll divide my drawdown by 10. That'll be as much I use within one trade, and then I'll only take one trade a day maximum.
Okay, but what if that first trade was a win?
I'm done. The result doesn't matter.
Last week when you took a trade in the afternoon.
That was my first trade that day.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was my
I just wanted to know. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was also actually my first PM
I
trade.
remember now. You didn't get your fill because it never retraced to the FEG. It just kept going up. I remember now.
The morning session, you're saying?
Yeah, during the morning session. Yeah, that's why you took your trade during the afternoon because you didn't take a trade yet.
Yeah, it did run without me, yeah.
All right. Solid. I respect that. One trade. Can't say I'm this. I'll probably say, what is it? like to stick to max ever 3 in a session. But mostly 3 is only if like on one of them I took a break even or slightly less. Yeah, typically it's not like a negative 3R. So like a negative 2.5R or something. Like on my last trade, like I talked about, where I stopped it out prematurely, I only lost 500 when I'm risking 1,500. So to me, in my head, that's like basically a break even because it's negative 0.33R. Like that's
Right.
whatever. It's chill. The best thing to do though is, yeah, I tell myself, would I rather have a green day or a green month? Because if I keep looking for that green day and my bias is totally wrong, I can mess up my whole month by being stubborn and continuously taking the wrong side or the wrong trades.
And that is the exact approach to why I only do 1 trade a day, because I'm always trying to keep that long-term mindset. I know for myself, if I open up the floodgates to more than 1 trade a day, I'm going to lose that mental and emotional intelligence. I've been there before. Like in the very beginning of my trading, it got really impulsive when it was more than 1 trade in a day. So
totally,
if I'm doing more than 1 trade in a day, then I'm probably going to blow an account because I'm just acting emotionally.
Yeah.
But with that being said, I'm not sitting here saying there's like a right versus a wrong. What does matter is, at least no matter how you set your boundaries, there's some kind of boundary so that you don't ruin your entire business in 1 day.
Yeah, for sure. Because once that happens, if you have a really bad day, it's hard to get your confidence back in yourself and in your system too. Like you just feel like whatever, traumatized. So and that's a lot of work to build back better on that one. It's just like you're really doing yourself a disservice of all the work that you've done. So
yeah,
it's tough but necessary. You got to just be like, okay, and be okay if you saw your setup and you didn't take it, ended up working out. You're like, okay, that can instill confidence in the next time you take a trade the next day or the next session, to follow through with the first trade of the next day if you're doing it that way. Yeah, so I don't know, like we definitely pushed up. This was such a volatile day. It's crazy. You know, people say that they take off during the whole week. I don't understand that because we're having such large ranges. I think there's definitely opportunities.
There is definitely opportunities. Also seeing that we're getting our news back too. Finally, the whole government shutdown thing is finally done. So getting that data is definitely going to act as catalyst. Yeah, we definitely do have the shortened week, but I'm happy to finally be getting those red folders again.
100%. Like, I don't think that the October is going to be released at all, though. The October CPI and the NFP. So the last numbers that were released were September. And the Bureau of Labor Statistics said they weren't collecting that data during this shutdown. So that's just not going to happen. And then the November one will be released, I think, December 12th or 13th. And that's after the FOMC meets on December 9th and 10th. So December is going to be really interesting. They're basically going to be basing it off of like 1 month of data. So that's why I think we're getting a lot of volatility. People on Thursday were saying like we're not going to get that rate cut. I don't know, because there were a lot of Fed speakers that day as well.
That's what I'll be looking at. Everybody is really it feels like everybody's anticipating the whole rate cut. It would be a huge surprise if they change their mind and say, you know, no more rate cuts, or they're going to push out the rate cuts for X amount of time. That is definitely something I'm going to be looking at for sentiment.
Totally. Yeah, and I think that the Fed blackout period starts the 29th. So after the 29th, they can't really talk regarding specifically to policy. If you get from the 29th to the 11th. Okay. Sounds good.
Very good information. Thank you for bringing that up, because that data is important. So if they're not going to release that data, then we need to be aware about that.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no problem. I got my sources in the macros.
It
Yeah,
does look that like this is the end of our segment, though. Any last closing remarks before we send you off for Thanksgiving, right? So we won't see you again until next week. So
Yeah, until December, I think, right? Is it? Yeah, I think it's December.
man,
Yeah,
we're in
it'll be
December
December
already.
after
Jeez.
next week. That's crazy. Any closing
2026
remarks?
is right around the corner.
I know, got to start doing Christmas shopping. Oh my gosh. My closing remarks are: there's always another day. Don't be a degenerate. That's how I always like to tell my stream before I close off. It's like, don't be a degenerate. We'll see you next time.
Perfect. Well, thank you again for your time. Thank you, chat, as well. Love getting on here with you guys, and we'll be right back here tomorrow morning. So
Woohoo, hit that thumbs up.
have a nice day, everyone.
Ciao.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.